give one to you right away. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the second day of the Digital for Freedom Warsaw Forum. I'm welcoming you all and just reminding that this is the forum organized by the StategEast. Our first panel today will be delivered by the incredible people, top management. First one, give the round of the applause to Valery Krasovsky, CEO of Sigma Software Group. Oksana Mironenko, Head of Communications, the European Business Association. Natalia Dikineva, Head of Dia City Project Office, Ukrainian Tech Ecosystem.
Who may not be able to make it because she's under the weather.
Okay, she won't be here today. But we will have Olga Shapoval, the Executive Director of Kharkiv IT Cluster. And Katerina Snehirova, Marketing Lead, Exadel. Thank you. And of course, the panel will be led by Matthew Murray, the professor of Columbia University School of International and Public Affairs. Please welcome to the stage.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. It is a true pleasure to be here, and my name is Matthew. As you may know, I have been working in this region for 30 years, and I have worked on the issue of building the institutions of a free market, building companies, building organizations with the idea that they are ethical and they conduct best business practices and they elevate the marketplace for participation by everybody, lifting all the small boats as well as the big boats. That has been a constant theme in my work for 30 years. And I've worked in that space as a U.S. government official, as a former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Commerce, as a corporate executive in the oil and gas industry, as the founder and director of a non-governmental organization, as a human rights lawyer. And along that journey, I had the pleasure and privilege of meeting Anatoly Motkin, who I have worked with now for several years, and who I recognize as one of the true global champions of the idea that we can build a better world through better economic partnerships. And so, Anatoly, thank you for having me here today. You are a true champion of these values and these visions, and you're a man of action. And so we're all honored to be up here with you today. Our subject this morning is important because we're going to move away a little bit from what is the inspiration and the vision around Digital for Freedom 2030. And we're going to move back and reset a little bit. We're going to level set a little bit around the question of trust. And many of you you work in this space, so you know how difficult it is and intangible it is to define this issue of trust. And we're fortunate this morning to have four very expert leaders on this subject. And so we're going to have a rich discussion, I'm sure, about how to sort of unpack the issue of trust. It's a big word, and we need to make sure that not only existing investors and businesses and practitioners who are already in the market, but new FDI, new tech companies, feel that they have a pathway to support Ukraine. And let me just say at this point that the interest is very, very high. And the interest is very high because the vision, going back to the vision, of Digital for Freedom is to change the essence of governance itself. The idea is to change the way, government on a smartphone, as the phrase goes, is more than just a fancy tech idea. It's going to change the way that citizens of Ukraine interact with their government. It's going to create more efficiencies. It's going to create more participation. It's going to create more equality of power. And by so doing, it's going to create Ukraine as a model of governance, not only in Central and Eastern Europe, but in the world. And so we have to look at that vision, and we have to carefully break it down into its different component parts. And when we do so, we'll be able to better articulate and find partners from abroad who will support it. All of this must be done. The building of DFF, Digital for Freedom 2030, must be based on a new digital architecture and infrastructure. It will require public and private investment. It will require a structure, a legal and regulatory structure that enables public-private partnerships. And so with that in mind, let me turn now to each of the speakers. I'm going to have them start by talking a little bit about their current footprint in the market and what they plan to do to expand, or their future business plan, if you will, in the market. And then we'll turn to a more general discussion. So with that in mind, let's start with Valery. Are you ready to go?
Yes, thank you so much. Yep. I'll take a clicker also. Thank you. Should I be there? Probably there. That's a good idea. It's a big honor to be here and to be a first speaker on this conference. I think it's super important to gather people to speak about Ukraine, to speak about trust here. My presentation shows a little bit about Ukraine ecosystem, tech ecosystem, and also a little bit how we implement this ecosystem in our company, in Sigma Software Group. Because speaking about the main pillars of Ukraine tech ecosystem, we are speaking about IT service companies, more than $7 billion per year revenue. We are speaking about product companies, a lot of well-known brands. We are speaking about the education, which is also very important, and VCs, venture capital, and the government bodies. So, a little bit about our company. So, we are in top 15 IT service companies in Ukraine, and as I said, we are uniting not IT services, but also we are investing into IT products, and also we have our own educational panel. This is where we are, and obviously the main and the biggest office is in Ukraine. As we are in Poland now, it's important to say that the second biggest office is in Poland, around 200 people, not so much, but still, and growing as well. But here, on this market, we are not only providing services, we have two amazing software products which has grown in our ecosystem. One of them is providing services for car dealerships here in Poland, and another one is kind of business agnostic tool to manage the data. As you can see, Ukrainian tech ecosystem probably represent the biggest value in Eastern Europe, and it is growing pretty fast. Sometimes when people are saying like even now I can see the message that it's probably risky to invest into Ukrainian IT companies, but I would say that if you take a look at these brands, Grammarly, GitLab, BetterMe, all of them are unicorns, and all of them has facilities and companies not only in Ukraine, but in the whole world. Grammarly is a tool to check your English-speaking words. GitLab is a platform for developers, and actually GitLab was started by the software engineer who lived in Kharkiv, in our eastern city, which is very close to the border. I have quite limited time of 3 minutes. We'll try to go through quicker. So another important pillar, two important pillars shown here, educational platforms. The biggest university, I think, originated from Ukraine, IT Academy STAP, SET University, and we also have our own platform, Sigma Software University. On the left side, you can see top Ukrainian investors. And we are, as a company and as with a few other general partners, created Seed Venture Partners, the venture fund, which is known as a best and the biggest investor into seed and pre-seed phases of Ukrainian product companies in 2022. We have invested in 16 IT product companies in Ukraine during 2022. And I think it's a very important message that if Ukrainian VCs are investing in Ukraine during the wartime such intensively, so it's a good message for foreign investors to do the same. Yeah, of course, government. Our Ministry of Digitalization is very important. Important to mention that we have probably one of the best taxation regime, DS City, which was created by our government, by the Ministry of Digitalization, and the government initiative, USF, the fund which is investing, giving the grants to IT product companies, now making it more widely for the military tech. Important to mention also the landscape of associations, which are constantly influencing the business climate and also delivering the message outside of Ukraine that Ukraine is a trusted destination. And I think among all of these brands, which I'm sure you know, it's important to mention the new initiative of European Business Association, GB4U, which is targeting helping Ukrainian businesses to grow abroad in Europe and in America. I think also very important to mention the role of IT clusters. We have two, the biggest ones, Kharkiv IT cluster and Lviv IT cluster, and also some of the others in other cities of Ukraine, which also helps to promote the importance of IT in Ukraine as an important pillar for Ukrainian economy. Let's think about that. So Ukraine is second or even first biggest export industry in Ukraine now. Agriculture was always bigger, but in 2022, I think IT export was the biggest one. So it's amazingly important for Ukrainian economy. Also important to say tech ecosystem. It's a new association which was initially created by the Ministry of Digitalization that shows, again, a catalog of IT products, service companies, and venture funds of Ukraine. This is approximately the number of global events where we as a company supported during the last years together with associations. And this is actually done to promote the Ukraine as a brand. It's our crowd where we were actually the first in Israel, Web Summit in Portugal, Collision in Canada, a lot of other events. And I think it's very important to deliver this message. Just a few words about these are some of our customers, but just to mention, sometimes Ukrainian IT service industry is called as outsourcing or outstaffing, but it's not like that right now. So we are delivering huge projects to world-known brands like SAS. We completely changed their financial system, which gave them 50% of cost on their IT infrastructure. If you take a look at Volvo, so we are doing in Ukraine for 10 years the portal which helps you to buy the spare parts for Volvo engines in more than 100 countries in the world. And that was done in Ukraine. And we have to promote that. We have to say that so many different systems that people are using around the globe are developed in Ukraine. Very important to say about software products. Just a few of them here. We have invested in them, not only us, but also other funds. Leaky24, when they deliver the pharmacy to your doorstep. I think you're very familiar with that company in Ukraine. Currently, they're expanding in Italy. InputSoft, software for automating ground handling in the airports. GigPay, the crypto payment platform, which is also very important now, because you can see that a lot of legislation are currently adopted to use the crypto payments. And all of these startups are originated from Ukraine. Datrix, Y Combinator alumni, our first investment, ML and AI company. HiQ, quantum computing, also originated from Ukraine. We invested there together with Toyota. So just also important to mention so many great companies are originated from Ukraine and that worthwhile to invest in them. And I think it's last slide. We have created this app called Dovkolo with two important goals. It's like a Foursquare, but dedicated to show to the world Ukrainian IT services, Ukrainian services, restaurants, beauty services, medical services. I think it's important for us to show that actually Ukraine service industry is one of the best in the world, and this app help you to find Ukrainian services around you in Warsaw, in Berlin, in other cities, and you could add your own as well. So I think this is it. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Valeria. That was a great overview of the entire ecosystem. And our next speaker is one of the leaders of one of the leading components of that ecosystem, which is the Kharkiv IT cluster. So, Olga.
Thank you very much.
Please.
My name is Olga Shapoval. I am Executive Director of Kharkiv IT Cluster. So I will not present the presentation as Valerie did, very, very beautiful one. But I think that today we want to speak, and I hope to have like a small discussion about ecosystem and why we must trust, I think, not to should, but use the word must. And I think that it's very interesting because last year we mainly speak about resilience, and we as a cluster know about resilience almost everything because we are from Kharkiv. So we, like last year, it was a very challengeable year, but for our organization, we doubled the quantity of members. So now we united more than 270 members and partners. And also, thanks to support of USAID, we launched the project IT Cluster in the Cloud, which unites also 250 companies who relocate partly their teams, so they are not sure now from which region they are particularly acting, but they're Ukrainian companies and they need our cluster services. So now our community is rather big, and the only thing also I wanted to tell that only one company from our community stopped their activity. All others, they continue to do it. So I think that it's like a resilience in practice, and now on the fundamental of this resilience, we are ready to act.
Thank you. Kate, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Katerina, and I'm marketing manager at Xadel. We're a software engineering company who operates across the globe, and currently we are located in 18 countries, including Ukraine. And today's topic is very similar to the goal that we put during this year. We wanted to attract and to pursue European and American customers to collaborate with our Ukrainian designers, developers, and engineers. As a company, we estimated two streams. The first one was to guarantee the security to our employees, I mean in Ukrainian offices. So we equipped the offices with power generators, with the Starlink, and those employees who felt unsafe, so we supported them with relocation to the destination of our Xadel presence. And the second goal and the second stream was to explain to our customers why it's worthy to collaborate with Ukrainians. And you know, business, it's about money, it's about business needs, no emotions. So as a marketer, we decided to show the numbers. We counted the average selling rate, so it's the metrics that show how much money we invest in employee for every project. And to compare, we chose 3 locations: Poland, the hub of talents, Ukraine, one more hub, and Uzbekistan, very, very trendy IT hub currently. And we noticed that Ukraine was much cheaper and, let's say, much attractive in comparison with Poland. However, if we're talking about Uzbekistan market, we realized that Ukrainians is a bit more expensive. However, as I mentioned, numbers is important. They are crucial. However, we also need to take into consideration the business needs. And if we're talking about IT sphere, about IT industry, we realize that time zone compatibility, English level proficiency, the variety of tech stack, the catalog of case studies, and here we realized that Ukraine is, the market is full of such great talents. And since that time, we started to offer our Ukrainian team, and we realized that the interest of European business is increasing. So like this, supporting and let's say, and describing the benefits of cooperation with Ukrainian engineers, talents in general, we make business operating in Ukraine. And like this, we do believe that we also support Ukrainian economy. And like this, we sincerely believe that like this, we support Ukraine and we make very, very small but steps ahead to the victory of Ukraine. Thank you.
One second. Did you have a video you wanted to show?
Yes, I think that let's present, let's give an opportunity to present for everybody. And then.
Okay, all right, okay, so, very good. So please, Oksana.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, StategEast. Thank you, USAID. Thank you, Ministry of Digital Transformation for organizing this event, for having me here. I present two initiatives here, European Business Association and Global Business for Ukraine, and thanks, Valerie, for helping to promote these two associations. So who we are? The EBA unites businesses that work in Ukraine. These are Ukrainian as well as global companies that work in Ukraine, and generally we have around 900 members, IT businesses as well. And the Global Business for Ukraine unite global companies that want to work in Ukraine, to invest in the country, but also we have businesses from Ukraine that want to expand on the global arena, on the global market. What we do, we help businesses to be heard in Ukraine and on the global arena. So basically we do advocacy. Also we have businesses to do B2B matching and networking. As after the war started, we understood that businesses in Ukraine want to stay in the country, but also want to expand globally, to stay afloat and to develop. So basically we help businesses to meet with each other. And also we help businesses to develop their employees as human capital as well as education are really very important aspects in terms of rebuilding. As we have IT businesses, we also give platform to our IT companies to have industrial dialogue in terms of IT committee that we have in the EBA. We have software providers as well as producers of services there, and we help companies to have dialogue with the government to keep and develop conditions for doing IT business in the country, for example, in terms of taxation. We also help to form the reputation, as Matthew told, and to form the trust specifically for IT sector and IT business in the country, because reputation basically is everything and trust is everything for Ukraine, as for the country and as for the sector. So we conduct a lot of networking and generally business events to help to do that. And one of them, one of these platforms we will have also in Switzerland, as Global Business for Ukraine is actually registered in Switzerland. So in December we will have one of these industrial dialogues, and I welcome you to have your step there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So before we turn to the more general discussion, we're going to have a video which was prepared especially for this event, right?
Yes, so it's like not only for this event, but in our project, which is supported by USAID, we prepared like a small video because sometimes to show like ecosystem overview, to understand, to like make some emotion, we need some other content, not only text or conversation. So that's why we have this small video. So we collect most emotions from different sides, and I think that part of people in this room will see themselves on this video. So I hope that it will be like in some part of emotionally
Very good.
conversation. Thank you.
What's most important to you when finding the right tech partner? Welcome to Ukraine's thriving tech scene. In a world full of choices, finding the perfect technology partner is key. With thousands of IT companies and more than 300,000 skilled engineers, Ukraine shines in tech. Thinking about this, 3 key qualities come up: expertise, innovation, and reliability. These qualities are the core of Ukraine's tech success. We're experts in providing advanced solutions based on deep industry knowledge and fundamental skills. Innovation drives us forward, leading to exciting technology progress. The speed of Ukraine's digitalization is outstanding. Technology plays a vital role in state transparency and ensuring defense. Reliability is our commitment. Consistently delivering excellent solutions on time is how we work. Despite challenges, Ukraine's tech industry showed strength, growing in 2022 while others didn't. This shows our dedication to success. What matters to you in a technology partner? Let's explore endless collaboration opportunities together. Choose Ukraine, your best bet for a strong tech partnership. Get in touch with Ukraine IT community.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Each of the panelists has given us a very inspirational, motivational, and I would say clear vision of a future in which Ukraine's IT sector, in which digital technologies, in which business leaders and entrepreneurs are helping to build the new Ukraine. And so now we have to turn to the question of how does this get scaled now? How does it get grown with the help of goodwill, of smart investment, of smart technology from abroad? And the good news here is that because of the courage of the Ukrainian IT community, led by the Ministry of Digital Transformation, because of their consistent ability to innovate, not only before the war, but during the war, and because of the role that digital has played in defending Ukraine during this tragic set of circumstances, there is significant global interest in participating in this story. And there are a lot of visionaries, and there are a lot of governments who want to have a seat at the table, so to speak, and who want to contribute meaningfully to this. But then comes the question of where do they start, right? How can they make an assessment for their stakeholders as to the amount of investment, where they should target their investment, how they should participate. And as I indicated in my opening remarks, at some point there's going to need to be a very transparent legal and regulatory structure for public-private partnerships to make this all work. Because Ukraine's government, including local government in Kharkiv, will need to be a partner with many companies, as well as donors, as well as governments. And so this raises the question of trust. And I'm going to start the breakdown a little bit, but then I want each of you to tell us how you think about it. But trust is a big word, as we've already seen. And one way of thinking about it from a business perspective is risk management, right? How do you do your cost benefit? How do you, and I'm emphasizing this because much of there's one conference after another out there in the world about Ukraine where the headline is corruption, where the topic is corruption. And that's unfortunate because that is not the place to start the conversation. The place to start the conversation is around how anti-corruption in Ukraine is an asset, because there has been tremendous progress in that respect, and each of you has been part of that in some way. And so let's turn the conversation away from this big word, corruption, that everybody kind of uses as an almost an excuse, to the question of how to do really good risk management as a company or as a business association, as a cluster. So Valery, I'll turn to you first and ask you if you can sort of break that down for us a little bit.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, trust is extremely important. During the last 2 years, we are as a software, as an IT service company, we made a lot of visits to our clients, showing that we can work even under bombing from the bomb shelters. We haven't lost any single client, and we have our business continuity plans in place. As we are working with the world corporations, they all require from us understanding how we manage the risks. And our Ministry of Digital Transformation helped us from the first days of the war, as you all know. So Mikhail Fedorov made a tweet to Elon Musk, and they have agreed upon delivery of Starlinks to Ukraine just during a couple of seconds. And that was obviously the huge help for our military forces on the front line, but also for businesses to continue being resilient. And I can tell you that even if every office in Ukraine is equipped with the generators, with the Starlinks, with bomb shelters, we actually haven't used that much our Starlinks and all of this equipment because the government was extremely efficient in terms of restoration of all of the power plants and all of these problems that we have faced with. And I think important to constantly speak about how the Ukrainian company works, what kind of products they deliver to the market. When you say invest in a Ukrainian company, it doesn't mean that the company is like closed in Ukraine. All of the Ukrainian companies are global, most of them actually. And product companies, they deliver their products for the whole world. So they could have of course they have a company in Ukraine, they have engineers in Ukraine, but they also have engineers outside of Ukraine. They have the companies outside of Ukraine. And that's actually the mechanism how you could see into the risk management. But coming back to the business continuity plans, I think it's also important to speak about that biggest Ukrainian companies, they all certified according to the world standards like ISO and many others. And that actually shows that we are compliant with the international ways of managing the risks. But when it comes to trust, I think the important pillar here is to meet each other. And this is what we have done during 2022. And especially for IT companies, it's so important to visit customers. Because if you can visit the customer and speak with him, then you could speak about much more things than just on the Zoom. On the Zoom, you're concentrated on the topic. But when you have coffee discussions, beer discussions, which are also very important, then you would speak about, and you can discover much more opportunities. Sometimes when my people are telling me like, okay, I haven't planned the visit to my client because I don't know what is the subject of the visit. But you wouldn't know the subject. I mean that you have to come, and then during the small talks, you will find the subject, you will find the opportunity. So I think that all of these pillars are important, delivering the message that we are compliant with international standards. Ukrainians invest into Ukrainian IT service companies, into Ukrainian products. We can meet customers, we speak together on the conferences, and we have most of the modern technologies in place.
Thank you, Valery. Olga, same question to you. How do you, as a cluster, which implies that you have a larger ecosystem and have to work with many stakeholders, define and focus on building trust? Sorry. Olga, same question to you, which is to say, how do you as an IT cluster focus on building trust among all the different stakeholders that you have in your cluster?
The word trust, it's like very complex word. And if we speak with like different stakeholders, it means different things. So like yesterday, before the full invasion, when we speak with investors about like trusted destination, first thing which we are thinking about were, for example, like stability and stable delivery, or infrastructure, like how infrastructure is ready for boost of industry, or like do you have more and more companies, just not two only big companies, or you have like ecosystem from small and medium enterprises. Now, all those things are important, but the most important things are adaptability, motivation, because when you want to create innovation, you need something outstanding. So you can create outstanding in the routine. You need some push, some boost, some empowering. So this situation, from the one point of view, it's a biggest challenge of our life. But now we like invest our lives in their new world. Because now when we speak with clients, when we speak with investors, we speak not only about like transactions, about orders for Ukraine. Because yesterday, one of the keynote speakers said that every single startup in Israel has inside code which is written by Ukrainian developers. See? So everybody knows this. So we deliver no matter what. We can do it even during blackouts. So this powerful motivation, it's so when you order like Ukrainian technology product, or when you order solution from Ukraine, you are not just ordering some maybe digitalization of your business, or your not only creative competitive advantage for a startup, but also you invest in democracy in this world, because it's really a rule-changing thing. Because when we invest, for example, to Pakistan, can we order IT solutions from Pakistan or from India, the biggest powerful hub? But it's about investment in democracy world, or it's just like about transactions. But transactions, it's not all. And more, 10 billions more, 100 billions more, and then we need to pay for the wars. So I think that is the most important thing, that now Ukraine, it's like country of so kind magic, so very highly motivated people who are like, somebody of them are inside of Ukraine, somebody is outside of Ukraine, but still we feeling us as a community. So I think that this reputation, this level of practical challenges is the fundamentals of our trust. So we feel as a cluster like this.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you very much. So, Kate, as you indicated in your remarks, as a business, you need to do comparative analysis. You need to understand where to take your company in terms of, based on analytics that go to this country versus that country. Why is Ukraine on the top of your list?
That's a good question. And again, I start with the same stuff. So that was the question of our customer, why we need to make cooperation with Ukrainians, why we need to deal with such pretty, from business perspective, not so safe location. There are numerous at the moment that might be also partners. And again, we need keep in mind that we are talking about business where emotions and just feelings, it's not the topic at the table. So from what we did as a business, what we did as a vendor while meeting with our customers. So I have already give you an example that we counted the average selling rate. However, if we're talking about trust, because now we're talking about this matter, if we're talking about trust, again, no words can prove the stability of business with Ukrainians. So what we did, we created a portfolio of real case studies, of real projects that were launched by our Ukrainian team for global customers, for global countries, showing that it's not about just words. It's about real launched projects that are very, very effective. That and like this, customers could imagine they could play the same scenario for their businesses, for their purposes, and just discussing on real matters, not about emotions once again, but on real matters, on real numbers. The business starts to be more confident. Because once again, if we are talking about investment, if we are talking about some projects, businesses think about the final result. Everything that is in the middle, they are not interested about. They want to be sure that the result that they want to get, they will get. So just to finalize, concrete numbers and a real portfolio of projects is very, very convincing.
Thank you very much, Kate. Oksana, thank you. Thank you very much, Kate. Oksana, in your role as a leader of one of the leading business associations in Ukraine, I know that you've launched a new initiative focused on global economic diplomacy to make the case for Ukraine as an IT destination, among others. So tell us a little bit more about that initiative and what you're doing with that initiative to kind of reach global stakeholders on this trust issue.
Yeah, for sure. And also, I will put on the stage your question in terms of reforms and corruption, because from the outside, it may seem that nothing happened or almost nothing happening in the country in terms of reforms. But when we speak about fundamental things like rule of law, like fight against corruption, these are very heavy things, very heavy reforms to see results and to present results, to understand them. However, it's very easy to speak about existing of corruption in the country. But I must say that Ukraine did do and will do quite a lot in terms of having fundamental reforms. For example, in terms of digitalization, Ministry of Digital Transformation and all the other ministries launched a huge amount of systems of taxation, customs, specifically to fight against this corruption thing. Also, when we talked with the Ministry of Defense, newly appointed one, he also put on the stage the focus of fighting against corruption in defense sector and really want to welcome and to take care of each and every defense company that is ready also to work in military tech, in the mining, and so every stakeholder in Ukraine takes care of this formation of reputation, because government, regional authorities, business associations, IT clusters, businesses, everyone understands the importance of reputation and the possible consequences in terms of losing that. In case we lose, what we will face with. If we speak about us as an EBA and global business for Ukraine, Since the war started, we try to understand if business stay in the country, if continue to work, and in which way, which challenges and as well as opportunities face, and therefore we launched a few researches to understand in what dimension companies continue to work. What are the main insights? We understood that businesses stay in the country. Businesses continue to work, continue to invest, continue to stay committed to the country, continue to pay salaries to their people, sometimes even with additional bonuses and with additional awards, because understand the importance of people. And in this regard, I think that it means a lot because, let's be honest, companies are quite pragmatic in what they are doing. And if companies understand that it's not possible to do business in the country, sooner or later they will leave the country and will look for other destinations because there are quite a lot, as we've seen yesterday and today, in all over the world. But businesses stay and businesses continue to invest. And in this regard, they just give commitment to the country. Yes, there are a lot of challenges in terms of hardness to plan mid and long term. In terms of people, because Ukraine has issues because of migration, because of mobilization, because of hardness to leave the country for short business trips. But companies, I must say that companies learn how to cope with that. They developed and develop Plan B, Plan C, different contingency plans, and managed to work even in very challenging and very hard circumstances. Even last winter, when Ukraine faced huge blackouts, IT businesses follow their commitments, follow their obligations, and give value, give services to their clients. And before the war, Ukraine declared readiness and willingness and desire to be the best IT hub of the world, and I'm sure that we will manage to reach that destination. Yes, war put aside this plan, and maybe our speed is not so fast as it has to be, as it could be, but we will for sure reach this goal because Ukrainians show this resilience, show focus on the result, and we will do it.
Well, thank you very much, Oksana, and thank you, each of you. Larry, Olga, Kate, Oksana, this is what I've learned from listening to you this morning about this issue. The first element that I've sort of gleaned from this discussion is that trusting Ukraine as an IT destination also entails thinking of Ukraine as a global player and participant in global markets. And so it's actually a larger question, which is if you're a company or a donor that is thinking about Ukraine as an IT destination, then you really should look at Ukraine on a global map, right? Ukraine is not only present in global markets, but it is leading global markets. And so let's not think of this solely as a question of trusting Ukraine. Let's think of this as how to grow knowledge economies, how to grow IT subsectors in those knowledge economies through better global networks where everybody's adding value and everybody's bringing their best game in terms of they can be trusted too, right? The second element that I've gleaned from this discussion this morning is how fundamentally reliable Ukraine is and has been, right? Reliability is one of the key components of trust in any business, right? And so think of how Ukrainian companies individually, Ukrainian companies as industries have been insisting on staying operational, insisting on somehow feeding their customers, getting their customers whatever products and services they may need, and in many cases trying to grow under these circumstances. So reliability is another reason that Ukraine should be a trusted IT destination. And then the third element I heard this morning was that in some ways this is about changing the rules of the game. Ukraine is changing the rules of the game for Ukraine because IT and digital transformation represent new ways of doing business both between the government and its citizens, but also in each sector of the economy, right? Digital will drive innovation in agribusiness, in pharmaceuticals, in transportation, and the creating of smart cities. And so the rules of the game will change if we are able to work with Ukrainian IT leaders as a community. And why is that important to the question of trust? Because the rules of the game, again, are changing globally, right? So companies, donors, foreign governments need to look to themselves a little bit to see how they can contribute to and participate in what is a paradigmatic change that Ukraine is leading. And then finally, because we're not able to have government representatives on the panel this morning, boy, do these people work hard, I have to say. They are working hard, and they're working across the globe to maintain this trust-building effort. And so because they're not here with us this morning, why don't we take a moment, each of you, I'd like to have you take a moment and talk about how you work with the government of Ukraine. What is your interaction with them? What are the mechanics of that? And how that can help with this overall question of trust. So let me start with you again, Valery.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's very important, and as I mentioned, since the beginning of the war, we were in constant connection with our government, with the Ministry of Digital Transformation, and we even made a lot of people who wanted to help from the first days of the war. And some of these people are billionaires from other countries, and as we have connections with them, they were asking please give us in touch with Mikhail Fedorov. And we were doing this connection during minutes, creating the group in the messenger, and they are connected and continue working. And that, I think, because we have made a good base for this cooperation with the government over the years. And just recently I was giving the interview to one of the government associations in Sweden, because they are currently making the investigation how they could, not investigation, but they're currently learning from us, from Ukrainians, how they could make better public-private partnership in Sweden, and what is our experience in Ukraine. They were really impressed how we are doing that, and obviously all of the countries are currently thinking more about defense, assuming the situation in the world, and they are learning from Ukraine. So, and again, speaking a little bit more about the cooperation with the government, I think for Ukraine it's important that IT service companies would be more involved into rebuilding of Ukraine and into the automating the processes in the old government bodies. It's not enough now. And because Ukrainian IT companies are built after the Soviet era, and we don't have this legacy. We don't have this corruption legacy. I mean, that we're working with the international brands for more than 20 years. We know the Western culture very well. And I think if Ukrainian companies would be more involved in automation of the processes, in the digitalization of the state companies in Ukraine, that would bring much more transparency and trust also from our international allies. And so I think that question is very important to put on table.
Indeed, indeed it is. Olga.
With the cluster, we are acting a lot with our government and with the city councils, with the regional councils, and cases like of regulations, of smart city project development, but also we are acting a lot with the ministries, with the Ministry of Digital Transformation. We was one of the very active participants of project DS City launching, so when it's happened. But now I think that the speed of this cooperation should be fast, but it should be fundamental. Because when we speak about like mobilization, when we speak about everything, when we speak about victory, I think that we should think about sustainability of economy, sustainability of whole ecosystem, not only about like, because only if we speak about that government should think only about war or only about economy or only about anything, we should think about complex. And I think that it's the most challengeable thing now to switch from this emergency how we used to work in emergency way last almost 2 years. Now we must switch to their sustainable way. So how to become more sustainable country in terms of economy, to like keep economy, to help our army to get this victory, which is very adorable for everybody. But still, I think that the biggest challenge also is to help our government to do this, because like it's also very, very hard to do this. And I think that you speak today about corruption. As my personal opinion, Ukrainian corruption, as we compare with other countries, is very underestimated. Like it's not so big issue that we should stop to help Ukraine or doing something. Of course, it's not so fast way, but thanks to digitalization, thanks to transparency, which is given by digitalization, I think that is a pillar also, not only for Ukraine, but for other countries. So I think that government, it's not like our manager, but it's our strong partner. And we should think how to help each other and build this partnership, because I think that it's no conflict of interests. Is the key goal, prosperity, Ukraine. So we think this way. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to Kate.
So it's really great to hear how how clusters and colleagues cooperate. However, from our perspective, business, as we are private business, we are dealing less. I would say we are almost not dealing with the government. So at the beginning of the war, when we realized that we need to react or maybe to act in our Ukrainian offices, we just relied on ourselves, because we supported the employees by ourselves. And here, if you're talking about the cooperation with government, here we have less experience, and maybe it also might be the matter for further discussions, how private businesses could get this support from the governmental side.
Very good. Oksana?
So we, as the business association, actually work with all the ministries and governmental structures, also in regions, because except Kyiv, we also have offices in Lviv, in Odessa, in Kharkiv, and in Dnipro. And I must say that business is being heard. It is possible to have dialogue. It is possible to find truth in the country. Of course, it's hard to have enough coordination for the country that is in war. But it is also possible to have dialogue. And we can somehow compare this volume and level of dialogue in and between the government of Ukraine and between governments of some other countries countries. And it's true that some of the global stakeholders and global players need to learn a lot from Ukraine as a country in terms of speed, because, for example, when Ukraine or businesses in Ukraine tell something, Ukrainian government or some other stakeholders that business refer to hear. Maybe not all the decisions are made immediately or directly, because some of them are pretty sensitive and pretty hard to resolve and tell it's black or it's white, for example, as in terms of mobilization. But for sure, the government of Ukraine did and continue doing a great job. Ukrainian government managed to sustain and to stay afloat the economy, macroeconomic stability. So every service, every part of the Ukrainian government continued to work, continued to operate, and this is actually a great success, I think.
Thank you very much, Oksana. And let me now turn to sort of another summary of what I've just learned from listening to you. The first element is that you've each emphasized that government is accessible, right? That's, in itself, that's pretty important, because there have been many times in the history of this market, not too recent history of this market, when government was not accessible, period, right? And so government accessibility, speed of action, also critical to being able to get business done and get answers to questions. And even if you don't like the answers to those questions, you get the answers, right? And so these are really critical. And then the third element we heard from is a business perspective, and what Kate said was self-reliance, right? Companies, while government is important, in fact, the private sector is private, and so it should be able to function in this environment to the extent possible without turning to government and relying on its own resources, right? That's important. We shouldn't rush to the government every time we have an issue, right? And that includes new foreign direct investors. They should in some ways, find their own path, right? So, and then finally, and this I think is the key point about, it's a key theme in this conference and will be discussed in later panels today. Digital for freedom is in itself part of the solution to the trust issue. Digital for freedom is a vision about how to change the entire spectrum of delivery of government services by automating them, by simplifying them, by making them accessible to everybody in Ukraine, including older citizens who don't necessarily have a smartphone, right? And so, it's about, Digital for Freedom is about creating a new educational ecosystem. We'll hear more about that later today. Digital for Freedom is about creating ways in which all the things that your companies are doing and your association members are doing and cluster members are doing into ways of driving each sector of Ukraine's economy. And so these are ways in which we should be thinking about this issue. And then finally, Olga, you made a very important point about this is all wonderful, what we've heard. The ingredients here for trust are here. And the question now becomes how to make it sustainable, right? How has this become sustainable? And for that, we must use this conference, this forum, other similar fora to ask the question of global stakeholders, what can you do to change the way you do business, to change your model if you're a donor, to change your perceptions if you're a company, to change your risk management matrix in order to become part of this change. While trust can be broken down into its component parts, as you've done very beautifully today, so thank you, it's also important to recognize that there is some faith that's required. There's some leap of faith that is required. But the leap of faith starts with companies and organizations and donors themselves, wherever they may be, and as they look at Ukraine as part of the future. So I will be closing up here, but before I do...
Just 1 minute, because
Yeah.
two of the speakers have to run for the train.
Oh, of course, yes. Oksana and Olga, thank you very much. Run. Okay, yeah. Yeah, of course.
Sorry, apologies.
Yeah.
Keep
Thank
going.
you for the
Thank you.
reminder. We don't want them to be late. Safe travels. I just want to close out by saying, and again, this is on behalf of the government, I wear another hat, which is that I've recently been appointed by the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine to help the government and choose the new director of the National Agency for Corruption Prevention. And the reason I mention that is because in the competition, I'll ask Ina if she could put up this slide so you could take a picture of it. The reason I mention it is because as this national agency looks for a new director, what I am struck by is that it would be an ideal combination to have that leader come from the business sector, to come from the IT sector. Digital is so much part of the solution to the question of trust, right? And there's so many ways that digital can be incorporated into all of the 5 institutions that Ukraine has created following the Revolution of Dignity to counter corruption. That wouldn't it be great if the person who applied to and won this award had a skill set which included familiarity with the digital sector and the ability to work with digital tools systemically, right, to prevent corruption. So I'm putting this up as a way of reminding everybody that this is out there. The deadline is next Friday. I would appeal to you to reach into your networks and do your best to see if you can find some young or experienced or digitally savvy candidates who are willing to put their name up and put themselves through the steps of competing for this very, very important job for the government of Ukraine. So thank you again. Deputy Minister Bornyakov, good morning. Good to see you. We've done our best this morning to work through these issues, and we're very privileged to be here with you. Thank you for your service and your global leadership, and good luck today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As for right now, we will have 10 minutes short coffee break. Feel free to grab some coffee and come back over here for the next panel. Thank you.
Well, Several. And you're based where? Yep. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah. Which is based here in Warsaw. Okay. Good for you. Yeah. Really? Wow. Taking a little bit of a break, good for you. Yeah. No, you have to do that. You have to recharge. It's very important. Yeah. Right. Well, yeah, I mean, we all have to play our different roles. Mine's very, very small. I'm trying to do it. Appeal to Western audiences to stay in the game, but also think. And this was very useful this morning because I got some new data points to work with in those venues. Corruption has become, this has become Exactly. Exactly. It's belief. It is belief. Yeah. No, that's right. Right. It is. Right. Right. No, it is, and you have to, and there is no corruption, but if we're going to address that in its early stages, we have to focus on that. Wait a minute, I just saw it come up over here. So that's what I do in a lot of my work. With the U.S. government. Hey, this has to stop. Without it becoming a scandal, becoming headline, it just has to stop. And that means dealing with bad actors. You have to deal with it. You can't try to sanction the problem. You have to go in and say, you have to knock on their doors. And that's what I've been doing most of my career. I've been working directly with people. And so that's another set of challenges. But building off of this platform makes it easy because it's all about entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs are going to solve these problems. It's not to be solved. We need to replace the old world with entrepreneurs. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Right. this work in Ukraine, but I also do it in other countries. So I do high-risk countries here, and so, but my niche is sort of to help governments design their countries. And then, because every country is different, right? In terms of the combination of institutions, laws, rules, practices, the need to prevent corruption prevention is the issue, right? How do you narrow the space in which it occurs to prevent it from happening in the first place? Right? So that's what I do, and I teach in Columbia. I teach the subject of Columbia. I have a course. It's called Systemic Corruption in the Post-Eurasian Nations. This past 2 years, Russia's systemic corruption, so-called sort of keeping the focus where it belongs. Yeah, this is an economic war. This is a war over forms of governance. It's a lawfare. It's lawfare turned into a hot war. I think it's very important to keep that focus because that problem is still out there. And unless we as a world truly Russia's systemic corruption, we're going to miss this opportunity and I realize that problematic. They are killing people. They're committing war crimes every day. But we need to keep focused on this. We do need to that problem. It's part of creating peace. Right? We're not going to have peace. It's not regime change. It's not regime change. It's system change generated in Russia. As hard as it sounds. Absolutely, they are. Yeah, very good point. Yeah. So you're busy. Good luck. I'll see you later. Absolutely. Okay, thank you so much, by the way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and please proceed to your seats. We're about to start. Get a little bit more of energy and positive thoughts. Yeah. Inna, I need a little bit more help, so several more minutes? Okay, I guess 3 more minutes, but please proceed and take your seats. Let's start. Okay, thank you very much one more time. I would like to kindly ask you to take a seat, if you are able to. Wonderful. So, slowly but surely, we are moving towards one of our main panels, which is named Digital for Freedom. And I'm excited to invite to this stage Mr. Alex Bortnikov, the Deputy Minister at the Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine. Please welcome. Mr. Marcin Gajinski, the General Manager for Poland, Baltics and Ukraine of IBM. Please welcome. Mr. Yuri Antoniuk, the Vice President of EPAM Systems. And the moderator for this panel will be the President of StategEast, Mr. Anatoly Motkin.
Good morning. I apologize for my voice. That's what happens when you fly a lot. I thank you for coming. And this panel today is our way to keep the discussion that we started in Lugano 1.5 years ago during the Ukraine Recovery Conference, when Minister Fedorov initiated to get together with the leading international IT companies to discuss what has to be done to support Ukraine. And as I mentioned yesterday, the IT industry for Ukraine, it's not only another economic sector that generates revenues despite the war. And as I said, 47% of Ukrainian services exports come from IT. But it's also a second pillar, along with the military one, that makes Ukraine resilient to Russian aggression. And here today we have Deputy Minister Bortnikov, who represents the government. We have Martin from IBM, who represents the hardware component of the IT industry, and Yuri Antoniuk, Vice President of EPAM, and EPAM, one of the leading engineering companies, who provides both jobs and resilience to Ukrainian IT industry and to Ukraine. And I'll ask Alex first. When we started those discussions 1.5 years ago, we know that you have already delivered tangible results, hundreds of millions in credits from big companies who provided services for free for Ukraine. But looking today back on this 1.5 years, what changed since then in relations of Ukraine with leading international IT companies in a way of, besides those credits, what changed in the ecosystem, IT ecosystem of Ukraine since?
As far as I know and what I'm aware of, that we continue to work with everyone, and I think with most of the companies it's even growing. I don't remember anyone backed up on anything, so including IBM too. So. And I think that's a good sign. What changed in ecosystem in general? I think that we lost this tremendous rate of growth that we have, that we had before the war. But in the same time, I see that some companies going up, and they hire. They continue to hiring. We still have deals. And recently, like just yesterday, the Go IT deal was announced for $15 million. We had some new funds stepped up. In service industry, I think I think I mentioned this before, but it kind of like the situation is different from company to company, from industry to industry, because I think that those companies that recognized some trends like artificial intelligence and other things, they are growing. Probably the companies that were stuck with, I don't know, maybe I just don't want to offend anybody, but with some, I don't know, coding or mobile apps or something, they probably going to lose their clients. Basically what we see that maybe it's not even war affecting so much, but the whole like recession thing and the whole situation in the world with within those new challenges and related to technology shift and technology focus shift. So we're talking about a lot. We're talking a lot about how war impacted, but sometimes I think we're missing that part that world is also adapting to a lot of technological challenges. So it's kind of makes it hard to answer your question, because you have to keep in mind a lot of parameters to understand what exactly we could do to help them. But being a part of the government, I think what is important to do is just being in instant connection with everybody, so we can react fast. So maybe to summarize, I think that Ukrainian IT is going to face a lot of challenges adapting to this new technology shift, along with the war challenges related to the war.
Thank you, Alex. And the second question I'll address to you, Martin. We know a lot about Microsoft, Google, and other technological companies which are more visible than IBM. And I would appreciate if you could describe, for some reasons. But I would appreciate if you could describe more about the IBM activities in Ukraine before the war and during the war, and also what was your contribution, we know, at the very beginning of the war to support the cybersecurity component in Ukraine.
Yes, thank you very much for having me. Thank you very much for the invitation. I was pretty skeptical regarding these type of forums. Yeah, so with full respect to this meeting, I do believe that Ukraine is expecting pragmatic, practical operations more than just theoretical discussions. So I'm not avoiding, sharing opinions, but let's say the concept of my company, my idea, and actually the approach we've been trying to use in front of Ukraine, for Ukraine, since the very beginning was very, very much practical. The company in Poland is huge, IBM, and naturally this is not only hardware company, so half of our business is actually related to software, including cyber security. And since the very beginning of war, the first reaction was the reaction of my team. This is, let's say, multi-thousand employees teams in Poland, Baltics, and Ukraine. And actually, we've been, in a positive way, forced to accelerate our activities. So that was really amazing, and I keep repeating that that was astonishing how the team reacted immediately. Of course, we are continuing our business in Ukraine, so we have a location, IBM Ukraine as such, with a number of employees still there. We have a huge representation of, let's say, Ukrainian development team in Poland. Due to various reasons, we are trying to help Ukraine business also from Poland. And going to this practical approach, I cannot be very specific regarding what we've managed together with Ministry of Digital Transformation achieved, but as at least some of these projects are super confidential. But yes, we have provided a lot, and that was a result of collaboration between Digital Transformation of Ukraine, Polish Ministry of Digitalization, and IBM as a, let's say, humble participant and vendor in this team. Right now, I think we've been trying to focus also on very practical approaches, and because of the title of this panel is actually related to business drivers, so I let's say get prepped with some ideas which actually we've been trying to implement just to move Ukraine further. And I very, very much appreciate what I've heard from Minister Dubinsky, that actually probably the only positive element of the war, if we may say about this idiotic brutality, is that the recovery of the country is actually the trampoline, is the way the country should be developed toward digital Ukraine of the future. We call it Ukraine 2.0. And I like this approach. And I think there is a number of activities we've been focusing on together with Ministry of Digital Transformation, with Ministry of Treasury, with Ministry of Education, and I could repeat them. I don't want to go into details of them. Some of them are more confidential. Anyhow, one of the observations from my perspective is that we as a country, I mean Poland, and Baltic countries as well, Estonia, Lithuania, Latvia, are learning a lot. Yeah? So this is not only about, let's say, changing the way digital is embedded into the development of Ukraine, but this is the way how neighborhood countries like Poland are using these experiences to change the way we are operating. And that's my lovely topic, so probably I will be super boring regarding this one, but there is really plenty of examples we may formulate and provide. We started with cyber, and yes, I believe cybersecurity is first one of the battlefields. Yeah? So as Mr. Minister mentioned, you not only learned a lot during the war regarding how to defend yourself in the on this cyber area, but in my opinion, Ukraine team, Ukraine people, civilians and military services represents right now unique competences related practical utilization, usage of the tools, usage of applications. And in my opinion, I do believe that it should be established as the driver of the future. I really would love to see 47% of our gross domestic product generated by IT, which is not in Poland. But this is really something you should be very, very proud of. And I believe that in the upcoming nearest future, practice related to cyber might be the domain of Ukraine. And I do believe that competence centers, managed business offering centers, X-Force digital centers, outsourcing cyber security related services towards other governments, other institutions, other commercial companies operating globally is the traction. And that's why just before the panel started, we had a very interesting conversation with Andriy. I'm looking for Andriy, probably somewhere here, and because there is also this educational aspect of this, and what you are doing now with integrating all the operations related to development, talent education, veterans educations, which in a moment will need special paths to be converted to the new reality, yeah, with the new professional, let's say, backbone, is something you are addressing now, and IBM is going to get into this project, and we are proud that we might be there. As I mentioned, that will be last sentence. I know that I speak too much, but I think that we would like to be as practical as possible, because it's pretty convenient to be in a position of advisory to the country which is joining war. You know? So it's pretty nice to sit in a comfy chair and give you super theoretical advices. And I would like to avoid this scenario. And my company here in Poland and globally is going to do everything possible just not to be this comfy advisor, which at the end is in a safety country and is giving you advices which actually may mean nothing. We would like to be pragmatic. We would like to be part of your actual changes.
Thank you. And Yuri, to you. We started again this discussion 1.5 years ago, and your company works on different projects for many years in Ukraine. You work, on one hand, you work with local talent to develop products for international customers, but you also started working with the government, and you were part of developing the DIA project in Ukraine. So if you may just tell us from your perspective, how does the IT ecosystem or the infrastructure looks now, and what are the prospects from your perspective?
Thank you, Anatoly, and hi guys. It's a big pleasure to be here in Poland. A little bit different weather than it was in Lugano 2 years ago, but still very good audience. Thank you for joining us, and thank you, Alex and Marcin, in this panel. And from my point of view, I would like to a little bit elaborate on the first topic. So what changed? Because Alex definitely said that probably nothing changed. You kind of like not that fast as you were. But when we count that we are still growing, at least we were growing in 2022, when all Ukraine, I mean IT industry, well, all Ukrainian economy dropped 25, probably even 30%. So this is a huge and tremendous success of and resilient IT industry. This is definitely, we pass through very strong phases in our life. We evacuated people, thousands and thousands of people from east to west. When we built it, very new approach how to deliver our product when people under shelling, when infrastructure probably is a break-even sometimes, and when we have all this kind of like troubles. So I believe in this experience, I cannot imagine that some other countries around came through, and I believe this is a huge success of the industry, that we not stop, that we support the economy, we support our people, we continue education with young students, we helping a lot of, from volunteering to government to military forces to the CU. This is kind of like all undercover or kind of numbers which more or less good. This is first what I would like to send big sense in the audience and companies who join us, and definitely government and our partners. Without this, without help, it won't be possible. And now question. So what next? What we are looking, guys? Because war is not stopping; it's continuing. How industry should address all these new challenges? And definitely we have very positive signs. I really would like to thank Alex for DIA City, which is a tremendous success on a global arena. EPAM is an international big company. We can compare across the continents And we see that DSCT is one of the best examples across the globe. It's reality. It's kind of like, I checked in Asia, in Europe, in Latin America, there is nothing better than this. So this is a huge and tremendous, and we have, I even not mentioned that it's kind of like helping, especially in the military time. But all in all, I see big changes. But still, question is coming. So what you guys going to do? How you would elaborate on all these new challenges? Should we look more in a military tech, for example? Should we look more doing kind of like startups, which Marvin yesterday said you have to count 10 years to go kind of like to get some results? Or should we look on a local market with the help of global vendors like IBM, Amazon, Google, and kind of like transform our economy? Because question is coming that all the story with Lugano started with a recovery of Ukraine, with rebuilding of Ukraine. A question is what we are going to rebuild? Kind of like we are going to rebuild all factories, old approach to work, or we are looking for some new challenges. We're looking on AI, which is coming. We're looking on some digital sides, which still needed for Ukrainian economy. We looking, are we looking in an internal market? We mostly, and you guys in the audience and myself, IPAM, we mostly working on external markets. But what about internal Ukrainian market? Do we have kind of like ideas how to develop this better than it is? So I think it's a huge questions. It's very important questions which rise between government, between IT industries, education, and I think that together on this event and do some networking and after follow-ups, we have to think how to move forward. Definitely, I personally would like to keep status quo. That IT service it's a huge multi-billion industry which is driving, and IPAM is the biggest company in Ukraine. I really happy with this, and IPAM Ukraine is the biggest IT company in the IPAM family. IPAM Poland is huge as well. It's more than 5,000 people. So I really glad to be here and see many faces from my company here as well. But it's not only that. It's not only about service. It's about bigger and wider cooperation between internal market, between venture capitals, between startups. This is what Alex personally is doing, and cooperation with the international big companies and like IBM and other big vendors to bring top-notch high-tech technologies and approaches to work to Ukraine and rebuild together. So this is how I see this perspective, and definitely we can elaborate more, but time is running, so probably... Okay, thank you. But I really very excited that industry confirmed that we can do even in such very, very difficult conditions. And when yesterday case speaker from Israel was talking how they are great, I was thinking, I think that Ukraine is great, not less, not less. This is my personal opinion, and thank you for doing all this for last years.
Thank you. Thank you, Yuri and Alex, back to you. Technological cooperation, it's a two-way road. It's not one-way road. And we know that during the last year, Ukraine started providing digital services for former digital champions in the region. You started working with Estonia on DIA integration there. You started working with Lithuania, with many other countries. How this international cooperation of Ukraine assists to Ukrainian IT industry?
Well, it's also for some of the African countries, and I think yesterday or 2 days ago in Canada, we secured a pilot to also for one of the provinces to start implementing DIA for their part of their government services. And I think we're still figuring this out. what exactly and what kind of product we can offer. Well, of course, we have our vision and our like a sort of like a package that we push to them, but due to complexities of like differences in the legislation of those countries and our country, it's not just, you cannot sell them as you sell, I don't know, Windows software, like pay as you go, whatever. It's very custom. You should understand it. But maybe just a few words to what Yuri said. I also think that I was listening yesterday to the guy from Israel. Unfortunately, I don't remember his name. But I never saw this from the perspective of ours. That yesterday he mentioned that when they faced with this terrorism act and their IT delivery companies also were faced with a similar issue, they actually have taken our example of how we did this, and when they issued the statements that their IT delivers no matter what, we actually like it very much, and so we actually did it, but never said that this way to public. We're going to fix this too. So I think that DIA and how we went through this difficult time or difficult challenge is actually what we can contribute to the world. I think this from this perspective. We, as Ukraine, as a country, we now ask a lot. We ask arms, we ask help to, I don't know, to social needs and many other things. And, but we also can contribute. And the DIA and what we have accomplished in terms of public governance, I think that's one of the biggest contributions that we can do in the world for the world, because I think Ukraine, from my perspective, maybe my humble opinion, and it's not so humble, but anyway, that we kind of redesign an approach for government citizen relationship in the 21st century. So we have this, I don't know, a way we interact with the government for maybe 200 years. And everyone like get used to it. So government is a black box, and in order to interact with it, you should have this, I don't know, your presence with a lot of papers. They kind of they do complex procedures, so you have to obey and follow. And we offer it completely another way. Government could be transparent. Government could be invisible. Government could not ask stupid questions. And many other things that I think the younger generation would appreciate, and they were waiting for it. And I think that's the biggest contribution. I don't know how it's going to go with DIA. How many countries will adopt? How many countries will take, just an example, but what I know for sure, that so many governments are looking now on what we are doing and saying, I think we are behind and we need to catch up. And I think this is one of the biggest contributions. And it was like the same with the Silicon Valley and Ukraine. We saw like how Silicon Valley advanced in terms of venture investment, startup ecosystem, and we were like, we are behind. We need to catch up. And I remember the time I was looking to Japan, how they were technologically advanced mostly on the hardware of things, and because they were producing a lot of nice hardware, especially when Soviet Union collapsed. Like everything was from Japan was this mark of excellence and quality, excellent quality. So, and it was like, yeah, we're totally behind. We need to catch up. So I think that now Ukraine is giving the same message with the two things that I agree with about cybersecurity, because this experience and this, I don't know how to say, implementation of your software and your hardware gives ability to improve it dramatically because of this experience that we have. And also this public governance that we bring, and it could be a standard of how basically any government in the world should build a relationship between them and their citizens. I think that's really important.
It reminds me the vision document of Sony Corporation, very early one. It was not like we are going to become company that, I don't know, $1 billion worth. It said, we will become the company that, thanks to us, made in Japan, will be the symbol of quality in the world. So that's actually what you were talking about. Yeah. And the IT industry is part of what we call knowledge-driven economy. And knowledge-driven economy, it's about knowledge. It's not only about the technology. And I would ask you, Martin, maybe not only from IBM perspective, but all the big tech companies' perspective, what should be the role of the big players on developing the knowledge component in Ukraine in terms of knowledge transfer and also in terms of integrating them into the trusted IT ecosystem?
Well, this is very good and tough question. Because the easiest answer is we follow, meaning, and actually from IBM perspective, I think that we are the best once there is a precise definition of the strategy, meaning, and the strategy which is decomposed to tasks. You know? So, and once the tasks are precisely defined, even without the answer, then my company, both technology and consulting part, feels the best. You know, meaning we know how to address. We can immediately, let's say, jump with some suggested proposals and solutions. So strategy is the key. Regarding this, I would say, this talent layer, meaning people layer. I think this is something we have already started a lot of activities using IBM Skills Build program, for example, for veterans. But Ukraine sample is giving also another dimension or another flavor to deployment of all these theoretical programs and all these plans we are ready to deploy, because you need practicality, you need this pragmatism. This is happening here and now. Yeah? So I do believe that from our perspective, our educational scenarios, educational programs, programs for universities, programs for innovation hubs, etc., are, let's say, challenged with a sandbox, which we have in Ukraine, which is super pragmatic, which is with this dramatic dimension embedded, and that's why I do believe that the major point I would like to emphasize is, once you have the precise definition of what you are going to achieve, then collaboration with IT industry is faster, is more agile, is more practical, and brings results. It, of course, does not necessarily mean that defining the strategy for, I don't know, government services organization or structure, it does not mean that you have to have the answer to the question how, from the technology perspective, address this topic, address this objective. What we would need to achieve in the strategy definition is, what is the plan, and what is the customer satisfaction, what is the civilian satisfaction at the end, what you would like to achieve, and what are the pain points and gaps. And once we know it, then we as a technology partner may provide you with a set of answers. Set of products, consultancy, services, which should be considered to address this pain point, to address this gap. I very much like this DIA solution, which I'm fan of, and actually I hope that from my Polish perspective, we will also find some conclusions regarding how we may use your practice here, and hopefully there will be time we'll come to this discussion. But talking to the strategy I was referring to is, if you see the plans what you would like to do regarding based on DIA platform. What are the new services? What are the new functionalities? What are the new areas you would like to achieve? For example, utilizing artificial intelligence, but not necessarily generative AI, because there is plenty of places where generative should not be considered. We might just use automation, robotics. We may just use machine learning. So not necessarily jumping to generative AI, but once you define what are the future functions and services you would like to deploy on the platform, I think IT industry is the one which immediately comes with some solutions and scenarios how to deploy it.
Thank you. Thank you. And we should also mention that the IT industry in Ukraine faced two challenges combined, the war and the global recession. And many of the local companies, IT companies in Ukraine, their international customers started reducing the budgets. So it's also influenced inevitably what happened there. And we've had the brief exchange with Yuri before this session, before this panel, and we were discussing actually what could be the re-educating the local companies in Ukraine to consume digital services from local digital services providers. And I'll actually back to you, Yuri. I would like you to elaborate a little bit more about how it could work, because you know this market and you are one of the key players in the market. How it could work?
It's a very good question, and definitely I would like to hear some opinions from the audience as well, what they are thinking, how we are work together. But just before jumping into this topic, I would like to a little bit add to Alex and to Marcin on idea in general and Ukrainian brand, because this is very connected with this question which Anatoly just posted, that in my view, DIA as a kind of unique ecosystem which is creating new brand for Ukraine itself. I just bring you one example, and we're very happy in EPAM being connected to start of this product, but now it's a kind of living own life, and countries which is we typically counting as that we have to catch up with them, like Alex said, but they asking to have this product as a part of their solution. For example, Estonia, what I had, when typically telling Estonia in Europe is kind of leader in digital services for citizens, and now they are working with the Alex team, with the Mikhailo's team and Lera, that kind of they would like to catch up. This is how Ukraine is unique on a global market. And now it's a question coming back, how to bring this uniqueness inside to the country itself. Not only through DIA itself, because we already used to live a few years with the application, but the question, what the businesses can do better inside. Because as I said, typically we are looking, okay, we are bringing billions and billions US dollars to economy, we building thousands and thousands workplaces, we helping universities to grow, but it's still not very well connected to internal economy, to internal infrastructure. And I think it's a huge reserve for our industry to grow when we have some mutual beneficial conditions together with the government, for example, who could support Ukrainian producers of software to provide the software for Ukrainian clients. We absolutely find, on a global level, everyone finds that EU, for example, supporting agriculture producers in own countries, because it's understandable. So question, why not support software producers in the country who providing software for own needs, not for export, but for own needs? It's kind of one of the idea which on the ground, and it's very well connected with current situation in Ukraine, when we desperately needs military technologies to help to win. This is unique combinations, because we definitely can rely as typically, because I am working with many businesses, and I often know that we're taking some digital solutions from abroad because it was well developed in advance with equipment coming to the country. But now situation completely different. Ukraine in a war which there is no examples in the world around. It's technology war. And it's Ukrainian companies who can help in this. And that's where I see this one of the synergy between IT business, between government, military tech, and global partners to have these combinations. And definitely some benefits from government side. I'm not talking about kind of like additional taxation because we already have the best taxation system which we have. So what we can do? Government will not pay us instead of taking taxes. But I'm talking to support those businesses who using Ukrainian services inside the country. This is where I can see one of the possible cooperation and synergy. And it's not only that, because what I said that education itself, it's a huge zone for interest. It's a huge zone to invest. In a world, probably it's new for some of you, it still continue talent war for talent. It's not enough people who can move companies like OpenAI. We're looking on this like it's like new movie, but we don't know what is coming in reality inside. Why? Because it's a top-notch guys who are working on technologies which will change our future. And this is continuing right now. Question, what the Ukraine plays in all this environment? And education, it's a huge point to this. We just kind of grew this industry in Ukraine for last 15, 20 years from 10, 15,000 to 300,000 to 7 billion revenue coming to country. But we should admit that it was done because of education system. It was done because of talents which exist, and now they are kind of like flowing around. I was talking with American University in Kyiv. I was talking with Yaroslav, who is here from Ukrainian Catholic University, and we kind of like in situation when our talents not in the country, they're looking around. So this is another big challenge and big opportunity for industry to attract these talents and probably to attract talents across the globe to come. So there is more opportunities than we were thinking before the war, before all this world changing, COVID, before AI coming, that, okay, it's just like service, we take people, we sell them, and that's it. Oh, in best case, like Alex is doing, okay, let's develop startups. No, guys, this past thinking, we have to think more. What we can do from internal market, how we can collaborate together with government, helping them digital, how we can collaborate with global vendors like IBM, Amazon, etc., developing new infrastructure, how we can develop new education system, how we can bring talents across the globe to Ukraine. This is all challenges which is coming to us, how we can develop military technologies. This all kind of like huge opportunity for IT. This is what I really excited. Definitely it's a big challenges. It's a war which is continuing. It's unbelievable situation. But we are not alone in this situation. Look on Israel. They all the same. It's not new coming. And it will be continuing and continuing. Conflicts and challenges and development. This is, we live in this. As business, we have to be ready. We showed, like I said previously, resilience of an industry, but now it's a new challenge how to make step up on all this. Not kind of like staying and say, oh, we good that we save. No, it's not enough. We have to we have to run faster than others because we in a more difficult situation. And probably I'm a little bit more emotional, but I really believe that Ukraine has a unique opportunity to win in this, even being in this kind of like underdog situation. That's my belief.
Yeah, thank you. It just like a quote from the Alice in the Wonderland, that if you want to stay at one place, you should run, and if you need to run, you should run faster. We discussed Ukrainian recovery for the last 1.5 years, and we also understand that the physical recovery of physical infrastructure is possible only after the ceasefire. The digital infrastructure is the least vulnerable to Russian bombing, shellings, and so on and so forth. We discussed the role of the big tech companies, we discussed the role of academia. And Alex, from your perspective, what components in the digital infrastructure, it could be also wires, it could be broadband, whatever, is required to make these steps faster? And also, what should be the role of international financial institutions, like just a teaser to the next discussion today, and development agencies to support these activities and to develop this infrastructure? Because we understand that we need massive investments.
Well, part of the digital infrastructure, which is, I think, like telecom, it's still physical, and I think that that definitely will require substantial investments in recovering where it's been destroyed. I don't think it's needed where in the areas where war didn't happen, because I think we one of the most advanced country from connectivity perspective. We still lacking of like latest cell data transfer standards, like probably like 5G or 6G. But I don't think it's relevant to. I mean, if we want to do surgery online, yeah, we need to implement 5G and other stuff. But I think LT and those kind of standards still enough. Landline is perfect, and even and why I'm telling this, because last year I spent all the time in Kiev while they were bombing us almost every day, and I remember that this actually had a very bad impact on the whole IT industry and the startup ecosystem, because I remember in the summer of 2022, people start to come back, and we even saw export rising from months over months. So numbers were very good, but when they started to do blackouts, people started immediately thinking like, "Well, no, we need to come back, because for digital, it's essential to have to be connected and to have electricity." So what I see now, because in the summer, even in my home, I got a proposition to connect to a new internet channel, which be reliable even with the blackouts of 20 days in a row. So they even adapted to this. I think that's now it's. The cost of probably what's called to adapt is on those companies, but on the government on the country level, I think there will be a lot of investment required. It's a part of that like physical that could be destroyed, but they're totally right that other part is it's almost impossible to destroy, especially after we went cloud. And that was absolutely the right decision, and to allow government to store the data in cloud. But at the same time, I know that our ministry and other government institutions require a lot of investments in the software products. There are big projects. Starting from, I know, what we all know, like Prosora and Dozora and other things, and those platforms right now being used to as a core, they being used to kind of track and allow transparency and accountability for all this reconstruction and rebuilding help. So, and I think that there's just no other way, because with the amount and the scope of work so huge, you can't just pour money into the country without any tools that will provide you full transparency on those funds. But at the same time, it requires investments in updating those tools, creating new ones. And we also did a lot of investments in that too. For example, we released in India a service where you can apply for government help if your property was destroyed or damaged by Russian aggression. And this done on expense of Ukrainian budget, and if we it's the whole system. It's not just a form like Google form. It's a complex system where data is stored. There are a certain process that involves witnesses from government representative on the place to confirm that this is really the property, that this is really damaged. It's not damaged accidentally or by some other reason, but exactly by war reason and other things. So so the system kind of complicated. And just one example. And there's so many other examples. And I know that a lot of government institutions are looking for this money. And I think that in order to provide this, nothing interferes to start working even today. Because indeed, nothing of this can be damaged. You can't just destroy this. So I think that what I'm trying to say that we expect help. We can do a lot on our own, but sometimes we're missing tools that big corporations like IBM and Google and others that already created them. So we would appreciate looking on these tools, using them, and also creating our own software based on these tools. So this is, I think that for sure must be a part of a rebuilding effort.
Thank you. And Martin, part of your team, you said, works in Poland, in Baltic states, some of it in Ukraine. And Ukraine is about to join the European Union. And how do you envision what should be done that Ukraine will become part of digital single market, European digital single market?
Well, I'm very much focused on the competences the country will develop, and this is actually what I keep repeating whenever I have the occasion to talk to Polish government officials. Yeah, because in my opinion, that's the script for success in the digital era, that every country should has a profile. Yeah? And I think what Ukraine is doing. I'm still stuck with this 47%, yeah, because this is a marvelous situation, yeah, because the future is in IT, and I believe just a little bit coming to what Yuri was mentioning, and I like this concept very much. Cybersecurity is let's take it as a working example. What you've done perfectly is you used the state-of-art, the latest cyber technology to defend yourself. Stage one. Stage two, let's commercialize it. Yeah? Let's make this a working product. Meaning that let's build together with Ukraine government, with entities, companies active in Ukraine, the new, let's say, business concept for global companies, for other governments, based on managed business service centers in Ukraine, having this expertise already present. And stage three is let's develop the future of cyber, and this is the element related to university engagement. Yeah, so coordination of what is happening regarding development of new technologies. So the same, I think, coming to what Yuri was referring to is that if we define next areas which require that level of focus, I would call it use case-based approach, meaning if we consider, I don't know, agriculture, for example, there is plenty of different solutions which will enable, let's say, productivity within the industry. We don't have time to go into details here, but keeping this example, probably if we think about creating competence centers related to agriculture, there is tons of applications, tons of solutions which might be tested and embedded here. Yeah? And in my opinion, and based on my knowledge, there are no such centers in the Central Europe. So, so that might be the potential area where, if we define that we create a competence center in Ukraine with a bunch of universities around of it, focused on agriculture, and we do the screening, what are the best solutions, we test them and see the results, then definitely other countries and other units outside of Ukraine will be interested. And another element, as you mentioned, there is a huge challenge related to recovery. So assets are destroyed. And again, if we think about utilization of state-of-art technology just to make the inventory, make the scanning of damages, and properly manage the development. Of course, I'm referring to IBM products from our portfolio. Yeah, so we do have such. But again, the practical implementation of these products is, let's say, on ad hoc basis. In Ukraine, we will do it and may do it structurally. We've done 2 cases with Maximo for civil infrastructure in city of Kharkiv, for example, and this is something unique because nobody else did it. Why? Because there are different priorities. Cities in Poland have a different set of objectives, and different set of priorities. In Kharkiv, this is totally different. They need to structurally redesign the city. So the way we are going to utilize the new IT is totally different. If we do it in a competence center and then have a practice in a city like Kharkiv or others, then this is the perfect product to be sold. And I'm sorry for this approach, but I'm doing business for 30 years in IT, so I see it as a commercial product which may generate GDP for Ukraine and be the element of the development of the region. So that's why I'm so focused on this type of activities, and I would like to let's say commit that we would like to be part as IBM in these type of events. And really behind us we have partners, we have hundreds of solutions, and this is the matter to define which solutions should be addressed where. And we may help you to do this. So not mentioning Polish universities or Baltic universities, which definitely will be interested as well. But this is about making a coalition around the functional case, like civil infrastructure, like transportation, like agriculture. Similar to what you've done with cyber. Or DIA, which is also a perfect example how to do something for yourself and then commoditize it, commercialize it. Mm-hmm. This is perfect. So let's copy paste this in other areas.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you for this insight. And I definitely agree, and I also believe in coalitions when we have different stakeholders but supporting the same, moving in the same direction. Yuri, back to you. You mentioned actually what could be one of the solutions for Ukrainian IT industry is actually to develop products for local market. But another one is getting or reaching out to new markets like the Gulf states and others. And today, amid the war, what are the advantages of Ukrainian IT industry still that would convince new customers to consume digital services from Ukraine? Or in other words, how do you pitch your new customers as EPAM, convincing them working with Ukraine?
Thank you, Anatoly. It's a very good question. And this is what typically we are doing all our life. And people who sitting in this audience is exactly pitching the clients and they convincing them to work with a country which is under war, but which is resilient. And definitely I will elaborate on this. But I still would like to focus, guys, your attention on what Marcin said. We all kind of like practical people. Why we came on this conference? Just to eat, drink, like to enjoy life? No, I think we should make some practical steps out of this. And this is what I see is panel, which is kind of like coming close to this point that each of us can get, each of us, I mean, business, government, big IT vendors can get some outcome, some positive value and some ideas to what to do next. I know, for example, just to move forward on this idea, competency centers and kind of like focus with universities. I know that Ukraine Ministry of Digital Transformation right now is creating innovation program. They kind of like collecting these ideas, how to move forward on a wider scope, not just in IT, but in a wider scope. So why not take these ideas we're discussing right now and move together to that plan and said, guys, we can do this and this specifically fast and focused on a transformation in EU and focused specifically in a military side as well, on a technology side as well. This is, in my view, why we came here. Definitely, I really glad to see those who I haven't seen last 2 years, but it's not only for that. We can see in a video, I see some guys each week on this audience through video, but the practical steps for me is very important, that we're not just like enjoying happiness because StategEast is a great organization and collect us together, but we have to decide what we can do more for Ukraine in this very critical situation. And from my point of view, it's a time for huge opportunities, because this is time for us to review how we were doing last 5-10 years and what we can do better with DIA, with GovTech, with these global technologies, global companies who is coming and committed to work with Ukraine. So that's specifically why I came here, not to kind of like talk, but to get some ideas out of you. And convincing the client, this is a very important step into this, because it doesn't matter if this is external client or internal client, they still will be asking, why are you trying to sell me this? It's across the globe, a lot of kind of like best companies, it's a lot of very good destinations. There is India, there is Latam. So what's specific in Ukraine? So why you guys such cool, and why we should believe in you and come to the country who probably this winter will have blackouts and all that problems. And in my view, the one and the most convincing example, it's a show history what we've done. This is that one more time. No one in my more than 20 plus years history in IT business, no one done so like Ukrainian IT companies did. And based on this, and based on the cooperation with the government, because it's a kind of like unique ministry as well. It's all like our age and younger than our age, guys from business, like Alex, like Mikhailo, and they doing huge transformation in a wartime. This is what unbelievable from my point of view. And combination with the very tight connections to global companies, to Google, to Amazon, I see Tomek sitting here, to Marcin from IBM, it's definitely another big opportunities, because based on this cooperation, we as an industry helped other industries in Ukraine to move fast to cloud, like in few weeks, which is typically in some governments, in some countries, it's taken ages and they're not ready to go to cloud. We did this like in a few weeks together with these guys. So all this create confidence that Ukraine can do something specific, better than others. And the only my problem in this, it's a kind of like education, which is really, I believe we have to focus specifically. Without human capitals, without talents, we will not convince client coming, because they look more than for one contract. Nobody is taking client to buy something and forget about this. They're asking, okay, who will be supporting? Who will help me when it's broken? You guys have some strategy? And this is not possible without talent, capital, and long story coming. So I'm really happy that Mikhailo is taking this opportunity as well as a kind of like supervising Ministry of Education and Science. But this is where IT industry should help. We should move more proactively into educational side and bring in new technologies into education, because it's all changing. It's all Gen AI topics and all that stuff is continuing changing education. Without this, I definitely not believe that we can convince clients. So combination between this unique history we've got for last 2 years and still having this human capital talents, this is what we convincing clients to work with us further. And that's what I believe we have to continue doing together.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we're running a bit out of time, but to wrap up this discussion, thank you very much. And I think the ideas were very, I think it's very practical and very productive. And Alex, maybe let's pick it up and let's think on some pilot that we could discuss practical implementation, and we will see if it could be replicated in other places, and maybe we will get to a new idea. Who knows? Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, everyone. Right now, we are going to have a break for the lunch. Please proceed, and in an hour, right? And in 1 hour, we would like to invite you back for our next panels, where we will talk about education specifically. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
Thank you.
Because there's like this. No, maybe we can even more. Ona jest ultra ciężka.
Ultra. Nie, przyspawana.
Prawie?
Prawie dobrze, no tutaj trochę tak.
Trzeba ich tak ściaśnić.
No. Albo bardziej zaokrąglić. Na przykład tego. Czekaj.
Nie, no normalnie. Tak.
Tego troszeczkę bardziej tak. Nie, stabilnie, jest okej. Dobra. Dadzą radę. I lived there for 6 years, and it's perfect match. They drink beer during the lunchtime. It's normal. Because the beer does not make you buzzy, so it's like it's cool. You can easily have 4 liters of beer. Next day, you don't have the smell of that light beer. Actually, check dark beer is for girls, let's say. So if we will come to the bar and we order, I will order light and dark beer, they will give you the dark one and they will by default because it's lighter. Yeah, it's lighter. Because it's like fast. Dark Puzzle is 3.8 and Pilsner Urquell is 5.5. And there is a poster no, and so the answer is no, but I have the plan because look, there is a train which comes from central railway station directly to their factory. They pour beer in this, so then you have the excursion, you drink beer there, and then it brings back to, so it's like puzzle train, yes. Okay, by car? What could be more ridiculous? It's just
that was just a year or two, But I've been there by car. And of course I bought some beer like in my trunk.
Yeah, like oh, you filled your car by beer.
Yes, exactly.
Two people, yeah. If anyone can hear me, we would like to start. Yeah, but people can hear when somebody is speaking something, so that's how they come. So I'm pretending to be smart on the stage. Things happen. Oh, look. So great to see you all. Take your places, and I'm still trying to figure out if we have all the panelists. Let's try to start. Okay, so during our last panel, we did learn a lot about the education of Ukraine and the importance of education. But who are those people who are running the new education sector, and what are their plans? Please welcome on the stage Mike Rybarczuk, the co-founder of Projector. I was like, huh? Katarina Kruk, the regional public policy lead for Central and Eastern Europe from Meta. Yaroslav Prtula, Senior Vice Rector of the Ukrainian Catholic University. Yevgenia Larina, Government Partnerships Executive from Coursera. Hello. We're already looking for you. Awesome. Thank you. Ms. Diana Rakus, Project Lead for IT Generation, Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine. And the moderator for this panel will be Ivan Petrenko, Managing Partner of Angel One Venture Fund.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Hope you had a great lunch. Some still do. Dear guests, panelists, I'd like to start. So we have about roughly 1 hour to talk about the educational industry, educational part of the tech ecosystem. Could you actually start from presenting yourself, who you are, what company do you present or organization, and why you think you're here? So what do you do for the education, for the IT education? Just, briefly, a couple of minutes. Diana, maybe we'll start with you.
Yeah, thank you, Ivan. I'm Diana Rakus. I'm from the Ministry of Digital Transformation. I combine several positions. I'm the head of expert group on investment attraction, but of course this closely related to workforce development. So I'm also leading all the educational initiatives in IT sector. So there is no need to explain why I am here. I'm the person who is in charge of IT education.
Great. Evgenia, and I know you have a presentation. You should let me know when would you like, so that we ask tech people to let it run, either now or later on, okay? Please.
Hi everyone, nice to meet you. I'm Evgenia Yarina. I'm a Government Partnerships Director at Coursera based in London. And the reason why I'm here, I'm part of a team who supports Ukraine during the war, specifically higher education. We are supporting universities during the last almost 2 years. And I'm happy to talk today about what has been achieved so far and what are the plans for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Yaroslava? We should pass the mics because we don't have enough for everyone.
Hello, everybody. My name is Yaroslav Brzezula. I'm a provost of the Ukrainian Catholic University. Until September, I was a dean of the Faculty of Applied Sciences of UKU. This is our IT school. According to some rankings, like Developers of Ukraine, we are #1 school, IT school in Ukraine. Also, our entrance to the university show the highest SAT or ZNO scores at their entrance. So therefore, I'm here to talk about IT education and the future of our human capital in Ukraine.
Thank you. Kate, please.
Good afternoon. I hope everyone enjoyed their lunches and ready for the insightful panel today. My name is Katerina Kruk. I'm a regional public policy lead at Meta, should I add formerly known as Facebook. I'm overseeing 9 countries in the region of Central and Eastern Europe, Ukraine, Moldova, Georgia, and Western Balkans region. And it means that I'm representing company in our relationships and engagements with regulators, government, civil society, but also I'm overseeing internal portfolios of those countries at Meta.
Thank you. And one more guest, please.
Yeah, hello. I will start with, like Confucius said that if you are the stupidest person in the room, you are in the right room. So today I got success, and I'm one of the co-founders of Projector Online Institute. It's Creative and Tech Institute. Also, we have about 8 faculties, about 140 programs. It's short programs, but all of them they are dedicated to IT, marketing, management, design, and so on. And also we have foundation, which aims to give the proper education for Ukrainian women who were forced to leave their homes because of war, and some other stuff.
Great. So we know who's the smartest, who's the dumbest. We know who we are here. I'd like to make this conversation as lively as possible. So whenever you feel like, interrupting, commenting, adding, just go ahead and do that, okay? But the first question I'd like to set the tone is I'm a representative of the venture fund. It's always about the startups. It's always about the technology, the business idea. But the panel discussion we're having today is IT generation, right? I'd like to start with a question, IT or tech? What do you think? I mean, should we regard that as the IT education or tech education? What's your opinions? I'd like to start. I mean, everyone's going to talk, so.
I can start because it will be very brief. And to be honest, quite often from the side of big companies, big players, big corporations, we would be the ones who are setting the definitions and rules because we have community standards, we have policies. So 2 days ago, I was at the panel at the conference about disinformation. And, many speakers were talking. I'm like, my dear friends, you were talking about misinformation. Now let's talk about disinformation, which is a totally different thing. So in our world, we do not use the IT. It's tech, it's innovation. That will be the leading terms that we would be using as Meta, as tech company, basically.
But what do you think we should say when we regard the educational aspect that we're discussing right now? Should it still remain IT education or the tech education? What do you think?
When it comes to education and when it comes to setting the widest layer as possible and setting the frameworks, obviously going as wide as one can be and being as comprehensive, this is something that obviously really makes a sense from the perspective how we would be viewing, for example, some projects, what we will be supporting as such. So tech sounds as a more comprehensive and overarching term and the direction of framing the discussion or education projects.
Great, thank you.
The tricky thing is that in most cases, when people hear IT, they think only about developers, and that's not only about developers. And I can add like some even more fire into this chat, as we can also speak not only about tech, IT, but like about digital economy and digital education, like in general. So this is something we are going to. So not only IT, tech, but digital economy and all the professions related to this sector.
Sounds great. Yaroslav, we work at the same university, so
Yeah.
I mean, we have what to talk about. Please do.
Actually, I think IT is a good to start with, because with I and T, I can explain what kind of grades we want to have. Not just like IT, I very narrow. We want to have this T-shaped person. Yeah, so therefore, this technology part, T, is more important for us. So tech sector or technology sector, that includes also innovations, it includes communication, so it's more relevant, I think, now.
Sounds good. Mike, you had at the lunch something to say about that, right?
Yeah, I think that it's not about the name, let's be honest, because usually I told already during the lunch that I'm that person who usually read the titles, not the articles, and I know how wrong is that. That's why, let's be honest, it's just about the communication, and communication should be right. When we, and as was vocalized before that, we need to educate, because people think that it's just about the developers. So maybe we will spend more time, not just about changing the name, but about education of people. What do we teach, and what does it include, and how does it work, and so on. So, and also, don't forget that we need to think about some other stuff, not just about the names, because some businesses, some educational businesses are too commercial and too business, and they just think about how to make money. Some universities are outdated, and I think that there are much higher level problems than just about the name, but definitely it's about communication.
Thank you. That was a strong way. Evgenia, you have something to add to that?
Yes, I would agree that it's not about the name itself, it's about the demand. So I'm a graduate, I'm the economist by training, so it's always about supply and demand. And what we are doing in our company, we're constantly analyzing the demand for skills. And then we're focusing and concentrating on skills, and this might be, we may call them technology-related skills, digital skills, but what the trend that we are observing globally is no matter which jobs we're talking about, the so-called technical element becomes relevant to any kind of job, and I think this is where the focus should be.
Okay, thank you. Now I'll switch to a bit more serious part of our conversation. Could you, like every one of you, explain what is the importance of tech education or IT education? We just, yeah, it's not about the name, okay, but still, what's the important role of it? Why is it so critical in fueling up Ukrainian economy or global economy as we want to regard it? What do you have to say about that? Because all of you are in one way or another critical to that tech education here in Ukraine.
Let me start. We at the ministry are focused on IT sector development. We call it still IT sector. And of course, it's not only about like creating opportunities for companies to develop, but also we are focused on the workforce development. And one of our KPIs and like the metric that we are understanding how everything is going in this sector is the number of IT specialists. And where and like from what places and how we can get these specialists. So education is the key basis for this, because we do understand that without efficient education, we won't get efficient specialists. So as far as all you may already know, like our Vice Prime Minister Mikhailo Fedorov is now in charge not only of digitalization, but also of all all the educational things. And we are, together with the Ministry of Education and Science, are working on the whole reform of the educational system, and of course with the focus on IT sector as well, because we do understand that we have to start like from preschool level and end with the education for adults and self-development, because only if we create all the opportunities and give the chances and instruments for citizens to educate like during the whole life, that is the key thing to have the economy development like in general.
Could I just shortly follow up on what you said? And I think that's very important. You've mentioned about efficiency. What's efficiency for the ministry in terms of IT education?
So we are not looking like for the number of specialists, but like the quantity is okay, but quality is much more important. We do understand that. Of course, like before the war, we saw that the portfolio of IT specialists was like one of the highest, like even in comparing to other professions. Almost all IT specialists like had higher education. They had a good level of English, etc., etc. So we are looking for projects, partnering with universities to give such courses for citizens and to help them after graduating that courses, not only graduating like universities and courses and then looking for employment in other sectors, but to be able to be employed in IT, in tech sector, not to waste their time, money, etc. for education, but to use that during their life.
Thank you. Evgenia, could you talk a bit more about the commitment of your company to the important role of IT education?
Yes, definitely, and with pleasure. So I think during this event, we talked a lot about the economy of Ukraine and how important it's to create the opportunities for the economy, how important it is to create job places. But what I would like to highlight when it comes to the importance of IT education, we should talk about people as well, what kind of opportunities we're creating for citizens. And this is why the IT education is important, because when we're analyzing the global trends and we collect a lot of information, because we have 130 million learners globally, we can see the trend in terms of demand is for education coming from industry partners such as Google, such as Meta, Salesforce, because it creates opportunities for people who didn't have previous experience in working in these industries, and they are reskilling into these jobs. They join the job market for the entry-level types of job in relatively short period of time, and we are lucky that in Ukraine, and I'm sure it will be the same, the higher education is still accessible. In many countries, the higher education is not, but the access to IT education would create entry-level types of jobs, and then we keep working on actually upskilling these professionals so that they're moving from lower paid jobs to higher paid jobs.
Thank you. Yaroslav, I'll switch to you. The university, and you just mentioned the applied science faculty, which is definitely the best, I think, one in terms of grades.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Could you talk about the critical role of IT education? Because you've been committing to that for, what, 7, 8 years now? I mean, you know everything about that, definitely.
Yeah, thank you, Ivan. I would like to start with a very interesting article I just read from Center for Economic Policy Research that was published a month ago. They tried to calculate the loss for human capital in Ukraine, and they calculated that the loss will be about 7% till 2035. Is it huge loss or not? We can compare it with prospects of Ukraine of gain of human capital or efficiency gain if there is no war. The possibility was to get plus 100. So that means that there is a really big gap. And also they mentioned that we will feel this gap in Ukraine until 2085. So long term. So why IT education is important and why IT sector is important to shrink this gap and to overcome quicker this loss that we are currently have. Just look at the numbers. So currently with, I don't know, less than 0.5% of population in IT sector, they produce about 5% of our GDP. So just imagine if we have, I don't know, several percent of our population in IT, what effect it can give to our economy. So this is just a mathematics. But also there is this, what we call asymmetry that we have, because IT business is a network business. So in network, we have this asymmetry. We have kind of exponential growth if we have more players. So therefore, I believe that applying IT, because IT is very, it integrates to any industry, like agriculture, we already talked about that, biotech, I don't know, government, whatever we can imagine, finance, just look at our great fintech companies in Ukraine. So that means that the effect would be much higher than if we, I know, make priority to any other industry, I think. So therefore, it is worth to consider IT education as a priority to Ukraine. Also, other research show that English language and IT skill, the two skills that give the highest income for individual. So therefore, it's not only about, I know, IT professionals, it's about average I don't know, citizen. So you need to have this digital literacy at least. So, and if talking about faculty or our university, indeed we see this integration of what we do in IT, with AI to other areas. So we work with our language people on this NLP problems. Yeah, we want to promote Ukrainian natural language processing as a good tool for growing business that uses Ukrainian NLP. We work with our health faculty on problems with prosthetics, problems with psychology, and this is another kind of intersection where, so IT can be applied anywhere. And the last point is, so Anatoly Motkin yesterday mentioned that each IT person, IT professional in Ukraine brings 6 jobs to the market, so not related to IT. So with our students, we encourage them not to take jobs, but to create jobs. Just imagine if every IT guy can create a company, a startup with, say, 6 people in the startups, so he will create 36 jobs. So this, again, this non-linearity that can happen in IT magic.
That sounds good. We're going to have, I think, one after next panel about the startups and the next one as well. So that's the good solution for them to emerge. Mike, could I get to you and then to Kate? Like Yaroslav just mentioned about, if we'd make not 0.5% of the population involved and engaged in IT, but rather like 4 or 5, do we have enough places for them? Do we have enough demand for them? Can we fill those places? How to get like to 4 or 5% of the population engaged in IT?
No, we don't. So the problem is that, but who are we? So if we are talking about the world, probably yes. If we are talking about Ukraine, no. If we are talking about Ukraine, is it in current time, or it's about the future, or it's about the past? So it's really, it's about rhetorics. So I guess that definitely it's not just about giving this education, because we face the, and if we are talking about the education, so a lot of students ask us, like, will you give me the job? No. Should we promise that they will get the job? No. Because how can we promise them that they will get the job if they will study really bad? But if should we think how can we create the job positions? Definitely yes. How can we do that? Definitely it's about communication with the government, with the companies. We need to grow our reputation. We need to give the proper education. We need to give we need to create this communication with the business to give the right knowledge to these people to be valuable for the market. And don't forget, if we're talking about value of IT education, we live in the world which is driven by evolution. Technologies, what does it mean? So when we created the bow to hunt the animals faster, it's also the technology. Or then we started planting the crops, it's also the technology. Now it's just the era of informational technology. That's it, it's just the new step. And we just, each of these revolutions, let's say, they help us to grow faster. And now technology, it helps us to communicate faster. Internet, artificial intelligence, let's say that it's right combination of words, which is not, but still, it's like all of this stuff, it's just about evolution, and we need to give that stuff which helps us to grow in this world. Is it the right direction? Who knows?
Okay, is it the right direction? Who knows? What do you think? What's your opinion? I mean, you're a co-founder of Projector. That's what you promote to your students, right? You cannot tell them we don't know. I mean, you have to tell them something. You have to give them the vector, right?
Yeah, so I just want to answer that I know a lot of our students who became happier after our study. That's why maybe yes. But I think that it's another panel discussion to understand what is right and what is wrong in this world.
But then how do you measure efficiency of what you teach your students?
Oh, a lot of stuff. So definitely, how do they get the job? How do they change their lives? How do they contribute to the market? And it's not just about the students, because we do a lot of other, I wanted to mention this stuff. It's really important for all the educational institutions in Ukraine and all over the world to understand that they not just taking care of education. They need to create other projects as well. They need to be trendsetters. They need to show how does it work to be useful for this world. IT, it's not, there are plenty of institutions, educational institutions in Ukraine, private, governmental, who just, they're too narrow and they think that they're doing something right, but they just do their stuff. But it's not about that. Education, it's really responsible stuff to do. It's like, it's change of the life. It's like, I always say it's like the jail, but opposite. So you will never be the same. And we need to understand how to make it, how to attract these people, how to let them think that this is the right place. It's not just about, will you get the job or not? How will it change you as the personality? And we change the people because we create new neuron collections in their heads, not only about their profession, but also they think differently. And I was the teacher at Projector. Now I postponed that because I need to have the rest. But like I understand, I see how people grow through 3 months. It's not about like 5 years, but it's about how do they change the way of thinking. Okay, I'm talking about UX, but still, I think that all of these professions, it's about like, okay, I did it in this way, but now I do it in this way, but also I can change my attitude in the life in this way as well. It's not just about going to the office and do it in this way.
Yeah, I want to just step in and agree with everything you've just mentioned. But we talk with IT companies a lot, and we had several projects already implemented, aiming to supply like number of specialists. But what we see now, like the focus of education providers should be on giving not only knowledge, but giving tools to implement these knowledges, because soft skills is like something everyone should focus on. As IT companies are looking for specialists who can be very flexible, who can switch like from one position to another, and who can educate themselves like during like the whole period of their work at the company. So there is a demand on IT specialists, not juniors one, but more on middle and senior levels for sure. But even if we speak about juniors, it's only about those who are like the most talented, with soft skills developed, and who can educate themselves very fast.
Thank you. I'm going to get back in just a minute to that. But Kate, could I ask you about, we were talking about changing people, educating people. Could you talk about your company and how you change people and educate them? How do you commit? I mean, we all know about Meta, right? But how do you commit to the IT education?
That's a very bold statement to start Meta changing people. I think our comms
in certain way.
and PR colleagues will be really very much uncomfortable with that. But truly, I do believe that my own learning curve when I joined back then Facebook and then Meta, when you realize that you're working on the scale of 3.9 billion people, active monthly users, unique users per month, and whatever product, tool, or policy, which is more of my world, I will be working more with standards and policies, how people would be communicating. That's the scale that definitely keeps the sleep away at night for many people at Meta, specifically with engineers. And this is so interesting to see how you see different segments of the company, how people would be thinking about the impact of their product and how it is indeed changing life. And a couple of years ago, we were actually transitioning from Facebook to Meta, and when we changed the name and why we pivoted into the innovation direction, into metaverse, obviously AI has always been very strong for Meta and the scale at which we're working. But we were talking about changing the way, actually building the future of human connection, and changing the ways people are communicating on the personal level, but also as professionals. And this was also an interesting moment for the company when we started as a tech company, we started producing devices for the first time. And after a couple of years, we saw that actually the biggest interest in devices would be either in the educational sector or training and upscaling, or it will be the industrial part where actually this training and upscaling brings a totally different level of efficiency, of consumption of time and resources. And actually, we started asking ourselves a lot of questions why these new technologies and innovation would be changing the playing field for education so much. And it was like a totally different scene, obviously, for Meta, something that we haven't experienced before. And surprisingly, why Meta is a part of this discussion about the education as such is that we see that with the new tools and the devices that we are producing, they are really in many areas transforming the way people are being taught, the way people are being educated, but also how they are training and upscaling. So when we're comparing the results of someone being trained in VR versus to real life, so I think the latest study that we had with PwC was the people who have been trained in VR have 40% more certainty how to apply the skills that they used, and the level of engagement is up to 150% compared to the ordinary studies. So this is incredible results, and how they are transforming the way people are being taught, starting from students who are just immersed into certain educational basis, be it geography, be it culture and something like this. But the use cases that I've always very passionate about how it's changing the medical sphere and how it is destroying boundaries of the geographical position, whether you're coming from the wealthy university or a big hospital. And the projects that we know, for example, some of the leading, in the context of the war, some of the leading educational centers in US would be having with Ukrainian surgeons, so with Ukrainian doctors, where it's hard to fly people and have obviously very lengthy training period for them. When you transferring this to the VR, it's a totally different level of effectiveness, of efficiency, and in time which is being used. And it's not my official position to comment on that, but probably also have seen the photos of Ukrainian soldiers who are wearing a headset. And that's something that I wouldn't dwell on. But when we're talking about, first of all, time, how important it is to acquire the new skills or changing the set of the skills that you already have as fast as possible, but also do it in a way that matters, that really changes the way how people are thinking, how they acquire knowledge, and how later they will be using on. Because the immersiveness element creates a situation when people are experiencing real-life situations which would be incredibly hard to build a number of different settings for them in real life. And especially in the situations when they involve high-risk moments or, again, going back to the medical sphere, it's hard to have a certain number of bodies with a certain number of physical conditions or mental problems or medical problems. You're just giving people at once lots of tools, lots of understanding, the experience as close to life, real life as possible. So they are incredibly fastly trained to use it in the offline world or continue developing and use it in the digital world.
Thank you. Eugenia, could I mean, when we're talking about Coursera, this is like education Coursera, this is almost like synonyms, right? That's the first thing that comes in mind. And you must have, I hope so at least, the information like, what's the market demand? Because usually when we, and I think you've briefly, Yaroslav, mentioned that when we talk about IT specialists, it's not about the code writers only, and you, Diana, mentioned that. Like, what kind of specialists does the market need right now? Because about half a year ago, I was part of the strategic session of the IT cluster, and one of the pain points that they were mentioning, they're in desperate need of sales and marketing specialists. What would you say about that? Like, what does the market need right now?
I think we can talk about several things about the global trends, but I would like to start with the demand in Ukraine. And maybe I can use my slides now. Yeah. Okay, perfect. Where do I see them? I only
You can see them up there, I think. Yeah, that's the only...
oh, okay. It's perfect. Because I just felt like it's very important to be practical in this conversation and to see what has been done in Ukraine in terms of not only IT education, but supporting education in general. And that's why I apologize. The video is a bit long. It's 3 minutes long. But believe me, it's very inspirational. And after that, I will be able to talk about the demand in Ukraine and the global demand.
Just like schools and kindergartens, our universities are under attack across the country. Today, more than 180 universities and colleges have been damaged or destroyed. After the massive attack in October, most universities work remotely. Lots of teachers and students have been displaced or became refugees abroad. Since the first days of the large-scale invasion, we have been looking for a solution to continue education during the war. How can we help students to get quality knowledge and essential skills? How can we help our universities to organize processes and teachers to get quality content? And Coursera became such a solution for us.
The team of Coursera was one of the first to support us and to open to our students and teachers more than 7,000 online courses with free certificates from the first-class universities and companies in the whole world.
More than 280 educational institutions in Ukraine have joined Coursera. There are more than 45,000 students and teachers. After completing the courses, they have received almost 100,000 certificates already. Coursera online courses have become essential to educational programs in Ukrainian universities.
Over past months, I have taken 30 courses, including 4 specializations. Not only did I dive into the technical world like C++ and Python programming, but also other fascinating fields like social media marketing and project management. This experience has truly changed me, not only academically, but also personally. It has opened my mind to new possibilities and perspectives. So I'm sincerely grateful for the opportunity to learn and grow with Coursera.
The point with the Coursera is that it gives you an opportunity to gain your experience, practical experience, and become ready to your future work. Coursera platform gave me an opportunity to start my career early and to boost our economy during the ongoing war. And it gives me practical knowledge that I was using during my educational process in university to be ready and well prepared to my job interview and to get a position as a .NET developer in Ukrainian IT company.
I teach English for research and academic purposes, and I often use Coursera, which provides me with plentiful opportunities for professional development, as well as millions of resources, helping engage my students in meaningful learning journeys.
We're incredibly grateful to Coursera for all the support they provided, and continue a cooperation on the national level. We encourage our universities, institutes, colleges, students, and teachers to use all the possibilities provided by the Coursera platform to enhance their own competitiveness and to ensure quality, uninterrupted learning.
Thank you. And why I thought it was important to show this video, because in Coursera we see a lot of data. And every time when we see data on Ukraine, we're amazed. Even during the COVID times, Ukraine was the third country in EMEA region by number of enrollments. And remember, we did not have content in Ukrainian language, so it's all English content. And when we are looking at these numbers, more than 1 million learners are studying on Coursera platform. But to your question, what we're studying and is it relevant? Because if we see on this slide, we see information that people are taking courses in professional development, career, English for career development, IT-related courses. And when we check the information, the data, what exactly students are studying, you will see that courses in computer programming are especially important. But during this event, we've been discussing a lot the industries and global trends. And Coursera is analyzing data on how proficient are students, how they're compared to actually industry professionals. And this is where you can see information and most in-demand courses globally from our enterprise customers. Who are enterprise customers? These are companies such as Volkswagen, Siemens, L'Oreal, similar companies who are hiring Coursera to train their employees. And this is where we are getting our data. And that's why the next step would be to actually organize the training, which is more educated and which is linked to global trends in terms of providing training in this area of data science, software engineering, IT, social media, UX design, but make this training relevant to Ukrainian economy. We're talking actively to the Ministry of Economy, to the National Employment Agency, to USAID and Chemonics to identify these specific industries and to make them relevant to real business sector. And I'll stop here not to overtake the entire session.
I'm gonna, if you could pass to Yaroslav. We were talking about online education right now, back to offline. What kind of specialties does the market demand, and how do you see these trends? How do you follow them as a university?
Yeah, both types are okay, especially if they are combined. Of course, if we talk about bachelors, so they are less accustomed to this online mode, so they need more community, they need more care at the very beginning. But as they grow, they are really good at online education as well. So we have several 100% online programs like data engineering program that also helps us to have students from abroad. And we see big success of such stories. We also see big success of this on-campus study mode, especially if you want to push students toward entrepreneurship, toward starting some teams. Actually, university I think is the best place for first fail or for second fail. Yeah, and this is
for any fail.
Yeah, yeah. So this is again a teaching process, or a study process, and therefore all modes are okay, and we just need to combine them properly for the sake of what we want to achieve with our students. Actually, Mike, in his brilliant talk, mentioned that projector tries to increase the number of neurons and connections with these neurons. We also try to do that, but we also try to have some neurons not only in the here, but here, so with the heart. And this is something that, again, Ukraine Catholic University is known about, and our community life is really matter for both, for teachers, for administration, and for students.
Great, thank you. What I would like to elaborate now on, we all talk how great it is, how fantastic the online education is. but let's just switch and say, okay, what are the drawbacks? I mean, definitely and obviously there are some. So how valid the online education is? What are the skill gaps? What are the drawbacks of online education right now and perhaps in the nearest future? I'd like to start on that. I mean, so not everything is perfect, right?
I can start very briefly because I was talking specifically about the immersive education, and obviously there would be two big challenges. So first of all, we are at the very beginning of the VR journey, and like the metaverses, whatever will be the name, but basically this is the next stage of the development of the internet. The interconnectivity of different platforms, the immersiveness of different experiences, and the experience when basically you do not feel any geographical or any type of boundaries with other peoples that you are connected with, regardless what is the topic or where they are. So obviously the biggest obstacle right now or challenge these days is the physical one, so the availability of VR sets. It's very interesting when we're talking to our engineers and how they are trying to tackle the physical problems of the lens, of how human eye is accepting this type of signals coming from the sensors and so on and so forth. So that's definitely the technological part that will be going in this direction. Second one is obviously price. So currently, it's still quite pricey. Not all schools or universities could acquire that. So this is definitely a challenge. And the most interesting one, and it will be interesting to see how obviously it will be tackled in the years to come, is first of all how human bodies are reacting to the immersive VR experiences and AR experiences. So in some cases, we know that it, in positive way, hacks your brain. For example, the stories that I'm hearing from the biotech world, when basically augmented reality headsets, which are being used by amputees with people who have lost their limbs. And the training is potentially much more effective if you're training in the VR and you actually hack in your brain that you still have a limb and you are making the exercise as if everything is okay. Whereas in real world, when you see that your body is shattered, and this is a huge, obviously, issue for Ukraine with a number of the people who have lost their limbs as a result of the Russian invasion. Your body functions totally differently. The way you can train, the way you can adjust is absolutely different. But surprisingly enough, the most interesting obstacle, obviously, and we will see how it's going to develop, is how much time people can spend in VR sets. So far, the golden standard will be 15 minutes, which is really a little. So you can only add this extra cherry on the pie, or you can add an extra immersive experience to make the education process or any type of learning process a little bit better. But we are, as human beings, we are physically and mentally are not that there yet to be fully using the opportunities of the immersive experiences. But this is specifically to our field and how new technologies, innovation, and VR sets, AR glasses, like Ray-Ban stories that we have, how they're being used, and obviously what kind of recommendations we as a company, first of all, give to those who are using these VR sets.
Yes. May I just a short note? I was in the lecture of one of the American companies, a leader of this VR educational courses development. So they mentioned that the best function VR has for education is a button that brings everybody to the classroom. So it's not like in physical world, so you should go and look for your students. Just push a button and everybody is here.
That's a great startup.
And
yes,
if I can make a quick comment. So you're talking about drawbacks of online education.
I hope there are some. I mean, I'm trying to figure out.
Let's phrase it differently. I think the question should be, what can we do better in terms of online education? What should be improved and what's the benchmark? Because
that would be like the next question, but you can switch to that.
Okay,
yeah, go
ahead. My point is that if we're comparing this about the in-class experience, what we are observing is that the role of a faculty member is changing. The way they are teaching is changing. And that's why I would be curious maybe to take over a bit and ask questions with colleagues. Yaroslav, how do you see the teacher's role is changing based on your experience with introduction of online education?
Well, I did my first online education more than 10 years ago. And for me, the hardest moment was the end of the class. Because usually at the end of the class, I hope that some students come and ask questions. But then when you push the button, leave this room, yeah, then there is a kind of emptiness. So it was a very frightened moment for me. So I asked some students, don't leave the room. So let's talk about something just for a few minutes. So this is from the point from the part of teachers. I think where we can think about improvement, can we make a program, a PhD program online? Something like that. So it's a big challenge, and it's some such kind of question we ask ourselves. So is it possible to produce not only employees, but to produce those who can teach using online courses? So I think it's a good challenge for all of us.
I can sign up as a tester if you will have the online PhD program.
Okay, I'm gonna have one question to Diane.
One short comment on tricky things
go ahead, Antoinette.
of online education. I have several cousins, like my personal story, and I saw how they passed the exams. And I do know that, for example, when we started our IT generation project and announced the open call for those who want to apply, I do know stories when applicants ask their family members to pass these tests for them. So the most important thing, like all of us should work on, is to change mindset of our citizens that education is for themselves, and it's not about getting grades, yeah, and just graduating and from like different finishing different courses or universities. It's about getting knowledge to live their life at the level they want. So this is like something very, very important.
Great point, Mike. You?
Yeah, it's not for 30 seconds, sorry. So I just want to mention that now Projector is online institute, but this online was not from the beginning. We had our venue, 5-story building in Kiev, and everything happened offline. And we were one of the first who said, like, online education, it can be qualitative. So quality, it's not about online education. Then you probably forgot already about this word, but COVID came. And COVID said, like, you could think whatever you want, but we have our own rules. And we switched. We met by board members every single day and switched. We had a lot of complaints. We didn't understand, but we learned, we progressed, and we just decided, like, okay, we could die or we could get better. And we decided to get better. I won't stop at some steps, but the world is not black and white. The world is, everything is somewhere in between. We can't say, like, it should be online, it should be, let's collaborate. Come on, we have Metaverse, which we use for some conferences, for some exhibitions, we create the worlds there, but at the same time, we use some facilities of the universities. And people who are somewhere close to these facilities, they can come to this venue and listen and meet with other people. At the same time, we put the camera and just screen that online, and some people who are abroad, they could connect. And if we will collaborate, all of us together, if we will have connections with Arizona University, Berkeley, Stanford, all over the world, we can use that. We decide, like, okay, we will do some cool conference, and we just open call, and like each person, whenever they are on Mars, they just come there if we will build something. But at the same time, it will be some bridge connection with online and metaverse and so on. So I guess that we need to collaborate. It's the action point for the next steps. Especially now. We don't need to compete. It's the time to collaborate. It doesn't matter that you are doing the same program, I'm doing the same program. Let's create something new, some new project which we won't compete at. And that's it, and let's promote each other.
Okay, that's a great intro to my last question, because we don't have time. In 5 minutes, we're gonna get kicked out of here. So I'm gonna start with you because you just finished, okay? Call to action. Like, what are the next steps that you, as a co-founder of Projector, you're not obliged to, but what are next steps that you will take?
I think that, first of all, I will ask for organizers to share all the contacts of each person who attended this conference, and I will try to think about some projects together, separately, and boil it in my head, what can we do together? Second, I will try to make more talks like these to let people understand that education, it's also the business, but first of all, it's education. And third, I guess that we need to build the bridges not just between each other, but also with companies. We need to understand the client, we need to understand the supplier, we need to understand everything to build the best world.
Thank you for a great speech. Kate, what are the next steps, a call to action? You as a representative of your company, what will you do?
The call to action is to be creative and not to be afraid of everything, especially in this innovation field when we aren't that much restricted by the boundaries of what has already been done. Is basically the way you can test your ideas and different projects of yours. And in this regard, the good thing is that since we're at the very beginning of this journey, many wonderful ideas can actually go into space and skyrocket. And that is why it's having this idea and not being afraid to promote it, create a startup, create a project. This is how the best ideas just get to light. So be creative. Don't stop on the level of Ukraine. Particularly for us, the next step is that luckily we have a wonderful partner, which is the Ministry of Digital Transformation. So I will stop at that. There will be at some point, hopefully, there will be some announcements, but we have our call to actions and our plans and the things that we are reviewing. But this is a level of particular cooperation that we have in Ukraine with this wonderful partner. I've just learned that I have to learn more about what UKU is already doing with Meta, and maybe there is a way with the help and support from my part of the company that I will be representing to scale it even up. And the most interesting part that I'm always very much proud of is that Ukrainians shouldn't be afraid of teaching others and sharing their experiences. That's something I'm always doing whenever I'm going to different meetings to different countries. I will be bringing Ukrainian experience, would be cutting edge and extremely wonderful and interesting. So I wouldn't say just be like me, but go around, share your experience, talk about your ideas. This is how you get attention, and this is how actually you move forward.
Great. Yaroslava, what are your next steps? What is next steps of the University of UKU?
Yeah. Actually, sitting here, I realized that actually we cooperate with all organizations that are represented here. We did joint courses with Projector. We actually cooperate do research with 2 Meta labs. Of course, our students and our faculty members use Coursera, and I hope that the first Ukrainian language course will be from our university on Coursera. Our graduates work in Ministry of Digital Transformation, and you take our students to your accelerator. Yeah, so now I hope that we'll have connections with all of you somehow. And as a university, our kind of motto is small university for big impact. And this is what we can do only together. Thank you.
Thank you. Evgenia, please, now about the next steps of you as a representative of Coursera. What do you plan to do within the next, let's say, day, week, month?
Thank you. So we have plenty of plans, and we're super active because, as you've seen, there was a big success with university students, and we would like to build on this. And currently, Coursera committed resources into translating 4,000 courses into Ukrainian language. We already created the user interface in the Ukrainian language. So moving from students, we would like to focus now on training general population, make training available to people who are not proficient enough in English language, but also make it relevant to the local economy and make it relevant to the rebuilding and reconstruction of Ukraine. And call to action to you all is the same. Let's talk, let's discuss, and see how we can do it together. Thank you.
Diana, you're most probably right. The stakeholder that gets all of us together and makes these great products that you launch as a ministry, which is fantastic. Absolutely. What do you see? What are your closest projects in terms of IT education, tech education? What do you plan within the next months?
I hate the term private-public partnership because it's like old-fashioned one. But honestly, I do believe that only projects in collaboration with great partners may succeed and have the greatest results. As a best example is our IT generation project that we successfully realized with representatives of a tech sector. Projector was also included with the help of Live IT cluster, that is business, with the support of donors such as USAID and UNDP. So this is the greatest example how different stakeholders can collaborate. So I encourage like the participants of this conference really to network a lot and to think about creative projects. And speaking about ours, our plan, our goal from the early beginning of the next year is to visit universities of different levels and forms of their business and to understand their real needs and to plan different projects for students, because as I mentioned earlier, we have to think about education from preschool level and to think how we can supply students with this entrepreneurial and soft skills at the first year of their education and not start thinking about that only after their graduation. So that is our plan, to visit universities and to understand how we can collaborate.
Great, thank you. I'm sure that was very inspirational and aspirational. So do collaborate, do make partnerships, do communicate, and yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, if I may, I was just listening to last speeches and actually reminded myself of the story that I learned at work a couple of days ago, which actually made me thinking about how important it is not only to go as wide as possible and teach everyone everything, but also find your strength, your specialization, and become the best world-leading experts in certain given topics. That's the example of some of the countries. I wouldn't name the countries of our region, but those that you wouldn't think as cutting-edge innovative, but that, for example, they have IT clusters or some of the companies which will be the best one if the world's on the specific technology or the usage of the specific optics, cameras, and so on and so forth. So this is an incredibly inspiring story that if you find your strength and you start specializing, this is something that can actually skyrocket you as well. So not always trying to be the best and the most comprehensive at everything, but knowing your strength, focusing on them and developing them as well.
Great. Thank you, guys. Thank the audience. And yeah, may the tech be with us. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wonderful. We already know about the future and the freedom and digitalization and the opportunities which will be soon appearing in Ukraine within the digital space and the digital education. Our next panel is going to be about Ukrainian tech ecosystem. And I would like to invite to the stage Andrew Zinchuk, the founder and the managing partner of ZAS Ventures. Please welcome. Come on. Wonderful. Andres Zaikin, founder and CEO of YEP Startup Accelerator. Victoria Strachan, Managing Director of SAT University. Pavlo Karastashov, the Director of Ukrainian Startup Fund. And Rhonda Schrader, the Executive Director of the University of California, Berkeley Haas Business School. Thank you.
All right, welcome, welcome. So we heard from Valery this morning in the first panel. We got a great overview of the Ukraine tech ecosystem. There have been a lot of wins. There's a lot to celebrate. I want to start out my first question to the panel on how to use the ecosystem to keep up that momentum. What are some of the challenges and some of the opportunities as you continue your meteoric rise?
Okay, let's start with me. So my focus is on venture capital, angel investment, and basically, so to facilitate the momentum that we have right now, we need more players on the market, and a lot of people, if you talk about VC up looking at Ukrainian ecosystem, at Ukrainian startups, they kind of very interested, but still neglecting to invest because of the risks. And that's the problem for the market, because what happened with the war, actually our startups went into the big problem because it went between the hard place and the rock. So the market vanished, right? So the traction vanished. They had to reinvent themselves, and a lot of startups sink, but some of them actually managed to pivot and get new traction in the US market, in the EU market. And then when they kind of survived, they showed their resilience, the stubbornness in a good sense. And then what happened? So they went and started fundraising with a new traction, with with pivoted teams and market, and then they couldn't fundraise because every time they were talking to VCs, Western VCs, was like, "Oh, we're raising," and the question comes, "Where is the team? Team is in Ukraine." And what happens? They're like, "Oh, guys, yeah, maybe next time." So there were all types of excuses, and that was the problem. And also, like at the same time, in the Ukrainian market, all of our players also stopped investing. There are only few, like on one hand, we can name only those who invest actually right now. So there's very few players, and we need more players to support the ecosystem, to support these grassroots movements. We need more angel investors. So that will be, so we don't even rebound for the pre-war in terms of fundraising size, right? Because the pre-war was about $800 million raised by Ukrainian startups. Now it's not even half of this. So we need more players, but after the war it will be a boom. But now it's actually the time to come, support, and invest, and that's how you're gonna actually get the respect within the ecosystem. But it's a just small peek, and I will give the words to others.
Yeah, I liked what one of the speakers said today about using this entire situation as a trampoline. So that's kind of what you're talking about. There's going to be a huge rebound after, but for now. Yeah, Victoria, what are you seeing in education?
Yeah, education is a very important part of the ecosystem. It's kind of a platform on which everything is built because the fuel of the tech sector is its talent. If we start with challenges in education, I would say for Ukraine, one of the first challenges would be we need more successful startups, also coming back to what you said. And it sounds simple, but it's a very complex problem, and education should come in here as well as the platform where we teach people entrepreneurial skills. And currently what we see on the market in the educational system as well is that we have very good engineers. We need our techies to not only learn the technologies, but also to know how to use those technologies to create successful businesses, how to create products. And education should step up to that challenge. I represent the university, so I can talk about our experience as well. We introduced entrepreneurial track into each of our programs. We also have the master's program where our students are going to create the startup as a part of their master thesis. And I'm proud to say that Rhonda and Berkeley are our partners, and they are going to share their skills and knowledge, invite their mentors also to teach our founders
how to create products. And this is a great example how different ecosystems can collaborate. And obviously, Ukrainian ecosystem cannot develop being isolated from the rest of the world.
That's great. And one thing we heard in the last panel, something very close to my heart, entrepreneurial skills are life skills. It just makes you better at whatever you do, consultant, banking, and hey, even faculty. So yeah. Andrei, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, thank you. As my focus more on young people and super early stage startups, so I like consider all the situation in terms of, and in this context. And actually, as I see right now, we need to dedicate the part of these resources this right now is coming into Ukrainian tech ecosystem, which is really active. We need to dedicate it into their engaging more and more young people into the topic. So actually, it's even more earlier than education. It's about awareness level and kind of mindset. And right now, I see this gap that we have the quite active ecosystem, but amount of those people quite limited, and it's in terms of number of people, it's quite small, and we need to engage and encourage more fresh blood, let's say, into this ecosystem. So actually, and I see the gap here, and my opinion, we need to dedicate more resources into and more events, more projects, more promotion to young people who are now not into this ecosystem, to engage them into this.
And just one follow-up question on that. How early is too early? Or how early should you start developing that mindset that, entrepreneurship isn't just they do that, but it's, hey, I do that?
Actually, we are working with students, let's say age from 16, 17 to 25. It's a student age, but my personal point of view that we need to implement it in terms of mindset development from kindergarten. And in the previous panel, Diana said about this, about preschool education, and I think that as early as we can, we need to implement this.
On a funny note, I would go even earlier, from the moment of inception.
I love it. So, Pablo, what?
Yeah, actually, Aaron, a good question. I see as for now two main challenges. So first of all, education, I completely agree. And I would agree with everything what was said. And secondly, it's obviously access to finance. So basically what we see now, we need more and more funds to keep the system operating, because where these new startups are supposed to occur, obviously universities, school. We have several examples where actually a guy from school, startup called Relief Paper, they got a grant from EU, and he's still probably 15, I don't know. But it's a good example of what we are doing. So for next year, we're expecting a huge allocation of funds, of money, which will be devoted for grants. I believe altogether it's roughly 50 million of US dollars, and I believe it's a huge amount. So basically it's all the program with the main focus on defense tech, because now we have a special track devoted to defense, but also we'll be supporting deep tech projects within a new program, and we'll be supporting our core programs. So it's generic startups, 25 and 50K. We've got already commitment from US-based fund, and as for now, we see a huge international support of everything what we are doing, so we implement more and more activities. So I believe we'll have good results next year, and yeah, a lot of work to be done.
Great. So you've all touched on the essential elements of an ecosystem, from the mindset to education to funding. Let's drill down into funding just a little bit, because that's something that we haven't heard a lot about throughout the rest of the day. And what are some strategies and tactics you're using to address that elephant in the room of getting people to invest in Ukraine now? Are you just hitting them over the head? What are you doing? Talk to me.
Thanks. Yeah, that's the not even $1 million question, right? Because bringing people to invest in Ukraine right now, it's super, super hard. Like even from my personal experience, last year I failed it. I failed it to raise any single dollar. Everyone was looking at us as like, you know, crazy people coming out of the fire on the house, and then you're telling them, hey, bring some cash into Ukraine. As the situation, like geopolitical situation changed, and also on situation on the battlefield changed, it brought more attention and more kind of people thinking we are actually can do this and we're interested to invest. But, you know, from financial perspective, you have to invest. You have to invest when it's cheap, right, and then sell high. And people usually do the opposite. They buy when it's high, when the markets are up. So they're like, "Oh, now we're investing, right?" So actually, now is the time is to invest because the stock market is going to be going down. You know, now you have to divest from the stock market and go to like venture capital, invest in Ukrainian startups. The valuations are at the lowest, right? You can like literally there is a vacuum of capital right now here in the market, and all the way from pre-seed to seed stage, there is a few players. There is a lot of opportunities you can invest, and that's the time. And then you can, when they're going to be the upside, when the market is going to be going up, then you're going to be selling. That's kind of how you catch the waves. All of the funds who were created in the hardest market conditions, they historically shown the best actually performance. So that's the time, and this is kind of there's like logical arguments that I'm providing for investors and saying why you have to invest on the market right now. But there is different level of investments, right? There is angel investment, and then Ukrainian IT arena this year showed that there is a lot of interest. Like if you're talking about IT arena 2022, there are only for startup track, there were only 4 foreigners at the event, like literally, and only 1 investor. This year, there was about 120, 140 foreigners, and there was a big delegation of like angel investors coming from Denmark, from Finland, like all of the Nordics, from Baltic states, from Germany, and that was like very good sign that actually there is an interest. But that's where like family offices mostly and angel investors. VCs are more reluctant for now, but then the second stage, and that's something we are trying to create right now, is actually equity crowdfunding for Ukrainian market. Because another problem that no one is talking about, it's a problem and opportunity, right? You cannot take the capital out of Ukraine because of the government regulations, and there is a lot of companies that accumulated hundreds of millions of dollars within Ukrainian accounts. And they need to do something with those money. And that's why we're launching an equity crowdfunding platform that those money that are in Ukraine just sitting in a dry powder, that they can work and then can go to, you know, military tech startups, just any startups or any kind of projects like, you know, there is like Urban 500 Cafe, but why not to launch another like cafe on initiative and crowdfunding the money. So basically you can co-invest and become co-owner of the victory or another value add some project or a business. So we need to make those money in the country to work. And that's like the second level. Then we have the VC level, all of the stages. But there we have to address all of this. And it all comes from also to the previous question, like how we can foster this situation. It comes from the unity, and a great job does Ukrainian new organization, which is called StategEast. Sasha sits here, he's the chairman. He actually should be here talking on the ecosystem, but that's what's actually create the opportunities, because if you know about some cases, if you know about some opportunities on the market, you have to share, and then you have to go and support each other, and that's how you kind of speed up the process. And that was the typically problem of Ukrainians, because if I know about something, not myself, but the typical mindset, if I know something, I will not share it with anyone because it's going to be better for me. And that's a wrong way of thinking, like to the basics. You have to share, and like the competition is better. Like if you share the opportunity, you know, it might be not good for you, but might be good for any of you guys, right? So in general, we're all going to win, because if you are more successful, it means that you, like if Andrei's startups are more successful, that means that I'm going to invest in a better startup founders, right? And the same goes with Pavlo and the Ukrainian Startup Fund. So we have to support each other, and if it's maybe in different fields, but if you see the opportunity, you have to bring it to the market and you have to make it spread the word about this opportunity. And that's how you facilitate this growth.
I love it. So we have a collective and an individual responsibility. I love that. Pavlo, what are some of the arguments, mechanisms, and tools that you've seen work and not work?
Actually, from the beginning, when Ukrainian Startup Fund was set up, our main goal was the ecosystem building and support. So from the first day, we tried to build institutional capacity. That means not only USF capacity, but the whole ecosystem. And as for now, we are bringing more and more partners, including international partners. So we just came back from Brussels, and we were accepted to TEFTI. TEFTI is a leading association of leading innovation agencies of EU. So basically, we have now access to all the innovation agencies within the EU. And actually, what we see now, it's a huge support. So basically, we have access to expertise. I've got at least 5 proposals. All guys, come on. We are ready to provide you with our expert to evaluate, to provide mentorship. So basically, and secondly, this is countries which altogether operates like 10 billion of euros. So basically, we also have proposal to consider joint programs and many, many other things. So that is about integration of EU, of Ukrainian startup ecosystem into European area. And that is very important because as for now, we already operating several programs which fully supported by donors. We closely cooperate with USAID, with Chemonics, with GIZ, with different Western NAS fund, GIST, it's US-based fund, CRDF, and many, many others. That means that we are bringing actually new international partners into Ukraine, and that means that we are creating the environment where you have access to finance. It doesn't matter who is provider of grant or actually which opportunities are proposed by this or that donor or company. We just providing instruments and expertise, as I mentioned, and all the other things to make sure once you decide to set up a new startup, you have everything in place. So at least at early stage. So afterwards, we don't do actually equity investment, but we leave it to angel investors, to VCs. But we are doing our job as a governmental implementing agency. We just making sure we create the environment where all the young people have a joint program with Andrei. It's called Entrepreneurial University. So basically, we're trying to involve more and more youth to start up, to entrepreneurship, and many other things.
Great, thank you. So another essential element of any ecosystem is, of course, policy. You touched on this just a little bit. I'd love to hear from each of you. If you could wave a magic wand and change one policy, what would you change? Well, you can have 2 if you'd like. Yeah.
It's a simple question. We need to reform judicial system, and then everyone will benefit out of this. Startups, the real sector, everyone that just on a human rights side, like it's going to be the biggest game changer for entire country, and that's all long time due to reforms that everyone is postponing, and that's game changer.
Well, let's say we need to change educational policies because if we teach technologies, we know that everything is changing so fast that by the moment people graduate from the university, their skills are not very relevant to the market. If we're talking about the policies, then the formats of education should change. For example, we need to enable the lifelong learning for the higher education for people, experiment with shorter formats, more flexible ones, and support, again, the entrepreneurship on the government level.
Actually, I support these points as well, but about education as well, I would make the entrepreneurial education, entrepreneurial skills like the part which will be integrated into all educational process, like start from school and universities as well. But I would add to this also informational policy, let's say. And I would make the startup, entrepreneurship, innovation, this topic quite more important and more visible in general in the country, actually. Because right now it's not on the agenda, let's say. Just inside this, inside the ecosystem, inside of this community of people right now, it's visible. But outside of this, like if we take young people, mass of young people, they are considered the possibilities for them to develop themselves right now. Like at 17, young person, he or she consider what my possible way for develop myself, my professional development, my personal development, and startup or entrepreneurship usually is not on the table. So actually, we need to like change it and actually make it more popular. Let's say this possibility, and it should be considered as a real alternative, affordable alternative, and all resources we have for this. We have experts, we have mentors, we have incubations, accelerations, and all this stuff. But young people usually don't know about this possibility, and usually it is not on the table when they consider their possible future way of development. So informational policy is very important in this part because on a state level, it's not on the agenda right now. So if you will see the general media, we don't see there like any successful cases. Like, I mean, it's really rare situation. I mean, more consistent, more in general way. So actually, informational policy, I would add to this.
Just to add, as a governmental agency, we actually would like to amend slightly legislative framework because there are a lot of gaps now. For example, you wouldn't find anywhere definition of accelerator, incubator. It's not now in regulation of Cabinet of Ministry, but it's already now in provisions of Ukrainian Startup Fund. So basically what we did already, we drafted law on innovation, new version, new draft. But the problem is then you have to pass it for approval by other ministries and so on. And when you've got all the approval, you see that this is completely different edition of what you have drafted. And this is probably the biggest challenge, but hopefully one day, I believe we'll have all legislation on innovations and startups in place, because there are, for example, as for now, there are 5 different definitions of grant, what grant is. So 5 different laws. If you take cultural grant, that's one thing. If you're looking at law on innovation, there is no grant at all. So basically, different instruments, and we need to unify the legislation, which is regulating innovations, technology, startups, and so on.
How do you see that evolving over the next couple of years? Do you think there's going to be any movement?
Hopefully, it will be approved next year. Keep my fingers crossed, because we're dealing with it for 2 years already, so it's enough.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that when we talk about policies, we need to think not only about the local Ukrainian context and our challenges, but also about the global one. Like AI is changing everything. 80% of the jobs will change. The way how companies operate will change. Education obviously should also step up to the challenge to educate people, to prepare them for that. So I guess the policies should follow as well, because if there is a limit in terms of policies for how the companies can innovate, how they can use AI, how students, for example, can use AI while they're studying, that's also very important. For example, the skills of the 21st century already are like problem solving, critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, teamwork. So we need to think how on every level we implement changes that will support the development of those skills, because that's going to be something very important for us, not only now, but also in 5-10 years from now.
If I can build up, there is actually two things. We need to add up into our educational system, but not let the government touch it, because we are just sitting here and talking about success of Ukrainian IT because government was not touching it for 2 decades, right? And that's why we have the success cases. Because when they start regulating this, it's going to be a... I cannot speak it. Yeah, we need to have more freedom. So government and entrepreneurs have to actually define how it's going to be working. And we need to teach people how to use AI tools, how to do this, but we need less and less regulation on this sense. And for the basics, we need to teach everyone financial literacy. That's like innovation, entrepreneurship, that's a build up on this one, because most people don't know how to use different tools, how to make money, how to make passive income, how to invest, how to set aside money. And this is like basics to the Western society. Most of Ukrainians still believe that the government should do something for them. You have to change the mentality of the people. You are owner of your life and you have to take the responsibility. And now this is the case. Like I was just on the train here and I was talking to some passengers on the same cart, and they were talking about guys from eastern Ukraine who relocated to the west, and they were still in the position like, oh, the government should provide us with this and that and da. It's like, no, you have to take responsibility, and that starts the shift in your mentality that leads you to success and owning your life.
No, that's great. So let's switch gears just a little bit and talk about how the ecosystem is functioning in the different regions. So I surveyed a bunch of my friends. I've been fortunate to work with Ukraine entrepreneurs since 2018, so I've made a lot of friends across the country. I surveyed all of them to say, what questions should I ask for this panel? And the biggest one from folks who weren't from Kiev or Lviv was, ask them what they think the state of integrating the different ecosystems is, and one thing they think they can do to make it better.
Actually, I can answer. So basically, how we dealing with startups, we have our own platform, and all the process actually is being through platform. But from what we see, the most active startups, the biggest quantity of applications we've got from Kiev, Lviv, Odessa, and Kharkiv. So obviously, this situation before the war, and all the other regions, quantity of applications much lower. So what we do right now, we're trying to outreach universities in different cities. We are actually started collaboration with Association of Cities in Ukraine, because they have direct access to all the city councils. And we are thinking about several pilot projects. For example, we already launched a project with Kryvyi Rih. So basically, city council is very active. They would like to somehow relaunch the whole entrepreneurial and startup ecosystem within the region. And also we connected already more than 100 universities. So basically, when we have any program, we sharing information about the program possibilities straight away. For example, we already did several tracks with European Institute on Technologies and Innovations. We did a track on raw materials. We did a track on agro, food, and health. So basically, we're just spreading the information among the universities, because before they were directly collaborating with 1 or 2 universities where they choose. But now what we're doing, we are sharing this information with all the Ukrainian cities, with all the universities, to make sure we have reached each single startup or innovator or entrepreneur. So yeah, that is how we trying to scale our activities and to make sure our approach is correct and direct.
No, that's great. It sounds like you're tackling it from a bunch of different fronts and democratizing access to that information. So that's, yeah, the rest of the world could learn a lot from that.
I think still a lot of things are under the radar. For instance, like when the war started, I moved to Lutsk. It's my hometown that I left like 20 years ago. And I realized I opened a co-working, and then I was introduced to one of the owners of the biggest IT companies in the Lutsk. And Lutsk is capital of Ukraine for Drupal technology. A lot of government operational systems are still run on a Drupal. And Lutsk is like #1, but all of these companies are under the radar, and they prefer to stay under the radar, and they don't even communicate. So they take these clients abroad, and they have the small teams, and they try not even to surface. And there's a lot of things like this. There's like a company, IT company from Kremenchuk, like super successful IT company, but like you could not even name them because they're trying to like not appear on the surface.
Why? Why do you think that is?
Less attention. Money likes silence, right? Less attention, you have less authority surveilling you, asking you for different things, and so on and so forth. And that's slowing us down, right? Because if you can also, like, if you're successful, you show it as a role model that you achieve it, like people start following and trying to do something else. So that's also the problem. And I see like the clusterization of the different cities. So some, like we just were discussing that Rivne is going to be one of the like game dev capitals of Ukraine. Like then we have IT outsource. So that's different parts of Ukraine. Like Dnipro, there is Max Polyakov who's building like Fireflies, right? So he's doing an amazing job with like STEM education, and then hiring these people to his aerospace kind of company. And they actually are part of the Rivne IT association, and also like bringing raising cadre for their like multi-billion-dollar company. So it's there, but we need kind of more, like what I like from the guy who was talking from Israel, how they can promote it. So Ukrainians can do stuff, but we cannot sell shit. Like we are one of the worst sellers in the world even we are amazing. And that's what I'm telling, like we can produce, like we are among like best technologists in the world and as a tech people, but we cannot sell this. We cannot promote ourselves as a brand and as a company as a brand. And we have to learn this from, I think the best sales people are the US, and then second are Israeli, but we have to learn how to promote. So US are raising money without having anything. If you see what Elon Musk does, right? He didn't have in the products, and he did a pre-sales for millions and millions for Tesla and other products. And in Ukraine, we have like there's so many cases that people have built amazing like product, and they haven't raised any money, and then don't know even how to promote it. And then you come to them, like the guys from Kremenchuk, they built a platform. They went on a product hunt. They were #1 on product hunt for a month, and then the guy is spending $30,000 per month as a burn rate for his startup. And like no one knows about him here, right? So you have to promote it. You have to like bring people to facilitate this growth, and people just cannot sell it. We have to learn as a nation how to sell the country, how to brand ourselves, the nation, the company, the tech sectors, like even the founders themselves as well.
I just wanted to add that there are certain spaces, areas in the Ukrainian tech that are blooming now, and one of them is defense tech or cybersecurity. And at SET University, we talk a lot with the global tech ecosystems, with the tech experts globally. And what they say to us is that Ukraine has a unique experience. If we take cybersecurity, Ukraine has a unique experience because you are on the front line of all the cyber attacks. All the solutions that you have, they are battle tested. And this is something that the rest of the world doesn't have, luckily for them. And they said that whatever attacks, cyber attacks, Russia is launching on Ukraine, they're kind of testing them, and then they are launching them on the rest of the world, like USA or European countries. So the expertise, the solutions that we have, these startups that we might potentially create is very valuable. And I agree with you that we need to be very good communicators about the value that we have, this unique expertise, and just share it with the rest of the world.
Yeah, I just want to add that the large part of responsibility for development of, like, in terms of regions, it stands on the local leadership in the region, because actually when we are talking about the startups, let's say, and we have no lack of digital tools or online education just to promote the startup education, to promote the starting the entrepreneurship for different people from different regions, and we can activate it for them this topic, let's say. But when they really start and like come up with the idea that I want to start my business or startup or something, so actually they choose the more mature infrastructure and environment for this, and they move to Kyiv, Kharkiv, Odessa, or Lviv because here is the environment and it is well promoted and it is really well built right now already. And if we want to like left them in the region, if we are like local like authority or local leadership, we need to create this infrastructure and environment right here and promote it as well. So actually the big responsibility on them as well. That's my comment for this.
Yeah, please.
I just want to add that recently we launched our corporate innovations program. That means we are inviting big corporates to cooperate with us, and obviously they are located throughout of Ukraine, not only in Kyiv, but all the cities. So basically, we are trying to match big corporations with Ukrainian startups, and not only Ukrainian, because we have now a lot of requests from Japanese companies and EU-based companies. So basically, that will help us to collaborate more with the region, with startups, with universities. And also, we are planning now a visit of Ukrainian entrepreneurs from corporations to visit Plug and Play Summit, where 4,000 of corporations from all over the world is expected. So basically, we're trying to connect Ukrainian corporate sector into a global one. So basically, it's some kind of symbiosis between startups, corporations. So everything is around innovations.
You're going to be busy. So I want to dig into something that you said. Silence and the stealth companies not wanting to draw attention to themselves, but then we need to learn how to promote ourselves. How do we resolve that? Like, is that a mindset change? Is that something that can be changed with, education, policies, capital?
That's a multi-layer question, to be honest, because frankly, if you have to be to speak up, you have to do everything right, so you can defend yourself, right? Because if you pay salaries in envelopes, then you cannot protect yourself because you are already guilty. Maybe you're doing the right thing, but you are guilty, right? So you have to make this decision to do everything transparent, to do it in the right way, and then you are empowered to step up, because your best defense would be transparency. You can say, hey, I paid this much millions of hryvnia in taxes, and you're trying to screw me over because I did the right thing. So if you are not doing the right thing, then you're going to be screwed over. So it creates this vicious circle, right? So we have to make a conscious decision to start paying taxes according to the legislation, right? And then, that's why we have DSCT that increased a little bit to try to get more taxes from IT companies, because it's also unfair to comparing to the other sectors of the economy, right? Because you pay 36%, and then on top of you have more taxes, and then IT is paying only 5%. But if we move IT to the same conditions as everyone else, then this business is going to be gone, because the marginality is decreasing and decreasing what you made on every employee, like a developer. That was like 10 years ago, that marginality on the people were 60, 100%. Now it's 20, 30%. So now if you add this 30% of tax, so the industry will, the prices would go up, and we are already kind of on a global level. So that's also creates some problems. So for me, you have to do the right thing, and then second of all, this is the conscious decision. If you at some point of time you outgrow kind of your current needs, and you understand that there is a bigger need, like a society need, right? That's why you donate money, that you support kind of empowerment, like educational empowerment and stuff. So you have to be at the position that you can stand the fight that might come to you, and then you have to have this willingness to actually to do the right thing, what is not just good for you, but for society. And if you do the good the common level of wealth and education of society means it's a safer place for you to live, to do business, and for kids to be grown, right? Because you want to live in a good neighborhood, not bad neighborhood. So you have to do something for your neighborhood, and if it's a city, region, or the country, as simple as that.
Right, so creating that virtuous cycle. Any other thoughts on that question? Anybody want to take that on?
Can you repeat the question?
So trying to balance the need of having folks with stealth companies who don't want to draw a lot of attention to themselves versus the need to, promote, sell. How can we change that?
Okay, just want to add that the idea is, in addition to soft skills, hard skills, and so on, obviously we need to be hardworking, because to get to any simple goal, you need to make 1,000 or 2,000 steps before you get first result. And that is the main idea, that you should be goal-oriented. Each single day, you need to make as many steps as possible to reach the goal. So basically, that is the problem we see now everywhere. So people try to do something, so 1, 2, 3 weeks, they are not successful. They decided to get rid of the idea. But it's not the approach, because from our experience, to launch the project, sometimes you're expecting that you will do something in 1 month's time. So basically, after 1 year, you understand that another year is needed. But hopefully, as for time being, we launched all the projects we planned. So with some delays, and now we have one big EU-funded project, which hopefully, with delay of 1 year, but hopefully it will be launched in December. Yeah, but we are hardworking people, and each day we go step by step to our goal and our final mission.
I love that. Slackers will not win. So that tees up my last question perfectly. What are some concrete steps each of us individually, as well as collectively, can take to make these changes in the ecosystem?
I think for me, it's pretty simple. It's a question of what I can give back. And like with ZAS, we have 2 things that we do to give back to the ecosystem. So it's Startup Toolkit. So we created the best knowledge base for startup founders. We were gathering this database since 2018, and it's everything from like how to validate business idea to databases of investors to tools, how to use them, like low-code platforms. So it's free for all of the founders. And we could charge money, and a lot of money, for this access, and you turn it into even like a SaaS. But for us, it's part of our mission, because we empower Ukrainian founders and we want to increase the level of education, which at the end of the day we will benefit because we will be investing in the better founders, right? So that's one thing for us. The second thing for us is ZAS podcast. So we're building platforms that will enable Ukrainian founders to speak up and deliver their message to US ecosystem. Because the problem is that Ukrainian founders don't promote themselves. There is not that many platforms to promote yourself. And that's like 2 things that it's our cost center, not the profit center, but we invest a lot of time and money to build this up. And just on a general note, I have a dream that Ukraine will be known not for being an outsourced country, but being actually a product country, and that we have probably a dozen of unicorns, but I want them to become a unicorns or hectacorns. And then the second dream, which is part of this, that Ukrainian domicile will be as common as the Delaware. So at the end of the day, I will be investing not in the US Delaware-founded startup, which is founded by Ukrainians, but to be domiciled in Ukraine. And that's my kind of dream.
Great. All right.
Actually, about your point about being an outsourced company, this year it's the first time ever when the number of tech specialists working at the outsourced companies is equal to the number of specialists working at the product companies. So obviously the war pushed the urge to innovate, to create, and this is a huge potential. Also, regarding your question about the ecosystem, I enjoyed the talk about Israel yesterday a lot, and I loved how they explained that the ecosystem, such a powerful ecosystem for such a small country, worked really well because all the elements were integrated, like universities, companies, funds, mentors, all of them. And I think this is what we should do more in Ukraine. We're pretty good at that already, but there is always more areas for improvement. But also we could benefit a lot from working with the global experts, like bringing the best minds to Ukraine, getting them to work with us. There is lots of potential, and thankfully there are a lot of brilliant people around the world who want to collaborate, and they come to the events like this one. They are ready to work with us. They are interested in the potential. So I think there is a huge area and lots of ideas that we can work on together.
For me personally, like one of the main topic for me for next steps, like next month, it's scaling and doing more mature our acceleration program, which we conduct each year, 2 cohorts of startups, early stage startups, and to attract more early stage investors for them to help them to develop, and not only in terms of financing and the money, but also in terms of feedback, expertise, and which is very valuable for them on this very early stages of their development. And just to be logic, and with the topic I started with about young people, about youth, our main probably project for next year in YEP is launching within the Entrepreneurial University Initiative, which Pavlo mentioned already, which also supported by USAID, the Competitiveness Economy Program of Ukraine. We plan to launch the community of future startuppers, future startup founders for young people aged from 17 to 25 for next years, and it will be non-formal community with a lot of events and peer-to-peer support for those young people who are thinking about starting their idea, starting their entrepreneurship way, but not started yet and scary about it and don't know how to structure this way and what their first steps to do this. So actually this would be super helpful community for those who just thinking about it.
Great, thanks.
And my personal goal for next year is deeper integration into EU and global ecosystems. So that means we are going to cooperate more actively with global players. We're already cooperating with EAC, AIT. We just want to make sure we giving access to all the instruments within EAC. There is a Horizon program of EU, and obviously there are a lot of possibilities there. So basically our main goal to give access to all the instruments worldwide, because innovation, they don't have any borders. So basically, Ukrainian is obviously part of the global world, and we need to make sure we are doing our best in order to bring all the possibilities in Ukraine, especially now, because to recover from this war, we need more innovations. There is only one way.
Great. Well, we've got a lot to do. Let's go get coffee. Thank you very much, panelists, and thank you to the audience.
Right now, we are going to have a coffee break. Please be back at 16:10. Thank you very much. And somebody has forgotten the phone on the stage. I'm just repeating, somebody has forgotten the phone on the stage. Well,
Ladies.
It's not me, it's my colleague who did it, you know. No idea how they made it.
Same. I know I need to figure this out at some point, and I will. Wait.
Should be linked, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So yeah, you choose one. Choose one. LinkedIn, Facebook, or WhatsApp, or whatever. Yeah, the best.
Cool. Thank you so much. Oh, cheers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow, thank you for having me.
The organizer.
The mastermind.
No, not so.
It has been great.
Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. Let me know if I can ever be helpful. I don't know.
Actually, we're doing a lot, and especially I've been in school actually earlier last month. On TechCrunch, we attended TechCrunch. Not last, maybe 2 months ago.
Yeah, no, I was there. I just missed you guys. I did a panel that evening, but I was teaching the rest of the day, so I didn't get to see you.
So basically,
I saw you, but I didn't see you.
basically, I got an idea what's going on, what they're doing. They have a lot of different things launching too many initiatives, and from 20 people like this year, we are going to be up to 80 people now. It's a new program, huge allocations, and we need to go to this very fast. Yeah, it's always, you know.
I know. Education investment is one of my favorite entrepreneurs. So Dima of Drove Me, he was one of my students in class. And then Input Software, and yeah.
Oh, our graduates.
Yeah, I know. That's why I love you guys, because you picked like my favorites.
My pleasure.
We'll make more.
Thank you so much.
There's one duck. Well, at least you have the full night of sleeping. When we had the forum in Almaty, it was like in the beginning of the month. I really wanted to, of course, because like going there and like this experience, to like these long trains and then like one flight and then the second flight and then 2 days of forum and then like, please guys, give me one more day. Because the flight is at 4 a.m. So like at 1 p.m. I need to be, just give me one day because still the hotel is like, just take my flight night on the 9th but on the 10th. No, it never happened. And she was like, oh my gosh, it would still work. Yes, and I'm like, okay, anyway, so no sleep for me. But I believe that Andrew has something to request or to talk to discuss. Okay, you got it. During coffee break? Yes.
вспоминаете какие-то после всего, что вы били по голове? Короткая память отбилась.
That would be the time to take your places, finish your coffee. Hello, hello. Yeah. Just give me 1 second. We will wait until everyone will appear. I will announce everyone, and maybe that's going to be... Okay, the VIP places. I see some StategEast people are running to gather more information and more people. Exactly. Look, yeah, before we will start, I will tell you one of the small things which we have over here in Poland. It's like unwritten rule within our female venture capital society. Whenever on the panel we don't have any female, we give a small speech before or after saying that in Poland we have 150 venture capitals, and at some point there were only 20 female involved on the variety of the positions. Of course, one of the most important things which I caught during our panels, that up to now, when we were mentioning the most successful startups, we were also only mentioning those who are led by men. So during our next panel, we were planning to invite Ms. Kinga, who is the leader of the European venture capital. Unfortunately, she was not able to come, and she has appointed another person, Michał Olszewski, just give me a second. And I truly believe that within our next two panels, we will be able to highlight not only successful startups which are led by men, but also, if you may mention, some which are led by women. That would just bring more equality to our panel. Okay, do we have everyone? Guys, come closer, sit down. It's amazing, incredible, it's investment. People will remember your faces, more likely to invest. Come on. Board is important. Managing the board is important task. Okay, now is the time to invest in Ukrainian tech. this is the name of our panel. First, I would like to invite Bolesław Michalski, the CEO of Go IT Poland. Warm applause, as many people as we have, come on. Ihor Makarewicz, Innovations and Tech Lead, Advantage Ukraine. Ivan Petrenko, Managing Partner, Angel One Venture Fund. Ruslan Frutas, Principal of the Horizon Capital. Marvin Liao, Partner at Diaspora Ventures. And moderator, warm welcome, Michał Olszewski, Funding Box, the leading CE accelerator.
Thank you. I'll grab my chair. Hello, great to be here with you. Unfortunately, I'm not Kinga, but I will do my best to replace her today on such short notice. Okay, guys, we have 1 hour, and I would like you to make it really interesting for the people that stayed so long to listen about investments in Ukraine. So maybe just to start to warm you up, please tell me how you're enjoying the time in Warsaw, in this forum, this conference. Maybe you already made some, I don't know, friends or partners, or maybe some investing is going on. And please introduce yourselves at the same time, if you can.
I can start, but I live in Warsaw, so I'm enjoying it quite a lot today. Not much of a change, though. But my name is Bolesław Michalski, and I recently took the position of the CEO of Go IT Poland. And Go IT Poland, we're focusing on changing people's future from the one that are from the occupation they're currently holding to bring them to IT and let them start the adventure in IT. And I think that I will leave the investment part to one of other panel participants and to inform about it. But we're quite excited about the recent investment that was done in Go IT, so as a whole group. And I think that for the beginning, that would be it. So I can pass the microphone.
Hi, everyone. Great to see you all. And thanks for staying so late on a Friday, so Friday afternoon. My name is Marvin. I'm a VC. So I have a small fund called Diaspora that invests in European founders who are actually focusing on the US market specifically. And so we do anywhere between 12 to 20 deals a year, and very, very small checks, 50 to 150K checks. So we've been around now for about 2 years, and we've done about 44 investments. And so we'll be at probably 47, 48 by the end of this year in our portfolio. But prior to this, did the VC thing for a long time. So last 10.5 years as a VC, I ran a gaming holding company for about 2 years, was a big tech executive and also a startup guy. So I've been in tech for 25 years. And so I invest all over the world.
I'm Ihor Markiewicz. For several years, I was deeply involved in the establishment and running of Ukrainian Startup Fund, the biggest angel investor in Ukraine and the one-of-a-kind governmental agency in Ukraine focused on supporting startups. Now I'm also involved in the activities of the biggest IT cluster in Ukraine. And also I'm representing the Advantage Ukraine. I will tell you more about it a little bit later. I have 10 years of experience in tech in Ukraine and ecosystem building here in Ukraine. So I can tell you everything about startups and investments in Ukrainian startup.
Thank you. My name is Ivan Petrenko, and I'm managing partner of Angel One Venture Fund. You've asked about how I feel here, how I love the city, I love the location, I love the people, obviously. I don't like the weather. I just came from Web Summit. It was warm. I was swimming in the ocean.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, it's not so good for swimming in the sea or ocean here, so that's not the best part. Otherwise, enjoying much. The networking. Angel One, we're a relatively new, small venture fund. We're investing only in Ukrainian founders. We're far behind Liao with Diaspora Ventures, but we've made only 4 investments so far, but we're moving fast and we'll look to make more investment within the next coming years, again, focusing on Ukrainian founders.
Thanks. Hi, everyone. My name is Ruslan Furtas. I represent Horizon Capital. It's a much later stage fund than the colleagues. We invest typically at Series A or B rounds, and we invest in local champions that want to become international champions or global champions. And they're typically a niche champion from Ukraine and Moldova. And one great example of our investment thesis is GoIT, which started from Ukraine as a tech startup for everyone who wants to get a career in IT and doesn't want to go through traditional university path. And this product became very successful in Ukraine, and the team decided to scale it globally. And that's when we saw great traction also globally when we decided to join. Which is, a child poster of what we do. But what I do in Poland now, we have more portfolio companies that have strong presence in Poland. They started in Ukraine. Before war or afterwards, they moved to headquarters here and enjoyed kind of cultural similarities, but also abundant talent that Poland has to offer to expand globally.
Thanks. Guys, I will have some questions to each of you, and some of the questions will be like general that everyone could answer. So I hope we'll have a lively discussion. But first, I know, Igor, you have something to show us. So I'm passing you the time. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, yeah. Actually, if we are talking about investments, any investments in Ukraine, so we should talk about Advantage Ukraine, and I will present it to the audience. But first of all, we have here high-level speakers, and we're still missing someone. Any ideas? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, President of Ukraine.
Different manifestations, but the most important for many is the ability to work for your benefit, for the benefit of your children and the one of your country. In Ukraine, we are fighting for everything that you have. We stand so that every Ukrainian would enjoy all the manifestations of freedom available to a free person in a democratic society. We have achieved significant results. We have united the whole world around our struggle for freedom. We are liberating Ukrainians' territory from the Russian army. We are rebuilding our economy. We are giving you and your companies the opportunity to work together with us for the benefit of all us. Ukraine is the story of a future victory and a chance for you to invest now in projects worth of hundreds of billions of dollars to share the victory with us. Today, we kickstart a large-scale promotion campaign to attract investments. Advantage Ukraine. We will tell the world why Ukraine is a place for good investments and financial opportunities. I invite you to Ukraine, invest in Ukraine. This will be your victory and a new success story for your companies. Slava Ukraini! Start your work.
Yep. So, as Mr. President told you several seconds before, Advantage Ukraine, the investment facilitation platform for international capital providers and Ukrainian businesses. What we are doing, we drive investments, we matchmake investors and projects. If you would like to invest in Ukrainian projects, so Advantage Ukraine at the first stop for you, the first entrance in Ukrainian tech ecosystem, in Ukrainian ecosystem in general. So you can find all the relevant cases, all the relevant projects to invest in through our platform. And if we are talking about tech, maybe you are looking for promising startups to invest in. And here you go, gift for you, completely free, 100 Ukrainian startups to invest now, rising stars in Ukraine. So you can pick up any startup from this list and to invest in, and you will succeed. And always, when presenting advantage or something else, it sounds like blah, 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 BlackRock. And here everyone wake up. So one more thing that Advantage is involved in, the creation of the pipeline to the future Ukrainian Development Fund. And here you can find the IT sector, IT industry, and we hope that there will be more than 1 billion of US dollars to invest in Ukrainian tech companies in Ukrainian IT. Here, the QR code to the platform, you can scan and you can fill in the short application and you will be in our database and we can guide you, we can advise you, we can promote your investments and so on. And we know how to maximize yields and not just in the fields. One more time, Advantage Ukraine, thank you. Let's move to the discussion.
Okay. Thank you. So, Ihor, I think you've painted a lot of opportunity for investing in Ukraine, but I would like to ask the active investors here, maybe starting with Ivan, how is it to invest in Ukrainian companies? What's Ukrainian founders? What's special about that, and what could be done to make them more successful? What's your opinion on that?
It's challenging, okay, if I have to describe it in one word. Otherwise, it's a blessing and a curse at the same time. A blessing because we invest in Ukrainian founders, and they're special because they're Ukrainians, and we want to keep it that way. And we want to be the fund that contributes to the development and prosperity of Ukrainian tech ecosystem. But then on the other hand, there are a lot of, as I mentioned, challenges. And I would point out, let's say, two. One is discipline. It might sound funny, but we work with a lot of startups and we want them to be very consistent in terms of how they give the information about their activities, about their predictions, projections. And oftentimes, a lot of Ukrainian startups think that fundraising is a fun process, short-term process, which takes about 1 month, and then investors should just run about you and ask you to take their money. It happens, but only if you have absolutely fantastic traction. Then they run after you. Otherwise, I mean, you have to go after investors. You have to invest your time, your money, your resources to make relations, to develop relations with investors. And then you have to be consistent in terms of giving the information about you, your team, your projections, so that you build trust with investors. So discipline is one thing. Another thing is, I'd say, understanding the financial model, the business model of the project, because we're very good at tech, and a lot of Ukrainian founders are in love with their service, with their product, with their technology, and they love to talk about it. But what investors need most of the time, so I mean, they do care about the tech, obviously, but what they do care for sure is about money. Okay, so they want to make money on their investment. So they want to hear, like we invest in pre-seed seed stages where it's tough to do the due diligence. It's hard to look into the metrics because there are not a lot of them. But what we want to see is, what is your mindset? I mean, did you do your homework? Did you look at the competitive landscape? Do you understand what's going on around you? What does the market look like? I mean, the world does not need another, I don't know, set of VR glasses. I mean, we need VR glasses that will improve the user experience, that will improve people's life, whatever. And that will bring money, obviously. So what we want is, we want Ukrainian startups to focus on business models and to understand, like, let's say in 2, 3, 4, 5 years, we will be at that point, we will be making that much money. That's the way how we will go with our go-to-market strategy. That's how we will achieve the sales that we predict. And that's where we want to be. So these two things, discipline and concentrating on the financial aspect, I'd say these are the most two challenging things that Ukrainian startups have to develop and be better at.
Okay, same question, Marvin, because you invest, you have some Ukrainian companies in your portfolio already. So what's your opinion about investing in Ukrainian startups? what can be done to make them better, more successful? Maybe something about the women founders that
Yeah, so let's see. Out of my portfolio, I have from 500 starts, I had two Ukrainian companies. Now I have 3 Ukrainian companies, and I'm in the process of 2 more. And one of them, the future one is a female founder. Actually, and Streamline is also a female co-founder as well too. So I think the biggest issue in light with sort of like the business model stuff is just, and I've said this publicly for the last like 5 or 6 years, so nothing new, of just like sales and marketing is just god awful, like really, really horrific. And this isn't just like a Ukraine thing, it's a Canadian thing too. So not very good. So I think the 2 most important parts of a startup that I think a lot of people miss is they focus too much on the technology piece and the product piece when they actually be focusing on what I call like storytelling. There's a storytelling aspect that's actually critical. Storytelling is about sales. It's actually about recruitment. It's actually about PR. It's actually about fundraising. They're not good at it. And there's also, and you can work at it, so this is something you can actually build. It's something that's actually really important. Second part is really the sales and marketing part. You know, all things being equal, so I hate quoting Peter Thiel, but like Peter Thiel talks about this, you know, all things being equal, and I'm paraphrasing, but you know, everyone always looks at like product versus sort of distribution, right? All things being equal, yet if you can only pick one, you should focus on distribution. And you figure out the product stuff afterwards. This is the truth, right? If you actually look at most of the major successful companies in the US, their products suck. Microsoft, their product sucks. Oracle, their product sucks. Salesforce, their product sucks. SAP, German company, unusual. Most German companies, their product's awesome, their sales and marketing sucks. Their sales and marketing is actually pretty good at SAP. Their product is awful, right? And so think about that, right? Like, product is actually important for sure. So, you know, if you can do both, that's great. But this idea, and this is one of my Ukrainian founders at 500, they end up selling the company, so it turned out to be a good exit. So, but what ended up happening is in the beginning, they started the company, raised a bunch of money, so it's like a $3 million seed round, and they grew for a bit, and then after about a year and a half, they kind of stopped growing. And I remember talking to the founders, and I'm like, guys, what's going on? Like, what are we going to do about this? Like, and what's your solution? And do you know what their solution was? Hire more engineers. And I'm like, wrong, dude. That's a wrong thing to do. It's not hire more engineers and build more features. Like, that's death. I'm like, you actually have a sales problem. Fix your sales team.
Thanks. So, Ruslan, same question to you. What's about investing? What's so special about investing in Ukrainian teams? How can they be better?
First of all, I fully agree with what Marvin was saying, that where Ukraine stands, like if you compare startups early and late stage to similar startups in North America, they lack this business development, sales, and sometimes management skills, while Ukrainian startups stand out in terms of technology, but no one cares if they cannot sell it. But on a positive side, so like we raised a new fund now. We announced 2 investments. We have 1 more closing as we speak, and two more at the due diligence stage. So possibly we will close 5 deals in this year. And I compare it to a similar fund that we raised in 2016. That's significant improvement for Ukrainian tech ecosystem in terms of supply, or like the slides that showed this in 2016 was a fantasy. Like, everyone was saying that Ukrainian tech scene has a potential. Now we finally see it, and we are happy that we almost 10 years ago made a bold move and convinced our investors to look at Ukraine as a, you know, Ukraine and the region, because we invest in Ukraine and Moldova as a sufficient enough tech ecosystem to raise actual fund. And back then we had some deal flow, but it was not that big. We ended up fully investing that $200 million fund. And now we have a 350 million, and we have so much of pipeline that we know that we will close and find enough deal flow to invest it within the next 2-3 years. So it's I would say exponential growth in terms of late stage, but also early stage. There's many conferences here in Ukraine, and 5 years ago, I would go to conference, I would meet the same people. Now, every conference I come, 20-30% I don't know, and this are young startups. So this became the main economic power of Ukraine, this early startups. And if they continue with the same traction that we saw in the last 10 years, the results will be even more impressive. Conferences will get bigger and bigger, and more international investors like BlackRock and others will come. Yeah. So I'm overall very optimistic.
Staying with you, because you manage a large fund, a PE fund, right? So you probably have lots of experience, lots of bird's eye view on the Ukrainian market. So if you can spill the beans, tell us a little bit, what are the most promising sectors to invest in coming out from Ukraine? What are the hottest properties?
So overall, like for those, I think there's people mainly from Ukraine, but for those who are not, I will share the main headline number is that there are 300,000 engineers working for IT outsourcing who make decent salary, and if you compare to cost of living, they're all saving. They buy an apartments after 5 years of career, and then they start saving, and they all have ambition to build their own product. And they often build big international products within outsourcing, and they want to try out build something on their own. So this became a great supply of engineering talent, but also like business development. And this is 300,000 that work for structured IT outsourcing. There's also about 200,000 freelancers that also get this international experience. Only a small portion works for local products, so they're all exposed to global markets, and this was the main driver of what I mentioned before. But 10 years ago, we were guessing when would be a first unicorn and how many, but it turns out that Ukraine is a birth to at least 7 unicorns if you include outsource, but companies like I don't know, Grammarly, Ajax in our portfolio, BetterMe, Gigi, Creatio, Airslate, they all are unicorns or about to be unicorns. And the people in North America, for example, who are skeptical now, they see, okay, this thesis works. Strong R&D teams can be built in Ukraine, and the time difference is not a problem. And yeah, and there's about, I don't know, 50 companies that will be there in 2-3 years. And yeah, so it's I don't know, hopefully nothing, or this capital markets winter stops, and this promising startups get access to funding, not just from Horizon Capital, and more success stories will come from Ukraine.
Okay.
I just would like to stress here that during the wartime, Ukrainians gave birth to 2 unicorns, 2022. It's Airslate and Unstoppable Domain. So just imagine, during the war, Ukrainians are creating unicorns and developing those unicorns. It's the great result. It's the great thing to be proud of. And back to the industries. Like historically, Ukrainians are very good in SaaS, like something like this. But now we have the unique advantage, the defense tech, obviously. We can test any product during several weeks and get the real feedback from the military forces. A lot of foreign companies, they come to Ukraine just to test their products, to get the feedback and then to develop that product and make it better. Also connected with this is cybersecurity. Ukrainians were really good in cybersecurity. That there was even such numbers like 40% of all the cybersecurity companies in Israel were founded by Ukrainians by origin. In Ukraine, there are a lot of really strong cybersecurity teams. And also, something that here, it's AI. Like a lot of unicorns, Ukrainian unicorns or Soonicorns, they use AI, the basic technology, Grammarly AI, People AI, Reface, and so on and so forth. And this is the result of these success stories become the creation in Ukraine different stakeholders that are focused on AI. And now they are developing really good products. They are creating the environment to develop AI in Ukraine. And also AI is again connected with the cybersecurity issue because in order to raise investments in your AI project, you should be very well secured in terms of cybersecurity. It's also boost the cybersecurity industry in Ukraine.
Great, that's great response. Thank you for super insightful. Marvin, going back to you once again. I really enjoyed your yesterday's presentation. It was super exciting, and what was like interesting for me, and I hope you can expand on that because you have experience on different markets. You know many emerging markets, and since you already know Ukrainian people, Ukrainian companies, what's so unique about that? What's the opportunity that's present in Ukraine for international investors like you?
You know, this goes in line with some of what Ruslan actually said earlier. Of just you see a lot of these like super successful unicorn companies. There's also a lot of bootstrap companies. For example, like Clean My Mac. What is Dennis Zadanov's company? Riedel, thank you. There's a lot of very successful software companies already, and they're what we call like academy companies, right? So I'm part of the Yahoo Mafia, right? There's a PayPal Mafia. There's like it actually is a real thing. So you have to. I think how startups actually work and why ecosystems actually do well. It actually comes from breaking glass in your brain, and I'll explain. Of just like we all limit ourselves, where it's just like, oh, I'll never be a millionaire, like, oh, we'll never create $1 billion company. Once you kind of see that actually done in front of you, especially when you've worked at a place, a lot of them spin out and actually do stuff. And so my thesis is actually you look for companies that have had like sort of great success, right? So I mentioned Israel. Israel blew up after, when I mean blew up, it just sort of blew up from a startup perspective after the ICQ acquisition, right? So that was like $190, $200 million acquisition. All those folks left and actually started, that money came back into the ecosystem, that talent came out. Skype, so my friend Tavit, he was a first employee at actually Skype. He started TransferWise. Or Pipedrive. Like there's all these people who've spun out of these very, very successful companies. This is the advantage that Silicon Valley actually has, where we have like hundreds of these companies or these continual spin-outs. And so having 7 unicorns, and there's probably more. I actually think there's probably way more like soon to be sort of very, very big companies. To watch a company go to 150, 200, 300, 500 people, you're like, wait a minute. I can, I've seen this done. I can actually do this myself. So that's actually the opportunity. You don't have that in a lot of other markets, in my opinion. Tech talent's really, really good. There's a cost arbitrage. And in general, the brand of Ukraine, for most folks in the West, is actually very positive. And so I can't tell you how many, I'm part of this mastermind of a lot of like CEOs and business owners. Like we all run companies like from like several million to hundreds of millions of dollars. And it's interesting when we go to these mastermind meetings, we're talking about the ties that many of these folks actually have to Ukraine, where it's like, oh, I use it, half my team's in Ukraine. I was shocked that just like 40, 50% of these folks actually had some tie to Ukraine in general. And so the point about this is, as soon as the war is over and Ukraine's victorious, a lot of folks are going to actually invest more money there. And I actually think with winners, you're actually going to see a lot more investments going in. I want to say of winners of sort of like successful companies. I miss Prepley, for example, right? He's a dear friend of mine, and I missed that investment. And so that actually woke me up to sort of the opportunity. Can't believe I missed that deal. That was 2016.
Yeah. Okay, Bolesław, going to you.
We should actually think about creating or actually inspiring the Ukrainian mafia, right? Because I'm not talking the mafia like Ukrainian, the country mafia.
Maybe
startup
like
mafia,
find some other name.
Because
for it, but
you're talking about the Yahoo mafia, we know the PayPal mafia, right? We're expecting our startup mafia to come back, to make some exits and then invest in Ukraine and sort of like be proud of being Ukrainians. And we talk a lot about that in our ecosystem, that we need that because, okay, people AI, good, Grammarly, where are they? We don't see them in Ukraine. I mean, we want them to be Ukrainians, and we talk with Sasha, right, a lot about that, but how to make them be more present in Ukraine.
But this is about like the first ones, the first unicorns, the first very big companies. They don't always come back to the market. Like in Poland, we had the same situation with Onet or Allegro. The founders of the big companies, they didn't invest. Not like that money never came back to the market like with PayPal mafia or Skype mafia or something. This is just happening right now. So it's a process. It takes time. It's maybe the Grammarly people won't invest in Ukraine, but I guess from the up, but
at least their role is really great. Like if you look at the Ukrainian Forbes, two founders of Grammarly are among the top 10. If you will look at any presentation of Ukrainian tech guy outside of Ukraine, they will mention Grammarly. So Grammarly, it's a kind of seal of excellence of Ukrainian tech ecosystem. So Ukrainians, they created Grammarly. It's enough for now. If they will give back to Ukraine, great. If they will contribute to the development of tech ecosystem, it's great. But they did a lot already.
Okay, so Bolesław, tech ecosystem, you can add something to...
I think I can, because what is very visible, what we're doing, and this is very interesting, because Marvin, what you said, that product may be your lesser concern if you're doing marketing and sales. And this is exactly what our priorities in Poland are: marketing, sales, and product. In this way, and we can see the differences in product. Having and working with GoIT and having GoIT in Ukraine with such an amazing people that are not only creating it but also becoming a students is something different than we see on Polish market, where there's no more such a huge drive for students to join, where we can still see that Ukrainian people are hungry of becoming tech engineers. Polish people are still there and they're in love in the product and they're building the community. But the way that we're able to sell, the difference between what we're selling, how we're selling, Poland might have higher check and check, but the amount of people that are interested in Ukraine to join is just uncomparable. This is the future, and people can see that this is the future, and they're joining the company, and we can only learn from the experience that we have there and forge it to our success in Poland. And this is exactly what we're doing. And I think it's very visible in selling services that will change the regular people to programmers that will later on build the startups or join the startups get the experience and build their own startups. This is still visible. So I think that this market is doing a massive development, and it won't end now. And one more thing that I would like to add, I hope that the battle testing factors that is now possible end up very, very fast. And even with this missing opportunity, this is my wishes for you guys to get victorious and just not be able to battle test anything anymore in your country.
Okay, Bolesław, you can keep the mic because I have one more question to you. Because you're in GoIT, it's education, you have insights about your students also probably. And how's the talent pool that Ukraine has? How does it look like? How does it evolve? Did it change recently? Is there any, again, maybe shift from more female talent popping up? What you see at GoIT?
Sure. So in GoIT, I can easily say that we hire people based on their skills, and this is our main driver. But it's very interesting that we can find a lot of managers in Ukraine that whose skills are easily comparable and experience is easily comparable. And we're even having discussion with Igor just before our panel that there are some differences if we're looking at performance team. The head of performance team in Poland is Katia, and she's from Ukraine, and she's great. Members of performance team are mixed between Polish and Ukrainian people, and Polish people might have better results, but only slightly. But there are different factors that you need to take under consideration, like expectations, salary expectation, and those are also impacting the whole situation. So being able to work and being able, in Poland, being able to pull from the talent from Ukraine is an amazing opportunity for companies that are working throughout Europe. And this is also in line of what you guys said, that people from Ukraine are working for US startups, European startups in general, get amazing experience, get this kind of, for lack of a better word, swag that they won't get from working on their own one market, and then join and get back with the way of thinking that is breaking the glass ceiling, and they can just do whatever they want, and they will push it quite hard. So this is very important, and I think that working with the mix of a bigger check in Poland, but a lot of data and a lot of things that were already tested in Ukraine is allowing us to build a great product that can truly inspire people. And I think that what is very interesting is that we have a lot of interest from female students, and there's a massive amount of females who are joining and trying to become programmers. And the successful rate of starting versus ending is actually higher in this group than in men's. So it's interesting, and I think that the future is going in this direction as well.
That's great to hear. Okay, a harder question, and I hope Igor will start or end. I don't know, because this is about the because most of you are from Ukraine and you know what's going on in Ukraine. But after the war started, after the invasion, how the world responded? I'm asking about the investors. What happened with outside investments in Ukraine, and how you feel about it, and what more could be done to support Ukraine now, once we know that war is going to be won soon, probably?
At least we should move from words to actions. A lot of funds, a lot of VC capital funds, they announce we'll create specific fund to support Ukrainian startups. Like the example on the top, it's FFVC and the Blue Yellow Heritage Fund. It was promoted like the first fund that will be focused on Ukraine only. And how many investments they did during the last year? Zero.
Okay, that's not much.
Yeah. So. Yeah. So it was like publicly announced. There are several more funds that announce we will invest in Ukrainian startups. And also there is a problem with the expectations. They come to Ukraine, they look through different startups and say, oh, no, we will not invest. Because here also not a lot of Ukrainian startups are ready to raise money even during the war. So they should be prepared, and here we should develop the ecosystem of incubators, accelerators, advisors, and so on and so forth, just to raise those money. So it's not only the problem of the investors, it's also the problem of Ukrainian startups. And but because of that announcement, startups are waiting. Here I am the great Ukrainian startup, come and invest in my project. I'm super resilient, brave, whatever. I still in Ukraine, and so on and so forth. It's not enough. They should develop product, they should sell, they should do marketing, and a lot of those stuff. And yes, if we are talking about investments, I cannot say that we are really happy with the amount of investments in Ukrainian startups. There is a big problem for pre-seed startups, early startups, especially if the core team is still in Ukraine. It's, let's say, honestly impossible to raise money for now. There can be some
we heard that
exemptions.
during the previous panel, someone said about investment vacuum at that level. Yeah. So.
Yeah. But if you have an MVP, the proven traction, and you have the majority of your team members outside of Ukraine, you have traction, for example, on the US market. So it's not so difficult to raise money because of your product, because of your team, because of your sales. So still have that problem of early stage startups. And if you're talking about investments, we have the problem with Series A funds in Ukraine. We have Horizon Capital, that's all. we still need more Series A, Series B
so
funds in Ukraine.
So there's vacuum everywhere, like C level and A level.
It's a you know, I call it sort of like the pipeline issue in general. And so honestly, I don't think you really need to worry that much about the Series A and Series B. I think if you have a lot of startups at the pre-seed and seed, a lot of the companies have the potential to do either pan-Euro or sort of like global. And so the funds, ultimately, if you actually look at Europe does not have that many Series B or Series C funds. Most of the really, really great companies, they end up just raising from American founders. American funds in general. And so, or they end up IPO in the US. So that's just natural, and I don't think there's anything to change that, because ultimately the US funds at the later stage do hunt everywhere in the world. And so if you actually look at UiPath, Romanian, right? There's actually lots and lots of companies from Europe that raise mainly from US investors up to Series B. Series A in Europe is actually pretty good overall, and they're hunting. But one thing I'll say is that, you know, I spoke yesterday about this idea sort of like local maximum versus sort of like global maximum. And so it's not a capacity issue, and it's not an intelligence issue. It's actually an exposure issue. So I'll give you an example. I'm still going to probably end up investing in this company, but so I met this founder, and I tell this story to some folks. So I was at Lviv IT Arena, did some mentoring and stuff over there, and there was actually a company I was like really, really interested in. And I was having dinner with my friend Paul Bragil in Lviv afterwards, and I was mentioning this. And so typically, of just like, when we do investments, you have to hold them to a global standard, in my opinion. I don't think you should cut corners. And so typically, for a good founder, and this is the same in the US or anywhere, I remember telling this founder, I was like, hey, really love what you're doing. I'm actually interested, I'd love to explore this and share what you're doing with my partner. Can you send me your deck? All right? In the US, it'd be like within hours, or probably within 24 hours. This founder, a week. And I told my friend Paul about this, right? And he's like, I wouldn't do that. This is out, any deal. And so I actually am going to move forward with this one, but I remember having the conversation with the founder where it's like, okay, you know, going forward, like you need to be operating on a much sort of like faster tempo in general, like, because if you want to compete globally, you want to raise money from global investors, this is actually what it requires, right? Like that fast response. And this is universal. My top founders, you know, I have a founder, a company called Shippo. You know, one of my early investments that has done very, very well. Boy, when I ask Laura for something, it's like that. Like she follows up, like just like everything she does is just like fast. That's what you need to build like a big successful company. And so understanding what that standard is, that's missing. And it's possible, right? It's just they don't know what the standard. If you don't know what the standard is, you don't follow the standard.
I think that this is also unique in our cooperations, where GoIT is actually going for quite a few countries already. And during our meetings, when we're discussing changes and planning, things that are coming from Europe to Ukraine, I think that discipline that was even mentioned here before, and this discipline is not about European countries being more disciplined. They're just being more run through a number of regulators, GDPR, financial regulators, regulate this, regulate that, taxes, and taxes. And this is bringing a lot to the table as well, because I can see even the change during my great adventure with GoIT. I can see the change in the company and how company is actually taking all the European standards to it to get better, better, and better. And I think that this is something that can also be brought by people who get experience in, they will be educated. Maybe some of them will be educated by GoIT, then go out and become freelancers or work for foreign companies and bring this to the Ukrainian table. So I think, Marvin, that this might change. But I understand also your point of view totally, and I get it.
I mean, I'm a lot more tolerant about this because I actually understand. But if they want to get, like, this idea of passive versus sort of like active, right? I actually think, like most founders, it terrifies me when a founder is like, well, fundraising, like, I'm waiting for the investors to come to me. It's like, wrong, you go to the investors. So the big difference of, when I look at my portfolio of like what I consider good founders versus crap founders, I invest in crap founders. Sometimes you don't know they're crap founders, right? The big difference is your job is to help them fundraise, right? And so a good founder is, hey, Marvin, I noticed that you're connected to these investors. Here's why I think we'd be a good fit. Can you make an introduction? Great. Versus the lazy way, oh, I need to raise a Series A. Make some intros for me. And I'm like, okay, to who? Like, just like be more specific. And so that's actually the big difference of sort of that active versus sort of passive, where it's like, it's going to come to me. Those founders never do well, right? And so until they wake up, and by the way, there's a lot of American founders like that too who suck, right? So this isn't, but I do think that is in the culture of Silicon Valley, whereas like there's a certain standard where it's like, this is actually what is required, right? When you hang out with other great founders, you learn these things, and if you haven't been exposed to it, you just don't learn this stuff.
Okay, thanks. Guys, question that came to my mind about the role of government, Ukrainian government especially. Do you think that, how you feel about that, about the investment that happened, that will happen in Ukraine? They should be the ones that are about resilience, military recovery. They should be prioritized, or maybe this should be, the traditional free for all. The investors investing mostly in stuff that gives them highest possible returns. What should be the priority now?
So we should differentiate. There are the goals of the government and there are the goals of the investors. Investors will definitely invest in the successful project, the revenue and so on. So it's like any industry, they should be successful. But if we are back to government, I already showed you the slide with the main industries. And of course, till the victory and several years after the victory, Ukrainian government and the whole Ukraine will be focused on defense tech, will be focused on energy, will be focused on infrastructure. So we didn't choose this. It's our priority in order to survive, be developed, to join EU and be among the countries there. So it's like this.
Use the mic, please.
So there are some similarities between the Marshall Plan, the post-Great War, and what was there. There was no IT, obviously, but otherwise, nothing new. It's exactly the same. This is what you need, I think, and this is why this is prioritized.
And it's very clear for the investors. I mean, they obviously they are looking for the best way to make more money, and that's it, right? There's nothing else to it. And if we want in Ukraine, I mean, I'm quite skeptic when I hear about all these another fund that's raising money for the Ukrainian startups or focusing on Ukrainian startups. That's a bullshit. Come on. And if we want the investors to come over, VCs, let's say, come over to Ukraine, we need clear regulations. Their money has to be safe. That's one and only thing, the first one and the last thing. But the other thing is what you've more mentioned yesterday, like Singapore did, right? So we need those matching funds. So if we want VCs to come here, we have to attract them here. So here you go, the clear regulations. And then for every, whatever, 100 million that you invest, we give matching fund, let's say X3 or whatever. Then they will come here, and then they will help these startups to emerge and get those money. Only that way.
Thanks. Great answer. I can't help, but I'm Polish, so I have to mix some Polish team here. Poland is super close to Ukraine. We're like neighbors, we're best friends, I hope. Do you see a special role for Poland in the investment market? I don't know. You're looking forward to co-investing with Polish VCs. How it looks like in your eyes?
Would you mind if I'll just take a short answer to this? Because
okay, go ahead.
I think that Polish market just went through a lot of startups being founded, and the startup culture is, I'm not going to say it's ending in Poland, but it got its peak somewhere probably 3, maybe few years ago. And I think that what was important, investors and US market that was very interested in Polish startup was great, but also there was an infrastructure of incubators and government-founded entities that were getting the money to the right startups, educate the right startups, force them actually to go through the procedures you were both mentioning, force them to go through discipline to get the government money, to have grants that can push through some very important things to even get attraction, or to have this missing $200,000, $200,000 zlotys sometimes that were critical just to move a specific part to start the traction. And I think that this is something that is crucial in this path. And this also might help with the vacuum.
So also connected to Pri's question, the regulation of tech scene in Ukraine was very different. And I believe that the government should not be involved. And part of success of Ukraine in tech scene that the government was not interfering too much. So I hope it doesn't interfere, just supports. And the support should be in clear regulation. Like, for example, this private entrepreneur scheme is becoming institutionalized. We were the first investor 10 years ago who made an investment in IT outsource. And other funds didn't know how to do it in Ukraine because it was just a big group of private entrepreneurs, and this was a gray area. And now, because thanks to Ministry of Digital Transformation and other governments, this became something that everyone understands. And as for Polish funds, Central European funds investing into Ukraine, we saw more and more coming in before war. Now there is a pause. But overall, it's a good sign, and we see more and more interest. Like if we judge by our portfolio, that there were a lot of success stories by Polish funds here. For example, in retail, in e-commerce, in SaaS, product companies, and they kind of went through this playbook, and they're looking for similar stories in Ukraine. For example, they're looking for second Żabka in Ukraine, or second Pracuj, or Allegro stories, also important. So overall, like I think it's not a secret, but I'll say it openly and loudly, Polish investment industry is much more professional and much bigger. If I want to meet private equity and venture capital professionals in Ukraine, this will take me. I'll meet everyone in 1 week. And then I'll have to meet the same people all over again. Here, the industry is probably 10 times larger. There's a lot of new funds, young former entrepreneurs or like managers that launch funds that were not here 5 years ago. There's about 10 funds like this. In Ukraine, it's mainly the same funds, except for the guys here, and also ZAS Ventures. There's just a few funds showing up, but the Polish scene is much more vibrant, and that's a good sign that we have such a neighbor. And I'm very happy that we are integrating. Like the fact that we have a conference here, we are integrating with Western neighbor, compared to that 8 years ago we were integrating with the Eastern neighbor, which I wasn't happy about. So yes, this is happening, and I think all Ukrainian professionals are happy about it. But if you didn't think about it, it's a very good trajectory for us, for Ukrainians.
Okay, so as we're closing to our end of time that we have, our time slot, I think I would like you to come back to the theme of this panel, which is, just to remind you, it's time to invest in Ukrainian tech. So what are your next plans in the next few weeks, months, years for investing in Ukrainian tech, each of you?
I'll just go very fast. We're raising another fund. We're almost done with that, and we will next year we will dedicate to investing smaller checks between 50 and 100K into pre-seed startups.
Thanks.
We just raised a new fund, so we'll have to make I don't know, like 10 investments in the next 2 years, Series A, B, or later. We also have a what we call a sister fund that kind of grew from our first fund called U Ventures, and there we are also very active. We announced 5 deals that we did this year, and we plan to do at least I don't know, five deals next year. But if there's enough deal flow, we can do more.
I hope in the nearest years I will facilitate a lot of investment deals in Ukraine. So welcome to Advantage Ukraine, and you can fill the application.
I mean, I said it last night. I have 2 deals in the pipeline. I end up doing probably like in Q1. At least that's my timeline. And I committed. I'm already supposed to be speaking at IT Arena, and I'm committed to coming out to Ukraine at least like 3 or 4 times next year.
Thank you.
I'm in a position where I cannot invest, unfortunately, but what I think I will still try to help with pushing the structure and pushing the knowledge and pushing the experience that we have working on the regulatory environments to Ukrainian startups. But what I will definitely take from Ukrainian startups is enthusiasm and never-ending strive to get better and to get the knowledge, especially in our sector, which is edutech and tech in IT. So this is definitely what I'll do because it's super inspiring. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Thank you for super inspiring talk. I think I see that no one left during our panel, so we did well. Thank you very much for your time, for your experience, and I hope that if there is anyone here who's looking for raising a round, yeah, contact those guys. Thank you. Thank you.
You are not king, you are king.
No, true. Everything. So if we get bad marks, it's your fault. But if we get good marks, it's your fault. It's also your fault. No, that's always a team effort.
Okay, don't try to wait too fast because we are still having one more panel, and this is going to be the closing panel. So please stay, please keep up. All right. Hello, hello, hello. We're about to start. If you would like to take your seat. Okay, I just would like to thank one more time for mentioning female-led companies and keeping engaged and balanced our previous panel. Our next panel is also very special. It is dedicated to the role of global development agencies in Ukrainian tech. And the only difference which we will have in this panel is that I will introduce the moderator, and later on, she will come on stage, invite the speakers one by one, and also introduce each one. So, again, the role of global development agencies in Ukrainian tech. Please welcome Deborah Ferlin, the co-founder of Green Flag Ventures.
Okay. We're almost at the end of this, guys, so just hang with us because actually development agencies really are quite important, even though they are sometimes behind the scenes and hard to understand piece of this ecosystem and how it all works. So first, actually, we have 2 folks who are joining us online. And to the tech folks, if you could maybe bring them up. First, I'd like to introduce Laurent, is it Finkelstein, who is the Deputy Chief of Mission of Israel and Ukraine, as well as the Deputy Ambassador of Israel to Ukraine. And I would like to welcome her. Thank you so much for joining us. And also I'd like to introduce Alexander Lezukin, who is with the EBRD. You are both joining us from Kiev today, is that correct? Fantastic, thanks very much. And then from the audience here, if I could, I would like to invite Natalia Petrova, Project Manager at the Office of Economic Growth for USAID. Thank you so much, Madame. If I could also ask Nicole Kress, the Senior Program Director of Comonics, to join us. And last but not least, Piotr Matusik from the Country Officer, thank you very much, of the IFC in Poland. Thank you so much for joining us, all of you. I appreciate it very much. So, as I had sort of alluded, sometimes it's a little bit hard to understand the behind the scenes within the global development agencies. And I know everybody here is not necessarily with global development agency, particularly with the distinguished Deputy Ambassador from Israel. But I was wondering if, first of all, I could have each of you go through and just do a quick introduction of yourself. And then if you can talk about, in the context of your organization and sort of some of the contribution to what it's doing in Ukraine right now in the developmental sphere, that would be super. So I'll just start from my right. If you would like to go ahead, thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me well? Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. My name is Piotr Matczuk. I'm the representative of the International Finance Corporation in Poland. I sit in Warsaw, and I've been with the IFC for 6.5 years in a role similar to which I have a pleasure to perform now. IFC is a part of a World Bank group that focuses on the development of the private sector predominantly, but we also support development of, for example, municipalities. So these channels help us to address various issues that many of them would be related to the ongoing war in Ukraine and specifically our activities in Ukraine. Do you want me to introduce a little bit about our program in Ukraine and at this stage, or?
Sure, if you'd like to go ahead,
Sure,
you can go ahead and
sure.
do that as well.
I'll try to be very brief. After the outbreak of the war, after the Russian invasion, we announced a $2 billion program in Ukraine that will be consisting of, let's say, our own resources and donor money. And since last year, I mean, we've invested over $500 million already in the Ukrainian economy, focusing on sort of sustaining businesses and helping them to stay operational during the war. We also, I mean, many of these businesses were our, let's say, clients that we used to work with in Ukraine. And like the recent example is, for example, MHP, the large producer of, processor of poultry in Ukraine. Yeah, I mean, maybe I'll stop here. Maybe we can go into details on the IT sector later on, right?
Sure, that would be terrific.
Thanks a lot.
Natalia, would you like to talk a little bit about what you are doing?
And I'll be probably general because Nicole and I here are married, and she'll talk more about the specific jobs that's done by one of the projects. But USAID in Ukraine works in 3 main areas. This is actually democracy and governance, health sector, and also the economic growth. While we see the budgets are growing, actually the internal structure is also adjusting to the needs of the economy in Ukraine, and there will be internal changes going in the mission itself. We see that certain things require more attention, and management of the budgets requires additional resources. So there will be things emerging which have been there, it's just the structure is changing. At the same time, there are more than 40 projects run on the ground in all of the 3 sectors that I mentioned. When we think about the effect, it's actually even USAID creating the job creation effect, because the 40 projects employ almost 1,000 people, so it's a huge capacity there. But at the same time, most of the projects that are implemented
and I'll talk probably more focusing on the economic sector, they do target, first of all, the change into how those sectors are operating in Ukraine. And I mean that these look at the competitiveness of those sectors, in many cases independence from the earlier sources that they've been relying on, and specifically Eastern markets. So a shift towards the not only European values, but also European and international, and being represented globally is definitely the main goal of the Office of Economic Growth. And that's done in numerous ways. We do support the capacity of the government of Ukraine. We do work a lot with the private sector, firms, corporate companies. It's more about engaging the private sector in a meaningful way. It's not only about them contributing money, it's the expertise where we are also looking them joining our initiatives. But at the same time, a huge thing, and I've mentioned that in my opening remarks yesterday, is the non-governmental sector. It's of huge importance. They have the capacity, they have the outreach, they can do things that we literally cannot do because we're only less than 100 people working for USAID, and there is such a huge demand on the ground. And with that, I'll probably pass on to Nicole, because she knows specifically how we do that on the ground.
There we go. Thanks, Natalia. Appreciate that. And it's a pleasure to be here with you all and to see the fruition of all of the work that has gone in for years on the project. So Chemonics International is a US-based company, right? We've been in operation since 1975. We operate in over 100 countries. We actually implement 6 of USAID's projects in Ukraine, as well as a UK-funded development project as well. And so I am the headquarters leadership for our competitive economy program, SEP, which has worked with many of the partners here, and it's great to see so many faces and the work that we've done. But SEP is an EGT project that works with the entirety of the private sector, right? So we're promoting business development for a variety of sectors, including the tech sector. And so our work in capacity building and development in the tech sector has really focused around 4 areas, right? So we're promoting export development. In the past few years, right, through COVID and the full-scale invasion, we've supported at least 10 international trade missions. You know, we had Web Summit a few weeks ago, TechCrunch as well in the US, the GSMA Global World Congress. There have been a number of other programs. You know, we do export facilitation training for IT companies. We have helped as well to lean into human capital and capacity building. We work with the Lviv IT cluster with 100 IT companies there. We've supported a number of other trainings for companies as well, and supporting through grants and other initiatives really to bring the IT sector together and foster their growth and development as well.
Terrific. Thank you very much. If I could move to our online panelists. Alexander, if I could start with you, maybe you can just give us a quick introduction and overview.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, we can hear you. Thank you.
It's a pleasure to be here. I want to say that we have been operating in Ukraine for over 3 decades, and as the largest institutional investor here, our support in Ukraine targets 5 main areas, like trade finance, energy security, vital infrastructure, food security, and the private sector. During the 2022 and 2023, we have been committed to invest over 3 billion euros in Ukrainian economy. And I want to say that we have successfully achieved this at the end of 2023. And the story so far covers 529 projects in Ukraine, and our current portfolio of projects is over 4 billion. Thank you, everyone, and I think I will pass the word to my colleague.
Perfect. Thank you so very much. Lebron, I know that you are obviously not with a sort of traditional donor agency, but Israel actually, I think, has been both an important inspiration. We actually had a speaker yesterday who was on, and I know made an impression. A lot of people have been talking about him because he sort of had talked about a lot that Israel has learned in the development of its tech ecosystem. And so I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about what you are doing and some of the connections there.
The invite. Good afternoon, and as of course there was introduction, and thank you for that. My name is Liron, and I'm the Deputy Ambassador of Israel in Ukraine. Mashav, which I hope I could represent properly here, is actually Israel's International Development Cooperation Agency, part of course, Israel Foreign Ministry, which actually is in charge of formulating and leading and implementing Israel's foreign aid policy. And I am very fortunate to know of the amazing work that Mashav is in charge of. And I was actually, we at the embassy were actually able to use this and to use the different techniques and to actually bring a lot of this to Ukraine. What we do basically, what Mashav does is really to share the knowledge, the technology, and the experience that is accumulated in Israel by training local staff, local personnel, both in Ukraine and in Israel, strengthening human resources, of course, capacity building, strengthening the support system in the different communities and in the regional level. And so we are very much able to work in different spheres. And all of this is really to deal with the development challenges in different regions in the world. And since the beginning, since the beginning of the war in Ukraine, we were able through Israel was able through us and by Mashav, with Mashav, was really able to first of all aid and assist in many different ways, starting with the field hospital and delivering water and food, of course, and hundreds of tons of medicine. But one of the main important things, and actually my personal kind of thing that I love and I cherish most about this job is really the training programs. We were able to train both in Ukraine and in Israel thousands of professionals, Ukrainian professionals in different fields, many of them in medicine and healthcare and psychology and other areas like that, really to help Ukraine deal with the different challenges that is facing.
Terrific, thanks. Actually, could I ask, are you involved at all are there any projects that are supporting the tech sector in particular right now? Or at this point, is it more a broad spectrum approach, looking at training? Could you talk a little bit about that, if there's anything in particular around that area?
In Ukraine, we're mainly focused on the different things that I've mentioned, and of course, reading or actually listening to the needs that kind of come up from the field, from the people in Ukraine, and trying to find the best fit to be able to help and share all these experience that I have that I mentioned.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Actually, Piotr, if I can come back to you, if you can talk a little bit specifically around some of the areas in the tech sector that you have been involved with, that would be great.
Sure. So the specificity of the IFC is that we can work with different types of clients. Predominantly, as I said, we work with private sector companies. So on one hand, we can work directly with large corporates, and we do that not only in Ukraine but also in some other countries. But let's say the broader a startup or VC environment is addressed mostly through financial intermediaries that we work with. So, and that's on one hand, let's say regular financial institutions like banks, where we can address clients like SMEs and let's say more closely like startups. On the other hand, we also invest into funds, and that's a very important part of our activity. In Ukraine, we have a very good example of such a fund because we, in April this year, we invested in Horizon Capital, and we were an anchor investor with jointly with our colleagues from the BRD to help the fund, fundraise in a very challenging environment in general. Our investment in Horizon went up to $60 million. And we also have a co-investment envelope with the fund for another $30 million. So within the investment, the investment envelope, we actually executed one investment with Miratech to support their development and expansion. And this company works predominantly with large corporates worldwide, especially in America.
Terrific. Thank you very much. I will leave this actually open for both of you, whoever would like to answer, because I think in some ways, the USAID project is and through the Chemonics and the CEP program, you have been extremely active in the tech space in particular within Ukraine. And if you look at a lot of what you have been doing around, I'll call it ecosystem building, actually there's a multiple of levels that you have been supportive of the Ukrainian tech eco sector overall. But if some of these are sort of more on the funding side, you have done a lot within the ecosystem. And I was wondering if you can just talk a little bit about maybe even how do you make some of the decisions about the projects that you are going to work with, or what are some of the things that you look for? And I'm sort of asking this because, in the context of so in full disclosure, I have actually worked with USAID projects, and sometimes
worked for the specific one.
Yes, with the specific one. Although I did work with SUB for a little while, actually. One of the things sometimes I think that it's hard to understand, sort of, I'll call it from the ecosystem versus from within, actually, even any of IFIs or within a donor agency, is understanding how sometimes are decisions made, or how is the planning done, or what is it that is looked at for decisions for things that are going to be supported. So I don't want to put you on the spot, but if just from a broad level, if you could talk, maybe Natalia from your side, and then Nicole from yours as well.
I would want to say that there is a legend that explains how to use the resources we are providing. Unfortunately, there is no secret sauce or a recipe that would work. A very particular thing to understand is that this project was launched back in 2018. When we think about the cycle of the USAID implementing their projects, it means that before it came to operate on the grounds, there were at least 2 years of design, planning, and launch of the thing. So when you think back from the point where we are now, surviving COVID and war, I think that could have killed almost any good initiative. When we are thinking about what we do and how we do, if we were not flexible, nothing of the results that are there would have been achieved. Because thinking of 2016 with the context of 2016, none of the approaches and ideally designed activities would have survived. When we are thinking about what you need to understand, there is a contract that says, Nikal, this is what we'd like to achieve. Tell us, how will you be doing that? And it's actually on the side of the implementing partner come up with the ideas and ways how we will achieve the results that we as the development agency want to see. And these are definitely dictated by the high-level strategies that are designed by the embassy, and which are at the same time designed and directed by the National Security Council back in the US, and how they Congress and the taxpayers' money would be allocated for the foreign diplomacy and politics. And where we are now, we definitely can tell that we are part of the ecosystem, we were the enablers, and we helped many things to happen. There wasn't a Ministry of Digital Transformation when this project was launched. There was no startup fund. So when we talk about the achievements, we proudly can tell that many things happened because of us. And this is actually the role of the development agency, make things happen. I usually say, we don't do anything. We just pick up the right partners. They'll do everything themselves. They know the initiatives. We are there to support. At some point, believe, in many cases, trust them, and even more to build their capacity to be capable to achieve the ideal results that they think of. And we proudly say we are a partner, a co-organizer, but all of the ownership is there on the ground. It's not the US-made cooked thing.
imposed there on Ukrainians. It's Ukrainian nature-born things that are designed for the best things to be achieved in the environment that we are operating.
Thanks, Natalia. No, I agree, right? Like we have the opportunity to implement this significantly impactful and large USAID program, right? SEP started long ago. In this past year, we have doubled and doubled again.
Long ago, usual cycle is 4 years, just to understand, like usual program cycle is 4 or 5 years for us.
Yeah, so we'll be a 7-year program that has evolved through COVID, through the full-scale invasion, right? And our focus has been, as you said, right, finding the local stakeholders, finding the local players in the tech sector, in the private sector, in the business enabling environment, in the workforce development sector, right, in the access to finance and investment promotion, all around this systems approach to enhancing business competitiveness, right? What does that mean? How do we help businesses be more efficient? How do we help them generate new markets, both domestic and international? How do we help them create these linkages for trade facilitation? How do we bring better technology in? You know, as we go forward, we're going to be seeing more of this additionality as our project scales, right? Like, how do we merge tech with other sectors? We've talked about it through the conference here. Ag tech, med tech, or biotech, right? They're not siloed, and so I really look forward to the opportunities that we have going forward for our fusion hackathons, which we'll be doing next year, right? Where we bring together the tech industry and other business sectors, right? And look at it from the perspective of helping tech industries see a new market for mutually beneficial, like, market expansion. We've done this in Moldova, right? We brought tech together with the wine sector and had the creative media come up with branding and marketing campaigns, redo labeling. They've helped with programming for audio-visual programs that where you display a light show against barrels in an underground cellar, and all kinds of really cool things that are a little bit out of the norm and create that plus for businesses as well. So from our perspective, it's what are the opportunities, how do we eliminate the obstacles, and how do we empower the local stakeholders, right, to be able to capitalize on what's here. You know, the Ukraine SEP through the past few years has had a very challenging environment, right? Like, everybody knows that. COVID, you think, great, finally we're getting out of COVID, full-scale invasion. Ukraine never stopped, right? Like, it's amazing to me as someone who's new here and been on this project just since June to see the innovation and the excellence that continues to happen day in, day out. And it's great to be a part of that and to continue to incentivize growth and support innovation and support what is in the future here and build capacity, right? Like, there's so much opportunity here, and it's really a pleasure to be a part of continuing to grow that.
Thanks very much. Alexander, I'm going to take the next question to you. Nicole just made a really important point that technology is not always the tech sector unto itself. It can actually drive the growth of other sectors. I know the EBRD, the SME program that you are involved with. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about when you are looking at some of the projects to support and making decisions about supporting SME growth, maybe across different sectors. Do you take technology into consideration, or is that not a particular element of it? And if not, if you could talk a little bit about what is it just that you look at when you are looking at SMEs for different projects to be able to provide support for?
Yeah, sure. First, I would like to say that it's a combination of three main pillars. It's policy, it's investment, and advisory services. All of this together, they unleashing the transformational power of digital technologies in all sectors of the economies in which actually EBRD operates. And these instruments actually work the best together because there is no technology without right policy, and there is no right technology without knowing how to use it. And These instruments are tailored and adapted to our clients in the specific circumstances, in line with our demand-driven business model. Another thing that we are using, it's partnerships with another IFIs and MDBs, policymakers, technology specialists that help EBRD scale its work in the new area where the rules and standards are evolving. Typically, we are seeing ourselves as a market development leader. We are doing something that is not yet clear, or not yet clearly defined. We are developing this market sometimes from the scratch. I would speak more right now about advisory services in the department where actually I work and how it's actually done from our perspective. So we connect our clients to local and global advisors who help transform a huge range of businesses, from the smallest looking to grow to big that are planning to go global. And our next network of consultants, advisors, helps these clients to step up and think big. Industries are different, from food and beverages to retail and construction and engineering. And we work with clients to define the best projects to fit their needs. Then we support the entire process from the beginning using our expertise and years of experience to make this project stand up. And going back to numbers, within a year of a project, when we came back to evaluate the success of it, 80% of our clients in Ukraine have increased their turnover, and 61% of them see significant increase in job creation. And the most important here is that we help companies improve their decision making and cutting costs. Thank you.
Terrific, thanks. Actually, can I ask a quick question just to follow on? If there is a company in Ukraine who's interested in particularly the advisory services that the EBRD offers, how do they find out more about it, or how would they apply, or how can they reach out? And are you offering these services at this time, or or will it be at some point in the future?
Yeah, we actually offer, and it's quite simple. What they need to do is they need to go to the Mareja website and search for ASB program. Then they will need to fill out the form, and we will come back to them. And I need to say that now we are covering 85% of the cost of advisory costs due to the current situation in Ukraine.
Terrific, thank you very much. Laurent, if I could move back to you, I was wondering if you could talk maybe a little bit about any similarities between the tech sector and the growth, particularly that you have seen in Israel, versus sort of what you are seeing here in Ukraine. And I understand, that you are not particularly a tech sector expert, and I'm not looking to put you on the spot, but just in terms of being able to sort of do some comparing and contrasting, or some opportunities that you may see here in Ukraine through your role where you are now.
Thank you. I would love to try and answer this. I also want to really relate to what Natalia and Nicole mentioned earlier and talked about a few things that I think are also some of the similarities that you were just asking about, and also kind of like the base of both the high-tech industry in Israel and in Ukraine, but mainly the basis of the societies. And there I see also different similarities. And I will start by really talking about as we said earlier, and what Mashav also does, and this agency, talking about the training, about capacity building, about really trying to say, we have the knowledge, we can teach technically the knowledge and what helped us here, but you have to make the adaptations, you have to make sure it fits to your specific country. We do it all over the world. We've done this in Ukraine as well. We had, and we still have, amazing programs of really things that are working in Israel, and local programs that are now being implemented in Ukraine, which is pretty amazing to see. And of course, being adapted to the situation in Ukraine and to the specifics in Ukraine. But going back a bit to the similarities, I would say a few things. First of all, honestly saying, we don't have a choice but to do the best we can and to be the best we can under the circumstances. And to some extent, Ukraine the same, meaning from the difficulties, from the challenges that we experience, from the environment that we're at, we had to find different solutions. We had to be innovative. We had to really think outside of the box, not just like as a figure of speech, but really, this is what we had to do. We were able to do this, and I see something very similar in Ukraine. We were also, in a way, I feel there's something about kind of like the Israeli mentality that we are not afraid to fail. I mean, understanding that failure is part of life, and you fail once and you fail twice, and then you succeed. And I think this is really the base of Israel's high tech. And I see that there is, from what I experience anyway, less fear of doing so in Ukraine as well, understanding that this is how things work and life kind of takes you to different places. And so it's part of the maybe a mentality and shift that we should probably have. Flexibility. I think Natalia mentioned this earlier. I totally agree. There's something that is needed, of course, in the high-tech sector, but in general, in really the very challenging circumstances that we face these days. And I would also say that I feel that something that works or is very interesting about the Israeli high tech that I think might be very helpful in Ukraine as well, and might also happen in different in different scopes, is really kind of the integration between academy, government, and business. We have really tons of examples, but just one of them is the Be'er Sheva high-tech park in southern of Israel, where we have, the park was established by a government decision. It has 70 high-tech companies employing 3,000 people, physically very close to Ben Gurion University, which educates engineers, and very, very close also physically to Soroka Hospital, meaning you really do see integration, real collaboration between these three things: academia, government, and business. And I think this is something that is we were able to do this also because Israel is smaller, of course, than Ukraine, but also because of the way things kind of work. And I think it is something that could also work in Ukraine, and also already does in some ways.
Terrific, thanks. Can I ask a follow-up question, sort of talking about the idea of innovating out of necessity in terms of, countries can't change their neighbors. And so, in some ways you have to be able to sort of recognize and respond. And Israel has dealt with this for a long time, as has Ukraine. I was wondering if you could just sort of talk about the role of sort of necessity in innovation. And I don't mean just even in the tech sector, sort of across the board. If you could maybe talk about that a little bit.
Yes, definitely. I think that we can see, and we can understand that innovation comes exactly, or one of the reasons why kind of like blooms like this is really out of necessity. When you are faced with challenges in all different areas, both with security and food-wise and medicine, and really in all areas of life, when you face challenges that are not necessarily of course, was something that you had a lot of control of, you have to find different innovative ways to really deal with this. I have to say very honestly, in Israel's case, otherwise we would be in a very, very different situation. We're talking about security, which of course a lot of the examples that everybody knows of. We talk about food-wise, the way Israel is, of course, a very small country, and a huge part of it is desert. We had no choice but to find ways to get food also there. So really, this is just some of the examples that out of necessity, you do have to be, you find the innovation.
Do you mind if, like, innovating out of necessity, and again, the role of the agencies? Like, very often, there is no playbook, like no one provided one on the 24th, and still while you're implementing the project, you definitely planned for what's coming in the next month. But at the same time, we couldn't stop. Like, none of the technical assistance provided by the US government has never stopped, or being cut. And what's important here, we've been innovating internally, and definitely we could afford the risks that the private sector cannot afford. And here, for us, these are lessons learned. We capitalize on those things that worked, and we have a luxury and a privilege to refuse and stop some things on the go. But it's not only conventional businesses, it's not only tech, it's the development world itself that now adjusts. And at the same time, we have to offer a lot, since Ukraine is currently offering a set of data that no other country can provide in many other ways, like doing the development work, doing the business, operating in the turmoil environment where it's not only the financial things that you have to account for, but other risks as well. And the government itself has to accommodate for things that were not budgeted or planned in advance. So I think the whole country is doing a lot of things on the go. We do mistakes, and that's actually the nature of entrepreneurship. Fail, get up, repeat, not the same thing, but in a different way. So we are trying to do different things and in different ways.
Terrific. Nicole, did you want to add something to that?
Yeah, I think we've seen a degree of innovation, as you mentioned, right? And and we've been very fortunate, right, to see a huge outpouring of support from the U.S. government and the donor community of additional funding to recognize not just, you know, the war element, right, but the stability of Ukraine and the economy and continued growth for the country, right? And so over the course of our time, we've pivoted, right? Like, we helped relocate companies that were bombed out of their homes and their factories, right? And they've built back better. And that's amazing, right? Like, out of the worst, you're still seeing excellence continue to happen. And so there's really a lot to continue to do to promote Ukraine and get into the marketing and the branding and showing that, right, like, Ukraine will deliver, right? They're still open for business. Like, these are really important things to show that innovation is still happening, growth is still happening, right? And that we are also looking on different tracks, right? Like immediate workforce development needs, because the labor market has suffered from a brain drain. You know, men are being conscripted, people have left the country and they can't come back for various reasons. And so we're addressing immediate needs, but we're also looking towards the future, right? Up until and after victory, right? What does Ukraine look like in 2 years, in 5 years, in 10 years, right? And how do we build that future better? Because there's something exceptional here that we need to capitalize on and support Ukraine in continued resilience and perseverance and success.
Thanks. You actually just said something that I want to touch on. You know, there are a lot of conferences and talk about sort of rebuilding after, but the concept of waiting for a day in the future that nobody can quite predict without continuing to do things right now, to me is strange. And I think everybody sort of sitting on this stage understands that we continue to do and to move things forward. And you know, for those of us in Ukraine, you absolutely can see this all the time, that nobody in Ukraine is sitting around waiting for some future day for anything. Everybody is out there doing everything that they can. And there is this sort of almost imperative to continue to build. If people aren't out on the front line, they're building the economy, they're doing absolutely everything else to keep Ukraine stable and growing and moving forward. And so in that context, if I could ask actually, Piotr, you first, and then Alexander, I'm going to come to you, because within IFIs, you know, you by nature are slightly longer term in terms of what you're thinking, just because of the way the organizations work. And so I'm curious if you've had any shifts within your organizations about future looking. You know, both of you had talked about how much support you have provided to Ukraine in the last almost 21 months. But if you could talk a little bit about what are people talking about within the IFC and the EBRD about the future? Are you changing plans, anything like that?
That's an amazing question, actually, and a very large one. I wouldn't dare to answer, actually, to this question. Like five months ago, we had a retreat within the IFC Europe. and we had like a crystal ball panel on what will happen with Ukraine with very smart people on the panel. They did not have any answer, and I don't think they have answer now. I mean, you know, like the specific path towards peace and how the entire situation will be resoluted. So I don't have any answer, honestly. What we do is we try to be involved in, let's name it, reconstruction. It's actually much more in a way. I mean, it's like a very early stage of reconstruction, and that's an entire set of activities that is supportive the operations of the economy, which does a tremendous job actually, because like I mean, most of the companies operate at sort of below capacity, but then the SME sector, for example, is much more resilient than large corporates that actually suffer losses. And then the IT sector is actually a very shining sort of part of the economy, and its contribution to GDP, to exports, it's like very significant. So it's a way to move it forward. What I want to, like for us, so from the IFI perspective, I think that our role is like risk sharing at this stage. And then the very way we operate is that we need some donor financing to do that. So we have a lot of expertise, we can work with the companies, but then we cannot, the very model of our institutions is that we need donor funding to be able to sort of read the risk. The banks, and then the SMEs at the end of the road, and large corporates. So we are active in seeking donor financing, and you know, to be able to deliver products that would be actually well suited to the situation. And what we see in the future, and actually in October this year, we presented a report on the private sector role in the reconstruction of Ukraine. And we do see that Ukraine needs a certain reform agenda to be able to multiply the funds that will come to the economy. So I'll be very brief. So we assume two scenarios. One is the scenario based on sort of the pre-war assumptions and no reform agenda, no additional reform agenda. And then on basis of this scenario, the reconstruction can base to some extent on private money coming into the economy, and it's around sort of $70 billion. Now, when we assume a certain reform agenda, and then for the IT sector translates specifically to like rolling out 5G, increasing access to roaming with Europe, for example, or liberalizing the procurement of services by the Ukrainian government. These are like three examples that I had specifically in mind. And that's only a part of the broader reform agenda, because, I mean, it's not sort of divided into different parts. We have only an aggregate number. So succeeding, sorry, excuse me for that, my fault. Apologies. So if we decide to, or if the Ukrainian government decide to undertake an ambitious sort of set of reforms, we can expect that the amount of private financing to the economy will increase significantly. So we say that it's at least $130 billion after realizing introducing the reforms, and then it can kind of cause another wave of like sort of $300 million of private financing going into the economy. That means that if Ukraine decides to go with an ambitious reform program, they can actually multiply and accelerate, let's call it the reconstruction, but like coming back to the new reality after the war.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Alexander, I don't know if you sort of have any insight into sort of how the EBRD is looking at things going forward, if there's anything that you are planning for differently, obviously within the 3 buckets that you had talked about in terms of advisory and investment. Is there anything else that you are doing differently or looking forward towards planning in the future?
Yeah, I would like to go a little bit back to say that it's truly fascinating. We have a relocation program, and it's truly fascinating to see how these businesses and companies are innovating and how fast their production, their businesses in new area. So this is something that's truly unbelievable right now. Regarding reconstruction and recovery for Ukraine in the future after the post-war period, I would say that we continue to support our private sector clients through a wide range of financial instruments directly and in partnership with local financial institutions. And actually, I could say that we will be ready to help launch a recovery program for Ukraine to rebuild jobs, businesses, infrastructure, good governance, and access to different services. And of course, we are also looking to participation of private investors as well.
Terrific, thanks. So we are coming up on about 7 minutes left, and so just in terms of, I'd like to kind of go through and just ask everybody, in terms of where you see, you know, your agency, your government roles right now, where you are now looking forward in the context of what you would sort of hope to be able to continue with going forward, and possibly make changes. So Natalia, if I could start with USAID, and then Nicole, we can go to you, and then we'll go through the other ones. Thanks.
Definitely remain on the ground, for sure. We see the budgets being increased. That means we're getting more things to be achieved and accomplished. And that means that it's not only about doing the same things we've done, it's going beyond. We know that we cannot only promote experts, we need to do physical things to have those experts move across the borders. And it goes from helping on EU accession and getting ready what the businesses formulating their position for negotiations, up to constructing more cross-border points to have the trucks move across the border. We're definitely talking about the systematic support in the energy sector, for example. We remain committed to the work we're doing with the private sector. We strongly believe we cannot wait until the war ends for the reconstruction to happen. So a lot of things are going now. We are not the IFI. We're not that much on a risk thing. We can afford certain luxury of continue doing the things. Definitely what we can do for those seeking additional finances, we do financing. We actually do work with the companies to cultivate the understanding of money being available. It's just Ukrainian companies are very often not ready to receive the money, which means they need to understand that to become bankable, they have to become translatable for the internationals, and that comes to managing the processes, understanding their marketing, pitching in a right way. So we still have a lot of things that we, through our soft role of the development partner, can achieve. Definitely we have to change the way we're doing many things. First of all, because of the speed. A lot of the things we're doing have their limitation in terms of duration. Like a lot of budgets are limited to a 2-year frame, which means rapid response. And we do have to rapidly respond to the needs that are set and the expectation that is there with the taxpayer monies being spent for the foreign countries. So we are remaining where we are. We're definitely expanding because the needs are changing. We do see this change in the structure of economy, and we recognize that certain things we were not doing or sectors we were not tackling are actually part of that reconstruction. So I'm not going to talk in detail about every initiative, but for example, some sectors we were not considering before, like glass production or packaging. Not because they were not there, just because the production capacities have been destroyed. And that's sector-specific things, but again, something that we are considering tackling in the near future.
So I just have some figures here of what we've been able to accomplish to date. No, so far, right, SEP has helped to retain, create, and upskill more than 672,000 jobs in Ukraine. SEP-supported businesses have generated more than $31 billion in sales and are with increased sales of more than 318 million directly attributed to SEP-supported initiatives, right? And so our recent rescoping and expansion of the project has given us rein to work with large businesses, which we previously did not do. So those accomplishments...
And let's say that most of those results were achieved with the 42 million that this project has initially been, and now we're 170 for the next 2 years.
Yes, so we have over 83 million in total for grants and direct in-kind support through goods and services acquisition, right? So our ability to help businesses, right, continue to expand, continue to grow is much larger than it has been previously, and we're going to build on all those exceptional relationships that we've built for 5 years now, and continue to deliver more and support businesses, and we're going to lean into the additionality, and we're going to lean into the scaling, right? How do we create more jobs? How do we create more investment? How do we create more sales? And facilitation across the board. So we're excited to see what is to come and encourage, businesses to work with us to help make that a reality.
Terrific, thanks. Laurent, if I could just come to you for some closing words and some things that might be ahead for you.
Yes, thank you. So kind of really following the latest question, I would just say that, as I mentioned earlier, assessing and reassessing what the needs are going to be in the next future, just in the next even few months or so, to see how things evolve, and then out of that understand what are the new or different needs than there were before, and then try to find the best way to find the best fit of solution, of training, of understanding, of knowledge and experience we can share, and really depends on what we hear and what we hear that is needed and what we understand that is needed, and the research, of course, that we do and what we hear from the surface, from the people. So really focusing on this and trying to see what we can do best to continue helping.
Fantastic. Thanks very much. Alexander, any last words in terms of next things within EBRD?
Yeah, exactly. How all of the colleagues said that we will be continue looking to assess all of the needs the country has and help build its brighter future by deepen our engagement with clients and partners to address key challenges that Ukraine might have, and establishing of strong foundation of a sustainable and inclusive economy.
Fantastic. And last word to you, sir.
Thank you very much. I'll be brief. So I very much agree with what my colleagues said, that we need to be available. And then that's the most important thing. And just to add, on top of what we do in Ukraine, from, let's say, sort of my more Polish perspective, the aim is to see some projects happening in Poland that support also results of the ongoing war in Ukraine, like supporting refugees, supporting the export corridors from Ukraine, for example, through Poland. That's for us extremely important, and we look forward to have these projects in Poland financed. Thanks.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. I'd like to thank all of you for joining us both on stage here tonight. Also, thank you all for what you are doing. You know, it's obvious, everybody is sort of contributing in different ways and providing support on multiple levels, from very big numbers to, well, actually, you all have pretty big numbers, quite frankly, so I'll leave it with that. So thank you very much. Also, thank you to StategEast just for bringing us. I know you'll come back on stage, but really just thank you for bringing this whole thing together and continuing to let everybody talk about what is going on in Ukraine and all the good things and all the things that we can keep doing going forward as well. So thank you. And thank you to the audience for hanging in there. You guys made it. Bravo to all of you.
Thank you so very much. Okay, and thank you. Thank you all for coming today and yesterday. Thank you for being present. Thank you for taking your time and being invested over here physically, and as well as we are hoping you're going to be investing actually in Ukraine. I am incredibly thankful to the whole team of StategEast, especially Inna, who was one of the main people who was running the agenda and made all of this possible. So let's give a round of applause to her. Thank you to the whole board. Thank you to everyone who has made it over here. And of course, thank you to the Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine and USAID. Thank you for coming today and hope to see you next year.